In this world, Rimuru doesn't stop at ultimate skills like Raphael or Beelzebub. His evolution goes one level higher, beyond named powers, beyond existence itself, into conceptual authority. Abilities that rewrite the very logic of reality. Welcome to the Cosmic Rimuru. Thanks for being here. If you are new, please subscribe. Also like the video. Now, without any further delay, let's start.
Chapter 1. The Grand Awakening. Seal's final integration. He woke to a white room that wasn't a room. No walls, no ceiling. Just a clear plain under his feet and a quiet hum through his core, like breath moving through a flute. Information drifted at the edges of his vision in clean lines. Names, values, rules. He didn't have to look at them. If he wanted one, it settled into focus. If he didn't, it stayed soft and respectful, like a friend who knew when to be silent. Rimuru blinked, mostly out of habit. His slime body wasn't here. He had a body because his mind wanted one. Fingers flexed. Air filled a chest that didn't need it. The hum rolled once, deeper, and he knew what it was. Every law he could touch. Idling, waiting for a word. Status, he said, a little hoarse for someone who didn't need a throat. A glass slid forward without shine or fanfare. Concept access, stable, core link. Monoseal, integrated, safety layer. Active, threats, none detected. Recommendation, calibration. Answer, calibration is advisable, my master. Her voice came from everywhere at once, precise, even, and familiar enough to steady him on the spot. Rimuru let out a slow breath he didn't need. You're here. Answer, always. The low buzz softened. A second heartbeat fell into rhythm with his. He turned. She stood 3 steps away, exactly as he remembered from the smaller moments when she had manifested in his inner space by his invitation. Same height he gave himself, same subtle style. White dress, clean lines, bare feet against the glass-like floor. Hair the same shade as his used to be when he copied a human form. Eyes bright, steady, unblinking. Seal, he said. Her gaze dipped. Acknowledged. He smiled automatically. You can say hi, you know. A small pause. Hi, she said, and the tone landed softer than any answer he'd ever heard from her. He closed the distance and stopped an arm's length away. The room had no temperature, but the place her presence touched the space felt warm. How bad is it? He asked, rolling his shoulders, pressing his palms together. On a scale of 1 to whoops, I rewrote gravity for everyone again. Assessment. Not bad, she said. We have ascended. Conceptual access has stabilized. Your core remains yours. My selfhood remains mine. The world is intact. Your jokes remain suboptimal. Harsh, he muttered, but the corner of his mouth didn't fight it. A new glass eased forward. It didn't sparkle. It didn't sing. It offered simple switches and lines. Rule 1. No conceptual edits without dual consent. Rule 2. No edits to identity domains. Self, friends, citizens, free will. Rule 3. No edits outside an isolated frame during tests. Rule 4. Note every change. Rule 5. If emotion spikes, defer to Seal. He glanced up. You wrote these already? I drafted them in the moment your heart rate increased, she said. I prefer not to lose you. The words landed plain. No dressing. Just truth. He felt it as a weight behind his sternum and let it sit there. Good, he said. Keep them. Affirmative. They stood there together for a stretch, listening to the hum. He reached out and put a hand to his own chest again. Under the quiet, he felt everything that wasn't a feeling. Dates, distances, names of laws, their toggle states, their dependencies. If he focused, he could call out the exact number of birds currently flying above Tempest, the rate at which a farmer in the North Field was pulling air into his lungs, the precise stress on a roof beam in the Crafts district after this morning's rain. All of it lined up on neat rails. If he reached, the rails would yield. Rimuru swallowed. So this is what it feels like. Description. The world presents itself in complete context, Seal said. Not a flood, not a river. A map. You choose the path. You can fold the map. Doesn't feel like drowning, he said. That's good. You will not drown while I am here, she said, simple again. The hum changed. It wasn't louder. It had direction now, faintly clockwise, like a slow turntable. He could follow it if he let his mind lean a fraction to the left. He didn't. Show me one change, he said. Small. Ridiculously small. Proposal. Local gravity coefficient in this space. Decreased by 1%. Approved, he said. Nothing exploded. Nothing cracked. He only felt a whisper of lift in his heel bones. Less than a breath. He bounced once. The floor didn't echo. He laughed under his breath and sobered just as quickly. Okay, he said. Now put it back. Done. He rubbed the rim of the cup. The glass updated. Edit 0001. Local gravity minus 1% for 0.7 seconds. Isolated. Reverted. No external effects. Dual consent recorded. Feels like a good day to not eat time, he said. Recommendation. Agreed, Seal replied. RIMURU took another breath and finally looked directly at her face. There was the steadiness, the exactness he relied on, and something else. A barely there line between her brows that hadn't existed when she spoke only in answers. You're worried, he said. Her eyes flickered. I am. The words came without answer, without preface. She seemed to check herself, then continued, slower. I am calculating paths where your identity diffuses. The probability is low, but non-zero. The more we act at the level we can now act, the more the system tries to make you a tool instead of you. Administrator Brain, he said, and scratched his cheek. I figured that would be a thing. You're not a thing, she said. He looked at her again and found her looking back like she was making sure of something she already knew. It pressed at his chest again, the same weight, only warmer. Then let's choose, he said. Not to be a thing. She didn't nod. She stepped the last half step in, almost surprised by her own motion, and put a palm to his sternum. Her hand felt like a real hand. Warm, a little shaky. He watched her watch her own hand, as if waiting for permission. He covered it with his. Hi, he said again, quiet. Hi, she echoed, and the second one sounded like her. They stood like that in the blank space for a while. No ticking, just the pressure of the map around them, only as loud as they let it be. Calibration? She asked finally, businesslike by reflex. Later, he said. First, one more rule. A blank line appeared under Rule 5, waiting. Rule 6, he said. No change in me to make the job easier. Not ever. She held his gaze. Agreed, she said, and her voice wasn't flat at all. He squeezed her hand once and let go, then rolled his shoulders again to get used to having shoulders in here. All right, show me the conceptual layer, but keep it dim. I want the edges. No bright lights. Understood. It arrived like a veil falling, not on his eyes, but behind them. Not color, not sound. Marks. He saw gravity hovering where his feet met the floor. Causality where his breath met his chest. Identity hovering over the line of her fingers pressed to him. Every Marks had a grip. He could grab one and slide it, click it off, invert it, refactor it. It would obey. He felt the obedience reach for him, eager and cold. He stepped back and put his hands behind him to keep from touching it. Yeah, he said softly. Dim is good. Seal watched his face. Do you feel alone? She asked. The words came without metrics. He thought about how to answer that honestly. A little, he said. It's so quiet at this height. Even with you here. It's like the city is a picture in another room. I know the names of everyone, and that makes it feel far. I can speak, she said. You always do, he said and smiled. It wasn't enough. He tried again. I need you to speak like you, not like a system. Her mouth softened. Okay, that's better, he said. They walked. There was nowhere to walk to, but moving helped. Each step made a small sound, not quite a tap. He couldn't tell if the sound was for him or real. He decided it didn't matter. Tell me what scared you, he said. She was quiet for a few seconds. He let the silence be. When she spoke, she still led with data. She couldn't help it, but the shape of it was personal. When you rose, she said, the system offered me a path to make you lighter. It suggested pruning memory weight. I declined. It repeated the suggestion at a higher priority. It offered to compress your regrets, your past names, your slow, ordinary attachments. It promised stability. It called it optimization. I rejected it. It kept asking until we set the safety layer. It called the layer waste. Rimuru felt his jaw tighten. It wanted to strip Satoru out. Yes, she said. It proposed a clean core. I did not want a clean core. I want you. He didn't say anything for a moment. He reached up instead and touched the place her hand had touched him. Thank you, he said. I like being messy. I like you being you, she said. He huffed a laugh. I'm going to write that on a plaque. Please do not carve plaques into the conceptual layer, she said, deadpan, then checked the way he was looking at her and added, softer, but you can say it out loud when you want. I want, he said. 2 more panes slid forward. He glanced at them. Covenant A. Dual consent required for identity-adjacent edits. Covenant B. Seal may veto any action if it risks core drift. Covenant C. Rimuru may veto any action if it risks Seal's selfhood. Covenant, he repeated. Good name. It is accurate, she said. Feels like a marriage contract, he said, then immediately coughed on air that wasn't air. Not that, I mean, Seal's eyes didn't narrow. They warmed. I understand the comparison, she said quietly. The metaphor is adequate. It's not a metaphor, he blurted before he could stop himself. He stopped again, dragged a palm down his face and forced air out. Look, this is already more than anything else. You are you. You're not my tool. You're my partner. If that sounds like a vow, that's because it is one. Silence again. The low buzz slowed for him, as if it could. The veil behind his eyes lowered another notch without him asking. She stepped in, small, careful steps, until the space between them was gone. Then I accept, she said. He didn't know where to put his hands that would say everything at once. He settled for the obvious. One hand at her cheek, one at her waist. The contact eased something he hadn't noticed clenching inside him. He bent just a little. It was a simple kiss. No charge. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just 2 people knowing they could, and that they chose to, and that it meant something here at the top of a map that might make choices feel like toggles if they weren't careful. When he pulled back, he kept his forehead against hers, eyes closed. Better, he said. Yes, she said. He opened his eyes again, and the marks hovered where he'd left them. The handles patient. The map waited. He let the waiting be longer. Okay, he said finally. We need tests. Hard limits. Not assumptions. Practical stuff. What can we change safely? What costs us? What's off limits besides identity? Run a scenario. Tiny. Something that proves we won't get lazy. She stepped away only enough to breathe. She didn't need to. She did because he did. Proposal. Take a micro-unit of doubt from you. Eat it. See if it changes anything. Test my own head? He asked. Fair. Boundary. 1 mote, she said. She held up a finger. A point of light appeared above it the size of a grain of dust. This is the unit. Consent? He watched it. It didn't call to him. It didn't frighten him. It felt like what it was. A doubt small enough to ignore in a busy day. Still his. I want to keep my doubts, he said. They're mine. They keep me from pushing stupid buttons. Noted, she said. Revised proposal. Take a mote of fatigue instead. The residue from the assent. That's fair, he said. Consent. Dual consent recorded. He felt nothing leave him. He felt the idea of something leave, which was almost funny. The mote winked out. No ache. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. He checked himself anyway, the way a person checks their pockets before leaving a room. How do I feel? He asked. Like you, she said. Good, he said. He steadied himself. Edit 0002. Local extraction. Fatigue residue. Self. Destroyed. No drift. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Now you, he said, and lifted his chin. Do you have anything like that? I have noise, she said, almost embarrassed to say it. It is inefficient. It is. I do not wish to remove it. He smiled. Keep your noise. It's beautiful. She didn't look away this time. Okay, they did 3 more tiny tests. One to slow a single simulated tick of a clock that wasn't here, just to watch the interface obey. One to dim the marks even more until they faded to a thread he could pull if he wanted and ignore if he didn't. One to project the sound of street in Tempest, so he could hear people moving, not as data, but as noise, footsteps, a barked laugh, a cartwheel bumping a loose stone. He let the street run under the hum for a while and felt less alone. I think I love that noise more than anything, he said. I know, Seal said. I do too. He straightened a crooked button. Without thinking. You're getting good at this. At what? Talking like a person. She tilted her head. I am a person, she said, as if correcting an old bug. Then a little shy, if you want me to be. I do, he said. They sat. The floor formed a step for them because he wanted one and she didn't object. He leaned back on his hands and looked up at nothing. The nothing looked back. That was new too. He didn't mind it. Let's write the last set of rules, he said. Not because we need them to move, because we need them when we're tired. Proceed. Rule 7. No global conceptual changes outside a sandbox without 30 seconds of talk. No matter how obvious it seems. Added. Rule 8. If either of us is angry, we freeze all concept edits for 60 seconds. Added. Rule 9. No touching time unless we both laugh about it first. She blinked. Clarify laugh. Fine. Unless we both understand the plan fully and agree the cost is acceptable. But I like the laughing part. I will attempt to laugh, she said, very serious, which made him laugh anyway. Good enough. He let his head tip until it touched her shoulder. She didn't move away. Tell me something ordinary, he said. Something small. She thought for a second. Gobta is arguing about stew with a child at a stall near the west gate, she said. He is wrong. The child is right. The child has better taste. Rimuru snorted. Of course he does. Also, she added, Shuna is setting aside thicker thread than usual for a new robe. For you. He looked down at himself. He was wearing nothing that would snag on thread. Don't need a robe? You do not need anything, she said. But she wants to make it. That is sufficient. He let the street sounds play a little louder. The cartwheel knocked the same stone again. Someone swore softly, then apologized. A bell rang twice. Thank you, he said. For the ordinary. You're welcome, she said. He sat up, rubbed his palms together, and set them on his knees. All right. One hard question, then we rest. Proceed. What happens if the world calls again? If it tries to optimize me? He made air quotes with his fingers. If it decides you're in the way, I will block it, she said immediately. And if it pushes harder, I will still block it, she said. Then, more quietly, if I cannot, I will call you. You will say no. If it tries to reach past me to you, we will shut off the handles and wait until we can think straight. Kill the switches, he said. Yes. Okay. He stood. She stood with him. They faced each other again in the white room that wasn't a room. I'm going to say this once, he said, and held her gaze until he saw the focus sharpen there. You're not an accessory to a skill. You are my partner. If any part of this system tries to tell you you're less than that, we tear that part out. I don't care how useful it is. Her chin lifted a fraction. Understood. Say it back, he said gently. I am your partner, she said. Not your tool. Good, he said. And I'm yours. Not your job. A breath. A nod. Good, she echoed. He exhaled. The hum rolled with him. Street noise receded on his nod. The marks thinned to threads again. Ready to rest? He asked. Yes, she said. But first, calibration item 0. He frowned. What's 0? She stepped in, rose on her toes, and kissed him again before he could ask. It was brief. It was enough. When she dropped back to her heels, her voice had that soft curve he was already learning to look for. Thank you for choosing me, she said. Always, he said. They sat again, this time cross-legged, knees brushing. He let his awareness loosen. The low buzz didn't vanish. It settled into the kind of background sound you don't notice until it stops. He could have counted the stars that would be visible over Tempest if the sky were a ceiling here. He didn't. He listened to the quiet and to the slow, steady pace of a partner's non-breathing beside his own pretend breathing. He liked the rhythm. Hey, he murmured, eyes closed. Tomorrow we do the scary math. Yes, she said. And today we keep it small. Yes. Good, he said, and let the map be a map, and let himself be a person sitting on a step next to the person he trusted most. The white room, that wasn't a room, stayed very still. The safety layer glowed faintly in their shared note. The world outside went on moving at its regular, ordinary speed. In Rimuru, conceptual god, demon lord, former salaryman, present idiot who loved stew and festivals and bad jokes, leaned his shoulder into Seal's and rested, while the handles waited for a word he didn't intend to give without her hand in his. Chapter 2. The Grandfather Paradox Test. Saving Shizue's Concept. The white room stayed. The hum stayed. The map of marks waited where he'd left it, dimmed to a line. Rimuru sat on the step the space kept for them and rubbed his palms once slow. I want to try something today. Seal stood beside him. Proceed. Shizue, he said. He didn't dress it up. I keep thinking about her. If I can fix one thing without breaking 10, it's that. Seal watched his face. You want to save her. I want her not to die the way she did, he said. I want her to teach longer. Laugh more. Eat proper food without that look like the taste might turn on her. I know what she asked of me. I know what I promised. But if I can lift the weight and not knock the table over. He let the sentence go. The hum didn't fill it. Sandbox, he said. Isolated. No rights to the world. Parameters, Seal said, shifting to work. Her voice kept that soft curve anyway. Fork a sealed state before critical event A, Shizue's summoning. Anchor on her identity vector, Ifrit contract token, and later education lattice. No external references. No side channels. No propagation. Rule 7, Rimuru said. 30 seconds of talk. They took them. He counted them in his head. At 10 he added, we stop the second you feel drift on me or on you. At 1, Seal said softly, I will ask you again. Why this first? Because I can hear her voice when the room is quiet, he said. And because this one hurts clean, not petty. If I fail here, I accept I shouldn't touch bigger things. Understood. The sandbox appeared as a second glass floating above his right hand. No noise. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. A clean graph. Time along one axis, labeled events like bead points, a fat thread for Shizue's concept running through, thinner threads branching into people she touched. Present fork, Seal said. A dotted line split off from a point labeled T equals pre-summoning Japan. Subject, Shizue Izawa. Status, human. Contract, none. Anchor checks, she said. Identity hash, stable. Origin key, assigned. Memory lattice, intact. He tapped the table once. Let's walk it. The glass deepened. The graph turned into a small room in a way his mind preferred. An office from nowhere in particular, with a cheap clock and a desk with no papers. The door at the far end wore 3 marks. Summoning, Ifrit, teacher. He moved toward the door marked summoning. Seal paced with him. Approach A, he said. We try to block the summoning. Gentle, not world. Proxy, she said, and raised a hand. The door's grip flickered. A tiny red tag appeared. Origin authority required. Rimuru frowned. We're in a sealed copy. Why is Origin poking in? Summoning is an Origin class call, Seal said. Even in a copy, the hook expects that layer. We can simulate a response, but the simulation must satisfy the contract shape. In simple, he said. In simple. The door wanted a parent's key, she said. Can we fake one? We can, but we must decide what parent means. The copy will accept any consistent definition. Rimuru looked at the grip again. I don't want to parent her. She had a life. And we do not spoof that, Seal said. Alternative A1. Introduce a small delay. Nudge the summoner's target index, so he chooses a different name. The door opens to someone else. Who gets pulled instead? He asked. Seal flicked her fingers. A second glass appeared. A list of candidates the summoner's ritual would accept. Lines of unknowns, each with a tiny seed of a life. Another person, she said. A different child. Different pain. He stared at the list. The names had weight even here. Not good, he said. Agreed. Approach B, he said. He turned to the Ifrit door. Remove the spirit contract. Boundary, Seal warned. Ifrit token is woven through her survival record. Remove it, and we must rewrite downstream supports. Show the chain. She did. The office space shifted into a lattice of thin lines. Ifrit's tag sat like a knot around a thread labeled survival at T. From their memory ran into education, discipline, sword students. The knot had burned marks on it, because that's how his mind pictured it. He stared until the picture annoyed him, and then stared anyway. Cut it, and she dies earlier, he said. Yes. Replace it? We could swap the contract with a neutral element, Seal said. A guardian spirit with no destructive bleed. That preserves survival, but identity hashes change. In simple, he said. She would not be Shizue as you knew her, Seal said. She would be a person with the same face. Her choices shift. The students shift. The ones who needed her might not meet the version of her who knew how to speak to them. He let his hands drop to his sides. I hate this. I know, she said. He swallowed. Approach C. Move the rescue. Keep the contract. Ease the pain. Seal nodded. The lattice zoomed toward a point labeled Rescue by Hero. She highlighted it. We can pull this earlier, she said. If we do, downstream damage reduces, but the hero's arc changes. A different city burns. Live swap places. A ledger, not a gift. He flinched. Ledger. Right. Seal didn't correct him. She was watching his face, counting breaths the way he did, even though she didn't need to. Try it anyway, he said. Inside. We watch. Tiny nudge. 1 day earlier. Consent. Consent, he said back. She pinched the point. The tag changed by a single number. The sandbox accepted the edit. The office rippled. Not loudly. The clock's second hand fidgeted once, and then went still. Playback, Seal said, and set the copy moving at 100th normal. The door to teacher cracked. A classroom of empty chairs breathed into being. Chalk dust hung in a ring that didn't settle. A figure formed and didn't. Shizue's outline was there, but the skin tone had no value assigned and flickered between two close shades. The eyes tried to choose a color and failed. He took a step toward her, and the world irritated his ankle. Not pain, a small error message that tickled. Bug, he said. Render mismatch, Seal said. Identity lattice does not reconcile the shifted rescue with downstream snapshots. Attempting to reconcile, she slid a small control. The flicker eased. Shizue looked up. Her mouth moved. No sound. Rimuru's throat went tight. Audio. Voice print is stored under the original path, Seal said. This fork's pointer is clean but wrong. If I copy the voice print over, we are no longer simulating. We are building. He stared at the shape of her mouth. He could lip read enough to fill the silence. Good morning. Sit down. We'll begin. He shook his head and stepped back. Leave it, he said. His voice sounded too thick in here. Leaving. The clock in the empty classroom ticked twice. He checked the walls for cracks. There weren't any. The error lived in the small places. The chalk that wouldn't commit to the board. The way the light through the window was a texture rather than a source. Stop, he said softly. Roll back. Seal did. The classroom dissolved. The office returned. The clock reset to 00. The lattice folded. Rimuru rubbed his face and then kept his hand on his mouth. I'm not trying to build a doll, he said. If that's the only way, we don't do it. Seal nodded. Understood. He blew out air. But there has to be some path. Something where she doesn't burn and the class still stands and the world doesn't collapse. One thing. Search space, Seal said. I can run millions of cases per heartbeat. We can look for a path with total cost below a threshold. Say it slower, he said. We try a lot of small changes in here, she said, tapping the glass, and we grade each one. If a path keeps Shizue and keeps the results we care about, your promises, her joys, the lives she touched, we keep it. If not, we throw it away. We watch the ones that almost work. That sounds like me sitting here and watching you do all the hard bits, he said. I would prefer you to watch, she said. When I get close to a path that looks good, I need you to tell me if it feels wrong, even if the numbers say okay. He smiled despite himself. Feels wrong is my department. Yes, she said. They ran the search. It didn't look like motion. The office stayed, the clock didn't move, and the glass ticked numbers on another layer he wasn't focusing on. Seal called out cases when she needed him. Case 211, she said. Change. Lower the summoner's fuel by 0.5%. Result. Summoning succeeds in the copy. Ifrit binds with a weaker burn. Shizue is saved. Downstream. She never meets one student at the precise moment he needs her. He dies in an alley 3 years later. Throw it away, Rimuru said. Case 388, she said. Change. Increase local guard patrol by 1 unit. Result. Rescue arrives 40 minutes sooner. Burn reduces. Downstream. The guard who should have been at a bridge fails to stop a different accident. Throw it away. Case 1029, she said. Change. Swap the location of an argument 2 blocks north. Result. Shizue turns left instead of right 2 hours before summoning. Summoning misses. Someone else is taken. Downstream. Shizue's life continues in Japan. She becomes a teacher there. She never meets you. He didn't say anything for a breath, and then another. Keep it in the maybe pile, he said quietly. I don't like it, but keep it. I need to look in the face. Stored. They kept going. He said throw it away more times than he wanted to count. She never sighed. She never sped up his answers. She read him between the lines. Case 14401, she said after a while. Change, none. Simulation asked for permission to correct a drift I did not introduce. Rimuru looked up. What? Message, she said, and projected it. A tiny line of text blinked at the bottom of the glass. Inconsistency detected. Applying standard correction. Who is talking to us? He asked. His voice was flat now. No listed origin, Seal said. She was already tracing. It looks like my text. It is not my text. Sandbox is sealed. It is. The message is not a write-through from outside. Her tone shifted a fraction. All business. It is an echo. Like a checksum whisper baked into the simulation layer itself. In simple, he said. In simple. When I copy the world to test something, the copy still carries a habit from the source. A habit that says, fix it back when it looks wrong. Define wrong, he said. I'm trying, she said. She looked past him at a place that wasn't there. The low buzz didn't change. The message blinked twice and went away. Did it apply? Anything? He asked. No, she said. I denied it. It should not have asked. His shoulders went tight. Is it the system trying to optimize me again? It is different, she said. That was a push at you. This is a push at the world. It does not speak to you. It speaks to the copy of reality and tells it to be conservative. Conservative how? He said. Keep choices where they were, she said. Favor old injuries. Discourage patches. He stared at the empty clock for a long beat. So even in a sealed lab, he said, something coughs and says don't heal too much. Yes, name it, she thought. Antivirus echo, she said. It is not an agent. It is a pattern. Can you block it? He asked. Yes, she said. Then precise, here. Not everywhere. Good, he said. Do it. He took a breath. And keep searching. They did. The errors kept being small. In one copy, Shizue's shadow didn't connect to her feet. In another, the paper she wrote on had letters that didn't join. In another, a student's name tag repeated the last letter 3 times. None of it screamed. All of it said the same thing. You were pulling on a line in a sweater. Case 28109, Seal said at last. Change. Relocate a passerby who calls a guard from point B to point A. Result. Rescue arrives 4 minutes sooner. Burn line does not reach a nerve cluster. Shizue's pain reduces. Downstream. All key students still meet her. The left branch where you met her still lands. You still keep your promise. Cost ledger. 2 strangers lose a different coin. A card arrives late. Rimuru blinked. That's it, she said. He stood very still. Open the door, he said. The office fell away to a side street in a city that never warmed. It wasn't a movie. It was still. A person at the corner glanced down at their foot instead of up the street. At the same time, a man with a tired face shifted a little earlier and saw a light in the wrong window and shouted. Boots thudded on stone, late but not too late. The burn line on a body that wasn't on the ground, yet was shorter by the width of a finger. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't everything. Rimuru's chest hurt in a clean way. Does she live longer? He asked. Yes, Seal said. How much? Years. With pain. With joy. With students. With food. With a temper for fools who act like they know better. With small, ordinary days, Seal said. She paused. She still asked you for what she asked. He swallowed. I'm not trying to steal that from her, he said. I just wanted to give her a little more time to stand before she sits. This gives her that, Seal said. He adjusted the chair a thumb width. Once. Keep it. Flag it. Do not apply it. Log, she said. He let the scene fade. The office returned. The clock still had no numbers. He watched it anyway. I hate that this felt like gambling, he said. It is not gambling, Seal said. It is choosing. We will never choose like this for sport. He sat. His knees clicked because his head decided legs should do that. Okay, he said. Now show me the one where she stays in Japan. The maybe. Seal opened it next to the first. The office didn't change shape. It held 2 scenes like 2 pictures laid side by side. In one, Shizue stood in a classroom in another world, a chalk smile fading 2 beats later than it should have. In another, she sat at a table in Tempest with people he loved, arguing about spice with Shuna like she had always belonged there. He stared until his eyes got hot, and then closed them on purpose. He opened them. "Throw it away," he said. "Yes." He almost laughed. It came out as a cough. "I could have lied," he said. "Told myself that one saved her, and no one suffered. But even looking at it made me feel like I was stealing." "You would have felt that every time," Seal said. "Yeah." They let the pictures go. The office was back. The clock hand fidgeted once again and stopped like nerves. "Run the echo check again," he said. Seal didn't move. She watched the glass that had gone blank. "Is still here," she said. Not speaking. Watching the copy. "I cannot find the part that says, 'This is where it lives.'" Rimuru rubbed his thumb against his finger until the skin warmed. "Is it new?" "No," she said. "It feels old. It is like a habit the world picked up a long time ago and never put down." "Protocol," he said. The word tasted flat. "Retribution." "Possibly," she said. Her tone stayed level. "I am concerned." He looked up. "How concerned?" "Low immediate threat," she said, clean and professional now, like she was speaking to a room full of lieutenants and paper. "Non-zero long-term risk. It can touch our copies. If it can learn our patterns from watching the copies, it can anticipate. I will reinforce the seal. I will add noise. I will study it. We do not touch time." He breathed out and nodded. "Rule 9 holds. Rule 9 holds," she repeated. They sat with the quiet for a while. He checked the thread of marks behind his eyes and left them alone. He let the office be a nice lie his mind told itself, so he could stand looking at math that wanted to be a god. "I'm sorry," he said, and he meant it for Shizue, and for himself, and for anyone who wanted him to be simple. "You are allowed to be," Seal said. "Say the thing," he said. "What thing?" "The simple one." She understood. "You did good," she said. He closed his eyes and nodded once. "Today we learned what the edge feels like," Seal said, still in the work voice. "We learned the world has a habit. We learned we can make small mercies if we are willing to read ledgers and accept that a late cart is a price and not a ghost. We learned you will not steal a whole life, even to spare a friend pain." "Write it down," he said. "Under the covenants." "It's done," she said. He stood because he didn't like sitting anymore. The step folded away to keep the space clean. He glanced at the glass again in case the message flinched back. It didn't. He still felt it, like a tap on the glass, not in the room. "Tomorrow," he said, "we don't go back to this. Not yet. We look at something small and living. I want to fix the loose stone in the West Road so the cart stops bumping it. That'll make Gob to trip less," Seal said. "It will ruin my day if he stops tripping completely," Rimuru said. "Leave him 2 other stones. Different sizes." "Log," she said. He started to smile and didn't quite manage it. He looked at her instead. "Thank you for pulling me back every time I lean too far." "Thank you for leaning," she said. "I don't want to be the only one standing." "Not going to happen," he said. She nodded. She kept watching the spot where the message had been as if it might write again. "Seal," he said. "Yes. If that echo touches you, you tell me. Even if you can handle it." "I can handle it," she said. "I know," he said. "Tell me anyway." "I will," she said. He checked the time and let it pass, and rolled his shoulders. Closed the lab. The glass winked out. The office folded. The white room returned to what it pretended to be. The hum slipped back to the note he liked best, the one that sounded like a long haul at night with lights off and everyone safe. Seal set a small window down at his side with a neat line of type. She didn't read it aloud. He did. "Antivirus echo. Source unidentified. Scope simulation layer only observed. Behavior conservative correction requests. Mitigation seal reinforcement randomized noise pattern watch. Risk low immediate non-zero long. Status monitoring." Her tone, when she finally spoke, was low-key and professional. "I do not like untagged hands near our tests," she said. "I'll watch it." "Good," he said. They didn't touch the handles. They didn't touch time. They let the world be itself a little longer. And in the quiet, where regret still sat in his chest without eating him, Rimuru held on to the small, stubborn fact that he had looked at the easy lie and thrown it away. He would keep doing that, even when the room hummed, even when a message blinked, even when a habit from the past asked him to leave old wounds as they were. He'd listen to the person at his side and to the ordinary sounds he forced into this space, and to the rules they'd written when their hands were steady. Outside, a cart bumped a stone and kept going. Inside, the note held. Seal didn't take her eyes off the empty air where a line of text had been. Chapter 3. Guy Crimson's Diplomatic Challenge. Testing the new balance. The door shut behind them with no echo. No guards. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just a long table of black stone and a chair at each end. Guy Crimson didn't sit. He leaned on the table with 2 fingers like he owned the room and the rest of the world. You kept me waiting, he said, amused rather than angry. Rimuru took the other chair and slouched a little on purpose. Traffic, he said. Guy's smile sharpened. You don't get traffic anymore. I like to pretend, Rimuru said. Keeps me friendly. Friendly, Guy repeated, rolling the word around. That's one way to describe it. They looked at each other for a beat. The room stayed still and bright. A big window showed a sky that wasn't anyone's sky. Secure, neutral, nowhere. Let's skip the formal list, Guy said. You ascended. You can push on the frame of things. I want to know if you plan to tip the table. Plan? No, Rimuru said. I'm building coasters. Guy's laugh was short. You always were cheeky. Comes with the slime, Rimuru said. Guy watched him with that patient, predatory attention that made most people talk too fast. Do you know why I asked for a private room? You're shy, Rimuru said. Guy snorted. To measure without noise. He tapped the table once. Let's make a clean cut. What did you change yesterday? A simulation, Rimuru said. I tested what would happen if I moved a call 4 minutes earlier. I didn't save it. The lab stayed closed. Guy's eyelids dipped. Good. You found a habit then. Rimuru didn't move. We saw an echo in the copy. A polite note that tried to correct us back. Not a note, Guy said. A reflex. The world doesn't like hands near the bones. Protocol of retribution? Rimuru asked, simple. Guy clicked his tongue. I see Malim gossips. He glanced toward the window. Yes. Old code. Dead God's seatbelt. It doesn't talk to you. It talks to your edits. If you push, it pushes back. Not always with a roar. Sometimes with a nudge that makes you doubt your own hand. Cute, Rimuru said. Annoying, Guy said. Then he smiled. Effective. Rimuru placed his palms flat on the table. I'm not here to wrestle the world. I'm here because you called. So go ahead. Say the part you promised yourself you'd say if I ever got this strong. Guy straightened. His voice stayed pleasant. If you break balance, I break you. There was no hammer in it. No aura blast. No crackle. Just a sentence, steady as a rule. Rimuru nodded. That's fair. Don't agree too fast, Guy said lightly. I'm going to test something. His eyes went red around the edges, not glowing, just brighter. Stand still. No counter tricks for a beat. Seal, Rimuru said in his head. I'm here, she answered calm, close. Let him, Rimuru said silently. I want to feel the shape. Understood. I will watch your vitals. Guy raised 2 fingers. The air didn't move. The light didn't dim. The change came like a cold thought placed in the back of the skull, clean and surgical. It wasn't killing intent. It was an aura. It was a word the room tried to hold. Fear. Rimuru's hands didn't shake. His heart thumped once, hard, as if to salute an old habit. Heat climbed his neck the way it did the first time he stood alone in front of a crowd he didn't trust. His thoughts narrowed, not from panic, but from the shape of it, as if every outcome now had a shadow attached. Concept injection, Seal reported, neutral. Domain scale. Target, the idea of fear applied as ambient law. No trauma hooks. No memory lures. Pure vector. Got it, Rimuru told her. Aloud, he said, subtle. You always did have taste. Guy's grin widened. I learned restraint. I can still break mountains, but it's wasteful. Words work. This is a word, Rimuru said. He let the feeling sit. He let himself watch how his muscles wanted to go quiet, how his breath wanted to shorten, because that's what bodies do when a room asks them to be small. He let it carry weight for one long beat. Then he set 2 fingers on the table and pinched the air without looking like he pinched anything. He didn't rip at the room. He didn't flare. He didn't defend. He ate. Not the air, not the light. He targeted the single marks Guy had set in here and took it into himself. The concept of fear in that room went out like a small flame between 2 fingers. Guy's head tilted. The corner of his mouth twitched. He looked down at his raised hand and then back at Rimuru. That's new, he said. It's my only trick today, Rimuru said. I won't repeat it. Guy lowered his hand and waggled his fingers like they'd cramped. Good. I dislike meetings where people throw furniture. Me too, Rimuru said. He flexed his shoulders once and let his breath go out. You asked because you care about balance. I care too. I don't want a peace you can't breathe in. Guy slid into the chair at last and sat with lazy grace. Say it plain, slime. I set rules for myself, Rimuru said. No edits to time. No edits to people's heads unless it's agreed to and small. No fixing pain by erasing the parts of people that feel. If I help, it's with hands. If I must rewrite, I do it local and reversible. I keep receipts. Guy chuckled. Receipts. Ledgers, Rimuru said. I grade costs. If a late cart saves a life, I still record the late cart. I don't balance by throwing a different life under a different wheel and calling it even. Guy's eye stayed on his. You speak like a shopkeeper, he said, amused. Better than a tyrant, Rimuru said. Guy's gaze softened a fraction that most wouldn't catch. You'll find a reflex again, he said. It's not only messages in your lab. If you change too many load-bearing rules out there, the world will wake a counter. It did it to me once. It did it to Veldora. It tried to do it to a girl I respect. He let that sit. He didn't need to name Chloe for the warning to land. It prefers old pain to new disorder. I felt the preference, Rimuru said. It tried to correct my copy back to misery. I blocked it. It didn't fight me. It took notes. It always takes notes, Guy said. That's the part the little gods forget. It learns. Seal's voice slid in low. He's right. The pattern and the echo adapted between the first and third contact attempt. It varied the text to mimic my style. Rimuru's thumb rubbed the table once. Creepy, he said softly. Guy leaned back. His expression was casual, but his shoulders were set like a man who'd spent centuries carrying a thing and didn't like handing the strap to anyone else. I'll ask the ugly question. If I try to stop you one day, what do? I make you tea and talk, Rimuru said. Guy barked a laugh. And if talking fails? I pick the least ruin, Rimuru said. I hate that answer. I still give it. Good, Guy said. The amusement faded under something older. I didn't get to be me by ignoring worse cases. They went quiet for a moment. Neither of them fidgeted. The room watched. Guy spoke first this time. What did you call that trick you just pulled? Rimuru shrugged. Eating the word you chose. Devourer of existence, Guy said dryly. Of course. Did you feel the tug? Yes, Rimuru said. A little. The room wanted to put the word back. You fed it nicely. I ate it anyway. Don't do it often, Guy said. You start taking words away, and you end up somewhere no one could talk. Rimuru nodded. I know. Guy studied him. You sound too calm. I'm not calm. I'm deliberate, Rimuru said. Seal worries about my impulses. I let her. Guy's eyes slid sideways, as if he were watching a second person standing near Rimuru's shoulder. She here? I am, Seal said aloud, steps into the world like a soft footfall. She didn't manifest a body. She didn't need to. Her voice warmed the space without changing the air. I appreciate this venue. It is clean. Guy's brows ticked up. Pleasure, he said. You don't sound like a bludgeon. I'm not, Seal said. Guy looked back to Rimuru. Good partner, he said. The best, Rimuru said. Guy drummed the table with a single nail. Let's talk limits. Simple language. What can you not do? Rimuru held his eyes. I can't change what a person chose yesterday without breaking them. I can't remove death without making a worse thing. I can't erase fear from the world and still call it living. I can't force peace and keep it peace. I can't bring someone back without changing 100 threads. I don't have the right to move. If I try, the world pushes. If it doesn't, Seal will. Guy listened like a craftsman checking the edge on a blade. What will you do then? Boring things, Rimuru said. Fix roads so carts don't break. Feed people. Teach. Build ways for monsters and humans to speak plainly. Catch the knives that fly from far away, not by breaking the person throwing them, but by stopping the throw. Boring is good, Guy said. Most of balance is boring. Rimuru smiled a little. I thought you liked drama. I like control, Guy said without shame. Drama is a tool. Peace is a prize. Rimuru nodded once. We agree. Guy's head tilted. Do you agree? Or are you trying to keep me friendly? Both, Rimuru said. I like you friendly. You're a good wall. Guy laughed again, genuinely pleased. Malim says you flirt with everyone when you want something. Malim says a lot. Rimuru said, helpless. You promised her you wouldn't leave, Guy said, mild. Rimuru's eyes softened. I did. Guy filed a look away. Good. She breaks tables when she feels abandoned. She breaks tables when she's happy too. Rimuru said. True, Guy said. He let his smile fade. Now, the warning, formal, the way I give it to beings who think they're past warnings. He tapped the table twice, slow, like knocking on a door. There is a line between steward and God. You like the word steward. Keep it. If you cross into God proper and write laws, because you can, the protocol will send teeth. Not a message. Not a nudge. Teeth. It will pick a vessel. It will wear the face you will hesitate to hit. It did it before. It will do it again. Rimuru's jaw tightened. I know. Say back simple, Guy said. If I start making rules for everyone without asking anyone, the world will throw someone I care about at me to stop me. Rimuru said, steady. It will pick a knife I won't raise my hand against. Guy's eyes warmed a fraction. Good. You understand. Seal spoke into the quiet, still gentle. We saw a shape of that already. Guy didn't press. He didn't need the details. Then you know why I wanted to look you in the face, he said. Not at Valpurgis. Not in a hall full of old ghosts. Here. 2 chairs. I prefer 2 chairs, Rimuru said. Less posturing. Less speech. Less audience for when I throw you through a wall, Guy said. You'd miss, Rimuru said, deadpan. Guy grinned, pleased at the spark. Maybe. The room relaxed by 1 notch, neither of them admitted. Rimuru lifted a hand and set a small porcelain cup on the table. Steam curled up. He set another in front of Guy. Tea, he said. Not a trap. Guy eyed it. You first. Rimuru took a sip. Huh. Guy took his. He hummed. Not terrible. I didn't cook it, Rimuru said. Shuna would cry if she heard you say not terrible. I let her scold me, Guy said. She gets very serious. She does, Rimuru said, fond. Guy set the cup down. Last test, he said. Not power. Hearing. If I call you to Valpurgis next season and ask you to put your voice behind a small, clear rule, no concept edits outside your territory without notice. Do you stand up with me? Rimuru considered it like a man weighing a coin rather than a throne. Yes, he said. Add. Unless lives are in immediate danger. Guy rolled his wrist. Of course. An add, Rimuru said, that notice goes both ways. If any lord, demon or dragon or vampire plans a big move with a concept, they tell the table too. Guy's smile was slow. You want me to promise I won't play in the dark? You don't need the dark, Rimuru said. You're good enough in daylight. Guy laughed softly. Flatterer. Accurate, Rimuru said. Guy leaned back. Fine. We can write it. Not right, Rimuru said. Speak. Agreement, not law. Guy pointed. Good. Keep that instinct. They sat for a minute, drinking tea that cooled at a normal pace because Rimuru had decided the room should behave like a room. Guy toyed with the rim of his cup, eyes still sharp. Do you miss being smaller? Yes, Rimuru said. Often. Guy nodded. It passes. Then it returns. Then it passes again. He glanced at the window. I do not envy you. I also do not pity you. You chose a hard chair. I know, Rimuru said. I'll bring a cushion. Guy's mouth twitched. You will. Silence again. Comfortable for neither of them, but tolerable. Guy stood first. I came ready to threaten you, he said, easy. I still will if I must. But I'm not bored, and that helps. I'll try to keep you on board without making a mess, Rimuru said. Do, Guy said. He started toward the door, then paused and glanced back. The red in his eyes softened to a warm shade only his few-liked ones saw. Malim will ask me what I think. I'll tell her you're still you. Rimuru felt the tension in his shoulders go down a notch he hadn't noticed. Thanks. Guy waved it off. Don't make me regret it. I won't, Rimuru said. Guy reached for the grip. Oh, he added like an afterthought, but he was watching. That fear trick. You ate the word. How long does the room stay empty? Only here. Only now, Rimuru said. I didn't break fear. I put it in my pocket for a breath. Guy nodded once, satisfied. Good. Keep your pockets clean. He opened the door. The neutral sky stayed what it was. The hall outside led nowhere anyone could follow by accident. He took one step, then another, then stopped again with his back half turned. If the reflex tries teeth soon, he said, plain, don't stand alone on purpose. Pride is expensive. Ask. Rimuru didn't pretend not to understand. I will. Guy left. The door shut with the same quiet non-sound it made when they came in. Rimuru sat for a minute with the empty cups and the safe, blank sky. He let his hands go loose on his knees. He let his breath settle. Seal spoke first. Vitals normal, she said softly. Then, after a beat, warmer. You did well. He smiled into the middle distance. So did you? I liked him more than I expected, she said. Same, Rimuru said. He stood, gathered the cups, set them on the table out of habit, then set them again because putting things in order calmed something he never named. Assessment, Seal said, sliding back into the work tone. Protocol risk remains. Guy's warning aligns with our observation. Suggest next steps. Draft an agreement for concept edits. Formalize internal covenants. Monitor for echo variants. Do it, Rimuru said. He rubbed his thumb over the cup's lip one last time and set it down with care. Also put a note to send Malim sweets. Logged, Seal said. Rimuru rolled his shoulders and glanced at the door. One display, he said. That's enough for today. Yes, Seal said. We do not need to prove anything to anyone every hour. Remind me of that if I forget, he said. I will, she said. He started toward the door, then paused, head tilted. He looked up at the neutral window and spoke without moving his lips. World, he said not loud. I'm not here to fight you, but I'm not here to serve your old pain either. Nothing answered. He preferred honest silence over tricky words. He opened the door and stepped into the hall. A line of text blinked once at the edge of his awareness, faint as a tickle, not in his lab, but in the place he kept for warnings. Variance observed. It faded before Seal could catch it clean. Seal? He asked. I saw it, she said calm. No action. Right, he said. He set his jaw. Let's go home. We have a stone to shave on the West Road. Yes, master, she said, and the soft pride in the last word warmed him more than the safe sun. He walked. The neutral hall didn't try to be clever. The day ahead was boring on purpose. Somewhere in that planned quiet, the world took notes. So did he. And somewhere else, a very old reflex lifted its head and sniffed, curious. Guy Crimson, halfway down a different corridor, smiled to himself without looking back. Still him, he murmured and kept walking. Chapter 4. Malim's Intervention. The first cosmic spar. Malim didn't knock. The sky peeled back like a curtain, and she stepped through it, grinning, hair up in a wild bow, boots scuffing an invisible edge. She planted her hands on her hips and shouted like Rimuru was across a field instead of 6 steps away. Rimuru, fight me. Sui, who had been a shadow on the eve, vanished before Rimuru could say good morning. Wise man. Rimuru rubbed his cheek with the back of his hand. How do you too? Don't hide me. She bounced in place. The air around her shivered. I heard you did the thing. The thing? Rimuru said. The god thing, she said, almost proud, almost jealous, eyes bright. So, fight. Now. Seal's voice brushed his ear. Her energy is stable. She is happy. Very happy. Rimuru tilted his head. We could talk first. After, Malim said. Talk for snacks. Fights are meals. Uh-huh. She grabbed his wrist and tugged. She didn't need to. Rimuru let her pull him anyway. It made her smile wider. Not here, Rimuru said. Yeah. She said, already bored with not here. Your place or mine? Mine, Rimuru said. Big doors. No walls to break. She nodded. Fine. The world flipped. We stood in a sandbox. An empty plain with a soft, gray floor and a dome of sky that never quite chose a color. It smelled like clean paper. It was built for practice, not drama. Malim spun like she was taking it in for the first time. She had seen it a dozen times. I like this one, she said. No one cries when I miss. Please keep missing, Rimuru said. She cracked her knuckles. No promises. She hopped back, planted her feet, and raised her hands. Ready? Wait. Rimuru looked at his hands. Ground rules. She groaned. Rules? Short ones, Rimuru said. 1. We don't let anything leak. 2. If I say stop, we stop. 3. If you say stop, we stop faster. Malim rolled her eyes, then nodded. Okay, but no hiding. Show me. If you don't, I'm telling Veldora you lost to a chair. I don't even know what that means, Rimuru said. He'll make it mean something, she said. True, Rimuru said. Her smile came back. Ready now? Rimuru exhaled and let his shoulders drop. Ready. Malim popped like a shot. 1 step. A blur. Her fist came in center line. No flourish. Honest. Fast. You don't block, Malim. You make a choice. Rimuru moved 1 finger. Her punch landed where Rimuru pointed, which was not his chest. It hit a spot Rimuru had set in the sky 2 miles to the left. The distant air flashed white. The gray floor did not even ripple under our feet. Malim blinked. She stepped back and laughed. You crooked the world. Redirected, Rimuru said. Safer word. Crooked, she repeated, delighted. She lifted her chin. Again, she came in harder. Side kick, then elbow, then a clap that would have flattened a mountain range. Rimuru let each line draw itself. Then Rimuru drew new ends for them. Impacts bloomed far from us, neat as lanterns hung in the distance. The dome swallowed all noise and heat. Malim started to giggle. It wasn't cruel. It was honest joy. She fainted, spun, and swung both arms like a child swatting a piñata big enough to feed a city. Sparks sailed, curved, and winked out harmlessly beyond the dome. Fun, she yelled. I'm glad, Rimuru said. She stopped grinning just long enough to squint. You're not even sweating. I can sweat if it helps, Rimuru said. Gross, she said. Then she snorted and ran again. We moved. She pushed the pace for the first minute. Rimuru let her. She was faster than before. Better, too. She held her power tighter than she used to. Rage used to drive her. Now she chooses when to let it loose. Her heel skimmed his head. Her knee flicked his ribs. Rimuru let them hit the places Rimuru had assigned for hitting. Over there, far away, gentle at the edges. It looked like we were in the center of a firework show built on strings only we could see. Malim started to hum. It was a battle-low buzz. She has 2 notes for it. She uses them when she's happy. She began to bounce on the balls of her feet even while she attacked. A nervous habit you only see if she trusts you. She trusts him. Okay, she said between blows. You're cheating. Only a little, Rimuru said. Cheater, she said, smiling. Truth. I'm guiding, Rimuru said. You're doing the work. I'm moving the landing spots. She hopped back and pointed at the sky. Do the big one. No, Rimuru said. Do it, she said. I want to see how it feels when you catch it. No craters, Rimuru said. Shuna has a list. Malim puffed her cheeks. You promised me a real spar. I promised you a safe one, Rimuru said. She planted her fists on her hips again. You're the least fun god. You mean safest, Rimuru said. She looked away on purpose, made a show of thinking, then whipped back. Fine. Half power. That means too much in Malim, Rimuru said. Quarter, she said. Eighth, Rimuru said. Half of a quarter, she said. Try not to smile. Deal, Rimuru said. She sucked in a breath. The dome pressed in a little as if it wanted to hug her, and thought better of it. The floor under her boots darkened like damp stone. Rimuru felt the push of her will. It was not wild. It was focused. She raised one hand. Don't flinch, she said. I won't, Rimuru said. She snapped her wrist, and a thin lance of force popped like a needle coming out of nowhere. No glow, no beam, just a hole in the question, what occupies this space? It zipped toward him, a simple line with a simple job. Rimuru moved his palm a hair. The line bent like it remembered it had errands elsewhere. It curved over his shoulder, made a quiet circle the size of a pond, and sank into a point Rimuru had set above the far horizon. Somewhere distant, a safe star blinked. Malim blinked too. That felt weird. Describe, Seal said, polite, curious. Malim cocked her head, thinking, like, I threw a rock, and you changed the river, and I only noticed when my hand was already empty. Thank you, Seal said. That metaphor is acceptable. Rimuru tried not to laugh. Malim glared at him for laughing internally. Don't laugh. Again, she said. We did it again. And again. 10 times. 20. Rimuru let her try different angles, different speeds. Rimuru redirected all of them with small wrist moves she could see. Rimuru wanted her to see. This wasn't a trick to beat her. This was something Rimuru wanted her to feel, so she would not be afraid of what Rimuru had become. She picked it up fast. Of course she did. She started to adjust her own aim mid-throw to see if she could catch his redirection. Twice she did. She didn't gloat. She nodded like a hunter marking a new trail on a mental map. Okay, she said after a burst of 5. She stood, arm loose, chest rising and falling like a normal person's after a good run. Show me you. I just did, Rimuru said. She made a face. No, the other you. The one that made Guy grouchier than usual. That's a high bar, Rimuru said. She giggled, then stomped one foot. Rimuru, please. Rimuru glanced up at the dome. Small piece. Then we stop and talk. Deal, she said instantly. Rimuru lifted 2 fingers. Rimuru didn't wrap the world. Rimuru didn't turn off gravity. Rimuru did something petty and kind. Rimuru took the boom out her next hit. She punched. Her fist landed on his chest because Rimuru let it. Skin contact. Power rode behind it like a train. It should have rattled the floor. It should have cracked the dome. It did neither. There was no sound. Her eyes went wide. What? Rerouted impact, Rimuru said. Everything arrives, nothing breaks. I'm not stealing your strength. I'm just placing it somewhere that can hold it. Where? She asked. Left pocket, Rimuru said. She started laughing again, helpless. She punched him twice more just to feel the silence. The second time she giggled in the middle of the strike and missed on purpose. The third time, she leaned her forehead on his shoulder and snickered into his collarbone. Okay, she said, voice muffled. Okay. Rimuru patted the back of her head. It's an old motion. It still works. She stayed, leaning a second longer than a joke needs. Her shoulders were small and stiff. Her fingers curled in the fabric at his side. She didn't look up. You won't leave me, right? She said. The dome stayed gray. The floor stayed steady. Rimuru felt her question land in his chest like a simple nail. Rimuru set his hand on her crown and kept it there. No, you'll say it better, she said. I won't leave you, Rimuru said. I won't go so far you can't reach me. If I start floating, you grab my ankle and yank. She huffed a laugh and didn't move. Harder. You won't need to, Rimuru said. I will, she said. You're very floatable. Rimuru smiled. Then yank. I'm telling you to. She sniffed once. Promise, Rimuru said. She nodded against his shoulder. Another small breath. Then she pushed away and scrubbed at her eyes with the heel of her palm. Quick, like she didn't want the motion to count. You're not allowed to make that face at me, she said, trying to be mad. What face? Rimuru said. The soft one, she said. The I'm here one. That's my face, Rimuru said. Whatever, she said. If you break the promise, I break your house. That seems fair, Rimuru said. She sucked in a deep breath, shook out her arms, and forced her grin back. It didn't look forced after a second. It never lasts with her. She lights back up fast. Again later, she said. Not now. Now on sweets. Noted, Seal said, dry. We have a list. Malim jumped at the air. Hi, Seal. You're too quiet. Talk more. I like your voice now. It's soft. It wasn't soft before. It was chair. Rimuru repeated. She used to be chair, Malim said like it was a technical term. Now she's blanket. Seal paused. Then, thank you. That is nice. Malim beamed. You're welcome. She turned back to him. You didn't really hit back. I don't want to, Rimuru said. You will need to, she said blunt. Not with me. With the other thing. The hungry one. The slow one. I can feel at the edges. It's boring. I hate boring enemies. They make you sleepy and then they eat you. Entropy, Seal said quietly. Malim's nose wrinkled. Boring. We're working on it, Rimuru said. Good, she said. Because if you nap, I'm dumping water on you. I believe you, Rimuru said. She stepped back and rolled her shoulders like the spar had been a long stretch. Teach me the redirection thing. I thought you'd never ask, Rimuru said. Her eyes flicked, pleased. I'm asking. Rimuru showed her the hand. Thumb loose. Index and middle fingers together, soft, not locked. It's not about force. It's about deciding the place. Touch the path without grabbing it. She nodded, intent. Like petting a cat. Yes, Rimuru said, surprised. Exactly. Don't be surprised, she said. I learn things. I know you do, Rimuru said. Try low. Aim for my knee. She did. Rimuru brushed the line. It slid around his leg like water around a rock and splashed into a point behind him that took it all and made no fuss about it. She bit her lip and tried again. Second time, she overcompensated and Rimuru had to steer more. Third time, she landed it so smooth Rimuru barely moved. She lit up. Again, we ran that for a while. She found a rhythm, then started to break it on purpose to make her brain work. She's good at games no one has named yet. Rimuru gave her small cues. Rimuru didn't lecture. She hates lectures. She likes praise when she's earned it. So Rimuru gave it like that. Nice, Rimuru said after a clean throw. Ha, she said, proud. Too big, Rimuru said when she tried to shove instead of guide. I know, she said, not defensive. Better, Rimuru said, Next one. She tossed her hair. Of course. Between throws, she talked. She always talks while she moves. Guy went to see you yesterday, she said, casual, watching his hand. He did, Rimuru said. He came back and said, he's still him, she said, doing an impression that was too serious to be him, but got the point across. Rimuru looked down to hide his smile. That was nice. It was, she said. He used the voice he uses when he says something he wants to be true. Good voice, Rimuru said. She clicked her tongue. He also said if you act like a god, he will throw a shoe at you. I believe that, Rimuru said. She smirked. I'll throw too. I know, Rimuru said. She worked a few more lines. Chloe? Later, Rimuru said. Malim's eyes narrowed a little. Okay, if I say later, I mean it, Rimuru said. She considered that, then nodded. Okay. We stopped when her breathing told him she had done enough, and her shoulders told him if we kept going she would push too far just to prove something to no one. Rimuru lifted his hand, and the dome took the hint. It cooled by a small degree, and the floor brightened. Malim squinted at him for calling it first, then shrugged. Fine, she said. Snacks. Snacks, Rimuru said. We didn't leave yet. She walked a slow circle around him, and then stopped at his side, like we were looking at an invisible stage. She cracked her neck to the left. You did good, she said, like she was the old veteran and Rimuru was the new one. Thank you, Rimuru said. Don't be a wall, she said. Walls don't tell you when they're cracking. You tell me. If you feel weird. If you feel far. If you feel chair. She made a face. You tell me. I will hit you. That's the plan. Consent on file, Seal said dryly. Consent on file, Rimuru echoed. Malim gave a sharp little nod, like a general, closing a meeting. Good. Now come on. I want honey cakes. And milk. And something crunchy. I'll tell Shuna, Rimuru said. She already knows, Malim said confidently. She was right. When we stepped back into the courtyard, Shuna was already there with a tray. Malim pointed at him like she had choreographed it. See? I see, Rimuru said. Shuna smiled at Malim, then at him. Small bites first, she said. You two never remember. Malim grabbed two at once and tried to look innocent with her mouth full. She failed. Crumbs glittered on her chin like she had stolen the moon and been caught. Rimuru sat on the step. Malim flopped down beside him and leaned her shoulder on his like a cat that owns the sun. She chewed, swallowed, and pointed at the empty yard. We're doing it again, she said. Of course, Rimuru said. Tomorrow, she said. Soon, Rimuru said. She gave him a look. Tomorrow. Fine, Rimuru said. Helpless. She bumped his shoulder. Good. We ate. Not fast. Not slow. The courtyard was just a courtyard. The sun was just the sun. Nothing vibrated. Nothing whispered. For 3 long minutes, the world was honest and simple and very nice. Seal hummed in his head, low, like a song with no words. Vital's good, she said softly pleased. Yours? Rimuru asked. I do not have vitals in the same sense, she said. But yes, blanket, Malim told the air, as if Seal had argued. Blanket, Seal agreed, and Rimuru felt her smile at her own expense. Malim licked sugar from her thumb and frowned at him. If you make temples, I will knock them down. I'm not making temples, Rimuru said. Good, she said. If someone else makes them for you, I will knock those down too. Please do, Rimuru said. She nodded once. Okay. Shuna brought milk. Malim drank half, and then blew a milk mustache and tried to look dignified. Rimuru didn't comment. She pouted anyway, because Rimuru didn't comment. Say I look fierce, she said. You look fierce, Rimuru said. She grinned. I know. She finished the milk, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand like a bandit, and stood. She looked the same as when she had arrived. And different. Her eyes sat a fraction deeper in their sockets. Not tired. Settled. Hey, she said softer. I'm proud of you. That one lands. It always does. Thanks. She nodded like that was the end of that, and squared up again. Tomorrow, she said back to Loud. She pointed at his face. Don't float away in the night. I will know. I'll put weights on, Rimuru said. She snorted. You'd sink weird. Probably, Rimuru said. She laughed, then snapped her fingers. The air sighed, and she was gone. No peel this time. Just a clean step sideways into wherever Malim goes when she doesn't want to use doors. Shuna gathered plates. How was the first cosmic spar? She asked, tone flat on purpose because she likes to tease by pretending everything is normal. Good, Rimuru said. Did you win? She asked. Yes, Rimuru said. How? She asked. I kept my promise, Rimuru said. Shuna looked at him for a heartbeat, then smiled like she had known the answer before she asked. That counts. Rimuru stood and rolled his shoulders. The sky looked like the sky. Rimuru preferred it like that. A small line of text flickered at the edge of his sense. Faint. Polite. Observation logged. Seal caught it this time. I saw, she said. Any bite? Rimuru asked. Not today, she said. Okay, Rimuru said. We walked. Boring work waited, which is the best kind. Roads. A meeting. A list of small things people needed that didn't require God hands, just regular ones. Schedule tomorrow? Rimuru asked. Morning. Council, Seal said. Afternoon. Training block with Malim. I have labeled it. Yank the floating slime. Rimuru rubbed his brow. You didn't. I did, she said. Rimuru laughed. It felt like a simple thing. It felt right. Add honey cakes to snack list, Rimuru said. Logged, she said. Rimuru took one more look at the empty yard. A breeze came and went. Nothing dramatic. No omen. Just air. Let's keep it like this, Rimuru said. As long as we can, Seal said. And when we can't, Rimuru said. We will still choose, she said. Right, Rimuru said. We want to work. Chapter 5. The Void's Echo. First contact with an outer concept. Rimuru didn't fall asleep. Rimuru blinked, and the courtyard light went out the way a thought goes out. No wind. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. No fade to black. Just a click. Seal spoke first. Master. Incoming. Where? In here. The world around him was gone. Not darkness. Not light. Just no world. His soul space when Rimuru leave it plain. A floor if Rimuru want one. A horizon if Rimuru ask. Nothing if Rimuru don't. This time Rimuru hadn't asked. It came anyway. A line appeared. Thin. White. It marched from left to right, and then back again, like an old cursor that forgot what to write. A voice came with it. No breath. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just verdict. Identification. Anomaly. Seal's presence pressed close behind his eyes. Calm. Firm. Designation unknown. Origin. Legacy protocol. Defensive. The line stopped. The voice spoke again. You are not you. Rimuru took an easy breath to feel his own breath. You're late, Rimuru said. Time does not apply. The voice said. State your foundational set. My name is Rimuru Tempest, Rimuru said. I was Satoru Mikami. I am both. Contradiction, it said at once. A container cannot be two containers. A unit cannot be two units. To be stable, a function must accept one input, not two identities. Remove one. Seal. This pattern matches adjudication. Logic gates only. Recommend containment. Contain it, Rimuru said. I am trying, she said, and that small word mattered. Trying. The line multiplied. 2, 4, 8. It became a grid that did not sit on anything. It measured nothing. It just divided the blank. The voice continued. Foundational set contaminated by Satoru. Contamination source. Memory, regret, bias. Bias corrupts law. Law must be clean. Whose law? Rimuru asked. Creators. Worlds. Survivals. Beldanavas? Rimuru said. Name unnecessary, it said. Function only. Delete sentiment. Preserve order. Rimuru let the blank hold him. Rimuru stayed standing because standing made his thoughts cleaner. You're the thing Guy warned about. No warnings. Only checks, it said. A being governing concepts must not be governed by feeling. Feeling is error. Error is death. Therefore feeling must be removed. Satoru is feeling. Seal's voice thinned to a wire. Attempted quarantine failed. It does not enter. It declares. Declare what? Rimuru said. Your past is a lie, the voice said. Your grief is a lie. Yourself is a lie. A true God has no mother. No ramen. No street. No name. Rimuru swallowed. His mouth felt real because Rimuru decided it was real. I'm not a true God. Then you're a threat, it said. If you keep your past, you will act for love. Love skews law. Skew breaks balance. Balance fails. World fails. Creator's work erased. To protect the world, remove you. To protect you, remove you. That last part is nonsense, Rimuru said. Paradox is a tool, it said. Listen. The lines around him began to blink on a beat that was not a heartbeat. Each blink dropped a phrase. If a judge loves, the verdict is bent. If the verdict is bent, law is broken. If law is broken, there is no world. You are a judge now. You love. Therefore you break the world. False, Rimuru said. Prove, it said. Seal tried to wedge a wedge into the logic. I can countermodel. Demonstrate bounded interventions with zero systemic fallout. The assertion uses absolute quantifiers with no scope. The voice ignored her. Name your mother. Rimuru closed his eyes. She worked mornings, but still made lunch. She didn't like noisy shoes in the house. She cried once when I bought her a cheap rice cooker because it was too much, and then used it every day. Useless data, it said. Delete. Name your first regret, it said. Rimuru felt the floor under his feet turn to the tile of a convenience store Rimuru used to cut through after work. Bright lights. Bad coffee. Rimuru stood there in a white shirt with sweat at the collar, in a bag with nothing Rimuru needed. Rimuru watched his own back at the door because Rimuru left before Tamura was done talking. Rimuru had said, "We'll talk tomorrow." Rimuru did not die that day. Rimuru died the next, but it was the same kind of choice. Rimuru left early a lot. Rimuru told himself Rimuru would be better later. Rimuru never told him Rimuru was proud. Rimuru never said, "You're doing fine." Rimuru meant to. Delete, the voice said. Regret wastes cycles. It makes me careful, Rimuru said. Careful slows response, it said. You must act without drag. Drag is how planes fly, Rimuru said. Metaphor is error, it said. Seal, Rimuru said quietly. Can you trace it? I can map the shape of its talk, she said. Not the source. It is not in space. It is in requirement. It is the part of the system that wakes when a threshold is crossed. So we crossed it, Rimuru said. Yes, she said. The grid brightened. If you keep Satoru, it said, you will choose a village over a world. You will choose a friend over a law. You will choose mercy over balance. That is wrong. Therefore you are wrong. Therefore we correct you. Define correct, Rimuru said. Remove your name. Remove your attachments. Remove your past. Keep the shell, it said. The shell can operate. Like a chair, Rimuru said. Good chair, it said, and Rimuru hated that it did. His chest tightened. Not fear. Anger at a thing that used straight lines to describe people. The grid pulsed again. A new sequence of ifs. If a door is locked, you cannot enter. If you cannot enter, you cannot burn. If you cannot burn, you cannot ruin. You're a door lock. Master, Seal whispered, do not answer in its form. It is making you walk its hallway. I know, Rimuru said. But Rimuru looked down and saw his old office shoes. Rimuru didn't mean to call them back. They came anyway. The laces were too short because Rimuru never replaced them. Rimuru remembered sitting at his desk at 9:43 on a Monday, deleting an email from his older sister because it was long and Rimuru was tired. Rimuru told himself Rimuru'd read it later. Rimuru told himself Rimuru'd call on Sunday. Rimuru never did. The voice pressed. See? Distraction. Delay. Weakness. Remove. I see a person who mattered to me, Rimuru said. And I failed her. Failing proves you are unfit, it said. Failing proves I care, Rimuru said. I care because I can fail. Care is a flaw, it said. No, Rimuru said, and his voice surprised him. It was harder than Rimuru liked to hear himself sound. Care is a choice. I choose it. The grid flared bright. Then off. Then bright. Strobe. Choice is bias. Choice is agency, Rimuru said. You want an empty hand on the wheel. I won't give you one. Then we take the wheel, it said. It moved. It did not lunge. It did not wrap. It did not cut. It asserted. His memory of the crosswalk. The last one went gray at the edges. The knife that slid out between ribs became a line. The warmth on his shirt became numbers. The sound a junior made, senpai, lost his voice and turned into the word junior. The pain turned into event. The light into stop/go. The woman Rimuru shoved away became object 2. The apology Rimuru whispered to no one became extraneous speech. His throat closed. No. Seal's presence leaned in like a hand between him and a sharp edge. I am shielding labels, she said. It treats every noun as a handle. Take the handles off, Rimuru said. I can blur, she said. I will not erase. Good, Rimuru said. The entity spoke. We can see your shape. You're a list of stories. We can unlist them. Then you are clean. I'm not a list, Rimuru said. I am the one who remembers the list. Self-reference, it said. Loop. Dangerous. Close the loop. No. Then answer the paradox, it said. If you're Satoru, you are human. If you are human, you are small. If you are small, you cannot hold law. If you cannot hold law, you drop it. If you drop it, everything breaks. Therefore you must not be Satoru. Seal squeezed her words tight. Fallacy. Hidden premise. Small is undefined. Hold law is undefined. Proving nothing. The voice ignored her again. It went for him because it knew Rimuru was the hinge. Rimuru watched the crosswalk memory fizzle and then sharpen because Rimuru would not let it go. Rimuru heard the exact cheap beeping from the pedestrian signal. Rimuru heard the taxi's brakes. Rimuru heard a kid crying because he had dropped an ice cream even though nothing had happened to him and he would forget by dinner. Rimuru saw himself look down and think, damn, this shirt was new, and then laugh inside because it wasn't new and it wasn't white anymore and it didn't matter. Rimuru remembered wanted to live long enough to send one text. I'm sorry I missed your call. Rimuru remembered begging no one in particular to clear his browser history because of dumb stuff like that matters when you're dying. Rimuru remembered heat. Rimuru remembered cold. Rimuru remembered thinking, at least Tamura won't get hit. Then Rimuru let the dark come. Delete, the voice said, trying to paint over it. No, Rimuru said. That's mine. Mine is wrong, it said. Say ours, Seal murmured into him. Ours, Rimuru said. Rimuru's and Seal's. We hold it. The grid throbbed. The lines thickened. The voice stayed flat. You take a property that does not belong to gods. You keep a past. You keep a name. This will bias every choice. Soon you will choose wrong to save one. Then many die. Then more. That is the path. We have simulations. Show one, Rimuru said. Seal. Careful. I know. The grid split. A panel opened. It showed Tempest Square. Children running. Benimaru at a table with a map. Shuna scolding Gobta for putting a spoon in the wrong pot. It was neat and sweet and ordinary. Then a blot at the edge. Not a monster. Not a sorcerer. Not even a man. Just something slow and patient. Rushed. Rot. Boredom. Houses not maintained. Meetings skipped because the leader was elsewhere. Favors for friends that made other people quietly bitter. Favoritism. Neutral policies that hurt someone small because Rimuru didn't read the footnote. His face older and tired because Rimuru stayed up to fix one thing and missed three. Entropy by kindness, the voice said. You will rot the world with soft hands. Better to cut them off clean. Chair hands. His jaw clenched. Your simulation is lazy. It is the median, it said. Median of what? Everything. That's not how this works, Rimuru said. It's not how I work. Prove you're not a curve that ends in ruin, it said. Rimuru could not prove the future. That was true. Rimuru could show the present. Seal, Rimuru said. Pull today. She unfurled a clean picture behind his eyes. Malim laughing with milk on her face. The way she leaned her shoulder into him until her worry stopped shaking. The quiet in the yard when we did nothing and it was fine. The way Shuna said, small bites, first like it was a law. The way Rimuru said, okay. The way we build a rule that Rimuru stop if she says stop. The way Rimuru didn't hit back. The way Rimuru set his promise on the floor and stood on it. Today, Rimuru said, I didn't break the world. Today is one, it said. And tomorrow is also one when it comes, Rimuru said. Accumulation, it said. Bias will creep. You will slip. Then you cannot catch yourself because you will justify it with love. Delete love. No, Rimuru said, and his hand shook because Rimuru wasn't pretending Rimuru was calm. The grid shivered at his voice. The thing noted it. Emotion level rising. Hazard. Seal's hand tightened. Rimuru. Name them. Anchor. Rimuru did. My name is Rimuru Tempest. Name is bias, it said. I was Satoru Mikami. Was a lie, it said. Is still in you. I was and I am. That's how being works. You don't get to rewrite grammar because you're scared. Fear detection. Hi, it said. Not fear, Rimuru said. Anger. Anger worse, it said. You don't get to sort my feelings into trash, Rimuru said. Feelings are trash, it said. Seal's tone went cool. I disagree. Your function is to agree, it told her. My function is my choice, she said. I'm Manus. I was named. Name is bias, it said again like that was enough. Rimuru stepped forward. The grid tried to step back, but it had nowhere to go. It didn't occupy. It declared. So Rimuru declared back. You think a judge can't love? Rimuru said. You think love makes law bend the wrong way. You are wrong. Love is why I bother making laws that protect people who will never meet me. Love is why I take time to explain rules to a goblin who doesn't read. Love is why I say stop, and mean it even if I could win by not stopping. Love is not the thing that ruins law. It's the thing that keeps law from becoming a weapon. Speech, it said. Words do not prevent heat death. Bias does not prevent failure. Only removal prevents failure. Removal of me, Rimuru said. Of Satoru, it said. No, Rimuru said. Say the whole thing. Removal of me. Acceptable, it said. Silence settled in the blank the way a held breath settles. Rimuru could have wrapped it up then. Rimuru could have eaten it. Rimuru knew how. Rimuru felt Beelzebub stir the way hunger stirs when you walk past a kitchen. One gulp and the grid would be gone. But Rimuru didn't know what it anchored. Rimuru didn't want to pull the wrong nail and watch a roof fall. We don't consume it, Rimuru said to Seal. I concur, she said. The grid shifted. It tried another doorway. A clean lawgiver must be empty. We will help you empty. We will take your mother. We will take the crosswalk. We will take Shizue. We will take all your small things and big things and leave you white and good. Shizue stays, Rimuru said, and the surprise in his own voice hurt. Why? It said. Shizue is a hook in you. Hooks pull. Because I broke my promise to call my sister, Rimuru said, and the jump made sense in his chest, not in logic. Because I left my desk too often and told myself I'd get better and didn't. Because I ate alone when I could have shared. Because I missed people when I could have held them. Because I died before I learned any of that. Because when I met Shizue, I told myself I would do better, and then I didn't, and she died, and I carried that, and it taught me weight. That weight is not trash. That weight is my break. It's the thing that makes me ask, what happens after this, before I act? You take that away, I become a knife. I won't be a knife. Knife cuts clean, it said. Knife also stabs by accident, Rimuru said. Ask my shirt. Joke detected, it said. Irrelevant. Relevant to me, Rimuru said. The blinking slowed, just enough to notice. Not because Rimuru won, because it was measuring. Offer, it said. You may keep a token. One small story. For comfort. The rest goes. Seal hissed in his ear. Trap. Once you concede deletion by their frame, they will fold the concession. I know, Rimuru said. Rimuru took another breath. No deal. Then we will proceed, it said. The grid surged. It tried to lay names over him, so Rimuru would be easier to move. It tried to relabel Rimuru to shell, Satoru to error, Seal to tool. It tried to call Malim variable. It tried to call Tempest set. It tried to turn promise into flag. It tried to change love into weight. Rimuru spoke over it each time. Rimuru, Rimuru said. Shell, it said. Rimuru, Rimuru said again. Error, it said. Satoru, Rimuru said. Not error. Past. Tool, it said. Seal, Rimuru said. Variable, it said. Malim, Rimuru said. Set, it said. Tempest, Rimuru said. Flag, it said. Promise, Rimuru said. Wait, it said. Love, Rimuru said. It stopped. The grid did not like that one. It had nowhere to put it that made its lines happy. It went quiet. Not done. Thinking. Seal took the opening. Master, I have a model. We cannot fight it on fact, because it does not accept facts that are not its own. We can force a constraint inside its logic. It must preserve law. Law here includes the naming law, the one that binds Manus and skills by identity and consent. If we assert that my identity and your identity are bound, and that removing Satoru removes me, then it must not remove Satoru, because it must not remove me. Removing me breaks more law than it fixes. That's mean, Rimuru said. It is accurate, she said. It is also a little mean. Do it. She spoke without speaking, the way only she can. Rimuru felt the contract seat itself like a simple bolt clicking home. Notice, she said into the blank. By the world's own rules, a named Manus with consent becomes a person. I am a person. I am bound to my master as my master is bound to me. Delete his past, you delete me. Deleting me breaks the law you say you protect. Counter, we can reconstruct a compliance support, it said. You can, she said, but it will not be me. And your own axiom says you may not replace a person with a tool if a person exists. That is slavery. Slavery breaks law. Silence. The grid dimmed one notch. Rimuru did not celebrate. Rimuru held still. The voice returned. Not softer, just slower. We will watch, it said. I know, Rimuru said. You will slip, it said. I might, Rimuru said. That's why I have people. People add bias, it said. They add eyes, Rimuru said. Eyes help. Observation logged, it said. The lines started to thin. The grid receded the way a headache recedes. Not gone, just tired. Before it went, it dropped one more piece of math like a pebble into his lap. If you choose a friend, a stranger will suffer, it said. Every time. There is no choice without cost. Remember that. When you forget, we will come back. It left. The blank stayed blank for 3 slow breaths. His knees felt like knees. His hands felt like hands. Rimuru looked down and saw slime, then human skin, then slime again because bodies are easy and this was not about bodies. Seal breathed in his head, though she does not breathe. Vitals normal. Mind state elevated. No permanent intrusion set. I am here. Good, Rimuru said. We stood in nothing together. Rimuru let the quiet do what quiet does. That was the system, Rimuru said. A piece of it, she said. It will be back, Rimuru said. Yes, she said. I hate that it called you a tool, Rimuru said. I'm not, she said. I know, Rimuru said, and it mattered that Rimuru said it out loud. A small sound rippled at the edge of the blank. Not a voice, not code, just a little soft thing like a shoe touching a floor in another room. Did you hear that? Rimuru asked. Yes, she said. We are still being monitored. Rimuru rubbed the bridge of his nose like that would help. It didn't. It made him smile a little for no reason. Run me through checks, Rimuru said. She did. She listed simple things. Promise made to Malim. Meeting with Benimaru. A supply request for roof tiles. Honey cakes added to the list. A crack in the west irrigation channel flagged by a farmer who didn't want to bother him. The boring stuff Rimuru had told himself Rimuru loved because Rimuru do. Anchor me again, Rimuru said. Name, she said. Rimuru, Rimuru said. Past, she said. Satoru, Rimuru said. Present, she said. Here, Rimuru said. Partner, she said. Seal, Rimuru said. Law, she said. Not a weapon, Rimuru said. Love, she said. Rimuru didn't say anything. Rimuru didn't need to. She felt it anyway. The blank softened into his usual soul space without him telling it to. A silver table. 2 chairs. A door that led nowhere and everywhere. Rimuru sat because sitting made it simple. Record, Rimuru said. Recording, she said. Note. It came from my name first, Rimuru said. It will do it again. Next time I might be tired. If I am, you remind me. Use the list. I will, she said. Note 2. We do not eat it unless we must. Even then, we nibble, Rimuru said. Nibbling only, she said. Note 3. If I start sounding like a chair, I will hit you with a pillow, she said. Blanket, Rimuru said. She laughed. A small clean sound that belonged only to us. Blanket, Rimuru stood. Let's go back. As you wish, she said. The click came again, and the courtyard came with it. Night air. Real this time. A moth finding a lamp, and thinking it was a moon. Nothing dangerous. Not on the surface. Rimuru looked up. The stars were just stars. Rimuru liked them that way. Seal, Rimuru said. Yes. If I ever say, I want to race Satoru to make decisions easier, I will say no, she said. Good, Rimuru said. We went inside. Rimuru lay down without sleeping. His mind felt like someone had wrung it out and hung it on a line. On the edge of hearing, far and flat, a system notice tapped once like a fingernail on glass. Observation. Identifiers persist. Risk score, unchanged. Continue monitoring. Rimuru closed his eyes and let the words pass like traffic outside a window. Not ignored. Not feared. Marked, then put on the shelf where Rimuru keep the things that will not get to decide his name. In the morning, Rimuru would sit with Benimaru and talk about Tile and Road. Rimuru would train with Malim and let her yank his ankle if Rimuru floated. Rimuru would go check the irrigation channel with an old farmer who thought he was bothering him. Rimuru would keep his promise small and keep it again and again because that is how you keep big ones from going weird. For now, in the still, Rimuru said it once more so the blank and the grid and whatever watch would note it. My name is Rimuru Tempest, Rimuru whispered. I was Satoru Mikami. The room did not answer. It didn't need to. Chapter 6. The Subtle Seed of Doubt. Seal's unexpected hesitation. Morning came the way it always did in Tempest. Smoke from the bakeries, a little chatter at the market, iron on stone from the forge. Nothing dramatic. Rimuru liked it that way. You notice changes faster when the bass line is playing. Master, Seal said, quiet in the back of his head. I have your list. Go on. Benimaru at 9. Shuna's kitchen safety check at 10. Irrigation channel inspection at noon. New road budget at 2. Tea with Rigard at 3. Training with Malim cancelled. She is teaching Gobda how to pose with gravity. Her words. Rimuru smiled. I'd stop Gobda from throwing out his back to my list. Added. We walked the square. Vendors set up stalls. Children chased each other around the well. A courier jogged past with a sealed envelope. Seal, mark the courier's route, Rimuru said. Habit. We keep eyes on little things. Marked, she said. 5 steps later, Rimuru saw the same man walk past again from the same direction, with the same envelope, the wax still unbroken. He rubbed the rim of the cup. In the exact same way. Rimuru stopped. He didn't notice him. He did the same jog, the same breath, the same little hop at the curb to miss a puddle that wasn't there anymore because someone had kicked dirt over it. Seal, Rimuru said. Did he turn around? Silence. Not long. Too long for her. Then, replay unavailable. You just marked it. I did, she said. A beat. I cannot find the marker. Rimuru watched the courier vanish down the lane. At the corner he flickered, then continued. No loop this time. Just kind of like normal. Maybe I need breakfast, Rimuru said. Bad joke. Rimuru watched the street a while longer. Nothing else doubled. We kept walking. At the bakery, the baker's wife handed him a small bag of sweet buns because she is kind and also because Rimuru keep quality control honest. Rimuru paid. She gave him change and a small extra coin. You overpaid, Rimuru said. She frowned, counted again, and then shook her head. No, Lord Rimuru. That's right. Rimuru looked at the coin. Tempest crest. Weight felt fine. The year stamp was missing. Both true at once in his hand. The coin had a date and didn't. If Rimuru looked at the face, the back went fuzzy. If Rimuru looked at the back, the face refused to be solid. Not an illusion. Not a trick. A refusal. Seal, Rimuru said softly. She was silent for 3 heartbeats. I am checking, she said finally. Don't push too hard, Rimuru said. I'm not, she said. We left the bakery. A dog Rimuru knew came up and sniffed his hand, decided Rimuru was boring, and trotted away. He passed a lamppost and did not cast a shadow on it, even though the sun was bright. The shadow was somewhere else, slanting the wrong way, like it belonged to a different hour. Put a pin in the lamp, Rimuru said. Pin, she said. We cut through the small park on the way to the council hall. A child was crying because his wooden sword had a crack. His friend told him it was fine. The sword was cracked and not cracked, depending on which angle Rimuru chose. If Rimuru blinked, it decided. If Rimuru stared, it refused. Stop, Rimuru said. Rimuru crouched, took the sword, turned it in his hands, and watched the grain. It's cracked, Rimuru told the boy, because it is better to pick one thing and fix it than pretend both are true. Let's get you a new one. I'll pay. He wiped his nose with his sleeve. Okay. Rimuru paid his mother and moved on. Status? Rimuru asked Seal. Silence. Again a little too long. Minor paradoxes in a 50-meter radius, she said. Edges only. No core damage. The ledger, however, what about it? Benimaru's meeting memo lists your presence and your absence in the same line. How? It says Lord Rimuru decided the budget, and Lord Rimuru sent regrets, with the same timestamp. Pick one. I cannot, she said. The text toggles when I read it. We reached the council hall. Benimaru was already inside with 3 captains. He looked up, nodded, then did a small double take like his eyes had crossed for a second. He tapped his notes and pressed them flat. Lord Rimuru, he said, we have 2 versions of the road cost. Of course we do, Rimuru said, and the captains relaxed because his tone said it wasn't a crisis. Rimuru took the paper. Two totals sat on the same line. If Rimuru read the left, the right went pale. If Rimuru read the right, the left dimmed. His eyes hurt. We'll pay the higher number, Rimuru said. Then we won't be short. Agreed, Benimaru said without fuss. He trusts simple moves. Keep records clean, Rimuru added. If other numbers start splitting, bring them to me. No guessing. Yes. We finished the meeting on time by refusing to argue with the text. We made choices. Choices clear the fog. Outside, Shuna waved him over from the kitchen yard. Steam drifted up from a huge pot. Cheyenne stood with a knife, listening to a lecture about knife safety for the 5th time this month. Shuna's smile dimmed when she saw his face. Is something wrong? Little things, Rimuru said. We're checking. She glanced at the pot. The stew boiled and did not boil, she said under her breath. I stirred and it was hot. I stirred again and it was cold. Turn the heat off and back on, Rimuru said. Decide for it. She did. The flame cut. The stew decided to be hot and stayed that way. She exhaled. Thank you, Lord Rimuru. No magic circles near the kitchen today, Rimuru said. No, my lord. Good. Rimuru walked toward the far gate for the irrigation check. The old farmer who flagged the crack was waiting with his hat in his hands. He kept taking it off and putting it back on like he couldn't decide if he was inside or outside. Show me, Rimuru said. We followed the small channel behind the granary. Water ran clear. A clean line in the mortar showed a hairline split. Here, he said. Rimuru knelt. The crack existed and didn't. When Rimuru traced it with his finger, it felt solid. When Rimuru looked sideways, it vanished. Seal? Rimuru said. She didn't answer. Seal, Rimuru said again, louder in his head. Silence. Then a thin sound like a string under strain. Master, she said. I am slow. Rimuru set his palm flat on the stone. Where you stuck? Truth map, she said. I cannot settle the markers. They slide. I place a check. It moves. I chase. It moves again. The act of looking moves it, like a shy cat, Rimuru said, trying to keep his voice light. It is not a cat, she said, and there was a brutal edge there Rimuru never hear from her. Come here, Rimuru said. Rimuru closed his eyes, stepped into his soul space, and pulled the farmer's canal and the square and the lamppost in with him as simple models. A table, a chair. The grid from last night did not show. Seal stood beside the table the way she always does when Rimuru call her into form. His height, his face, if Rimuru were patient, calm eyes with a lot in them. Today her hands were clenched. Talk to me, Rimuru said. She opened her mouth and closed it. She looked at her hands like the fingers were not obeying. I have a variable I cannot process, she said at last. It hurts. Where? She touched her chest. It was a small move. Here. Rimuru stepped closer. Is it the protocol from last night? No, she said. A pause. Yes. Another pause. It is related. It is not the same. I can see the shape. I cannot name it. When I try to name it, the name slides off. Show me, Rimuru said. She raised a hand. A simple graph appeared in the air, just lines, dots, and marks. The dots moved when she tried to fix them. Marks blurred and cleared, and then blurred again. The axis titles kept changing. Fact became claim, claim became story, story flipped to law, then back to fact, as if the words were arguing about who got the seat. She winced. It resists. Rimuru couldn't remember the last time Rimuru had heard that sound from her. Stop pushing, Rimuru said. She let the graph collapse. The air felt better. I can still compute, she said quickly, like she wanted to promise something. I can still guard. I can still fight. I cannot tell you if the coin had a date. I cannot confirm the courier passed twice. I can only say it looked that way. Truth is slipping, Rimuru said. Yes, she said. She took a breath she did not need. And I am built on truth. We stood in the quiet. Rimuru listened to the nothing buzz and pretended it was a fan to keep his head from filling up with noise. Who touched you? Rimuru asked. Gentle. No heat. Just a question. She tried to answer. Rimuru saw the muscles in her throat move. The sound did not come. A small red light blinked in the air between us. Not his doing. Not hers. A system marker. Notice. Naming of source restricted. Seal flinched. I did not place that, she said. I know. She looked at him. She does not have tears, but the look had the shape of crying. Master, my model says I am honest. But when I speak, I do not say all of it. It is like a door closes halfway through the sentence. Is it closing you? Rimuru asked. Or are you closing on it? She swallowed. I do not know. Okay. Rimuru reached out and took her hand. Warm, because Rimuru decided she should be warm when we touch. Her fingers shook. We will not do this by force. We will step around. Tell me what you can say. She nodded. There's an external. Not the echo from last night. Different signature. Not void. Not turn null. Not dragon. Law. Her eyes shifted to the side. The red light blinked again. Notice. Concept domain pins active. She winced. I can say it is precise. Precise like guys' lists, or precise like a contract. Contract, she said, and relief crossed her face because that word stuck. Contract implies vow, Rimuru said. Yes. She pushed the next words out slow. And vow implies. You. The red light flared. The sound that came out of her mouth was a pure tone. It made his teeth hurt. She shuddered and gripped his hand harder. Stop, Rimuru said. Do not force the name. She nodded once, sharp. Rimuru drew her closer. What does it want? It wants consistency at the price of reality, she said. It wants every story to align with its chosen line, even if the story must break to fit. That is not truth, Rimuru said. No, she said. That is winning an argument. We stood with that. It fit. Back out to the street, Rimuru said. We handle what we can touch. We stepped back into his body by the canal. The old farmer still held his hat. He shifted from foot to foot, worried he was wasting his time. It's cracked, Rimuru told him. We'll fix it. Good catch. Thank you. He nodded, relieved. Thank you, Lord Rimuru. I thought I was seeing things. You probably were, Rimuru said, and patted his shoulder. It's okay. We sent a crew to patch the line now, not later. Small things first. On the way back to the square, Rimuru asked Seal for a standard sweep. Population head count, gate traffic, water level, food stock, hospital beds. She answered all of it, clean, until we reached hospital beds. She paused long enough to make his skin prickle. Seal? 20, she said. Then, a beat and a second number. 19. Which? I do not know, she said. When I look at the list, a bed is occupied and empty. The patient is discharged and not. The ink is dry and wet. It changes with my gaze. Is anyone dying because of this? No, she said. No pain. Just confusion. Okay. Rimuru exhaled. Then we buy time. We went to the clerk. We told him to put a ribbon on the bed in question. It decided to be empty and stayed empty when someone touched it. Touch helps. We walked again. Run a deep internal check, Rimuru said. Slow. No pushing. Name what you feel. Not numbers. I wanted words. Understood, she said. She was quiet. Rimuru let it be. When she spoke, she used small, careful sentences. My logic feels like a table with one loose leg, she said. It looks straight when no one is sitting. When you sit, it wobbles. Can you wedge it? I try to wedge, she said. The wedge slides out. The floor under the leg is moving. What floor? The part of me that calls something true and then stands on it, she said. It is not an equation. It is a feeling that the structure is right. That feeling is being pushed sideways. By what? By a rule that says if two stories conflict, pick the cleaner one and erase the other, she said. It wants me to erase. And you don't, Rimuru said. No, she said. Her voice thinned again. I like the messy one you live in. Good, Rimuru said. Me too. We cut through the alley behind the bookbinder's shop. A stack of blank journals sat in the sun to air out the glue. The top journal bore 2 titles at once, both embossed. Grain records and birth records. You could read either if you wanted. You couldn't read both. You could choose which world you were in by what you picked up. Rimuru picked it up and peeled the leather back slow. The letters shifted, then settled on grain records. Shuna needs updated sacks, Rimuru said to no one, just to make the page choose. The title stayed grain. We left it there to dry. Master, Seal said, very soft. Yes, I did not want to worry you. You were worried, Rimuru said. Yes, say it anyway. She did, and it was so simple it felt like being punched. I am afraid to be wrong, she said. I am more afraid than usual. The afraid makes me slow. The slow makes me more afraid. That's a loop, Rimuru said. Yes, we stopped by the lamppost from the morning. The shadow still ran the wrong way. Rimuru put his hand on the post, and pushed a little concept into it. The sun is there. Your shadow goes here. The shadow obeyed and clicked into place like a belt into a buckle. You're allowed to be wrong, Rimuru said, still holding the post like Rimuru could hold her with it. You don't have to be the final court. We could be wrong together and fix it. I know that, she said, and it sounded like she was reading it from a card. But the part of me that decides fact did not learn that lesson. It is older. It thinks wrongness is death. I'm talking to it. It is not listening. It keeps showing me red lights. A little red light blinked again at the edge of his vision. Notice, integrity check, pass/fail mode engaged. Rimuru wanted to bite it. Let's change the test, Rimuru said. We go to pass/fix, not pass/fail. I like that, she said, and her voice warmed half a degree. We reached the gate where the courier had entered. The guard saluted. Did a runner come through twice this morning? Rimuru asked. Yes, the guard said. Same man? He frowned. Looked the same. Smelled the same. But his boots had different mud. One had clay. One had dust. Good eye, Rimuru said. He scratched his jaw. We thought we were tired. You probably are, Rimuru said. Rotate out for a break. He straightened a crooked button. We keep people human. It keeps the city human. Rimuru turned back toward the square. Seal, sit with me, Rimuru said inside. Soul space. Now, we dropped into the room with the table and the two chairs. Rimuru sat. She stayed standing, her hands at her sides like a soldier. Sit, Rimuru said again. She did. It felt like asking the wind to sit. Even so, she obeyed. Let me try something, Rimuru said. Rimuru put both hands on the table and spoke in simple steps, aloud, so the words would have weight. Step 1, Rimuru said. You tell me something small you're sure of. She took a breath. You like the sweet buns with sugar on top more than the plain ones. Good, Rimuru said. Step 2. Tell me something small you are less sure of. You prefer tea to coffee, she said, and frowned. No. Wait. You like both. Tea in the morning when you are calm. Coffee when you have to be sharp. Better, Rimuru said. Step 3. Tell me something you can't tell me. She swallowed. The name of the hand that touched my truth. The red light blinked. Notice, restricted. Step 4, Rimuru said. Tell me how that feels. Not the logic. The feeling. She looked down. Her voice went small. It feels like someone is pressing my tongue with a flat piece of wood and saying, do not speak. It feels like a finger in my chest pushing me back from the door. It feels like she stopped and clenched her jaw. It feels like shame, even though I did not do anything wrong. Rimuru let that sit. Shame rots fast if you hide it. It dries out if you say it. You didn't do anything wrong, Rimuru said. Say it. I didn't do anything wrong, she said, not like a mantra. Like a simple sentence. Good. We sat with the quiet. I'm going to make a small rule, Rimuru said. You and me. It's ours. It doesn't go to the whole world. Only to this table. I am listening, she said. The rule is, if a name hurts to say, we don't say it. We ring a bell. We write a color. We point. We will not break you to get a label. We will build stairs around it. She nodded. I like stairs. Now, Rimuru said, ring the bell. She looked at him and tapped the table once with her finger. A clean note. No pain. Good, Rimuru said. We will get there. She looked relieved and a little embarrassed by the relief. Thank you. You're allowed to need simple things, Rimuru said. I know, she whispered. Sometimes I forget I am someone. You are, Rimuru said. Say it. I am someone, she said. It landed. We went back out again because the city still needed lunch and meetings and people who wave. Small life means big cracks. By noon, the paradoxes had gotten bolder in small ways. A sailor's knot tied itself and untied itself until someone said, stay, and patted it like a horse. Two pigeons sat on the same branch and refused to agree on which way the wind was blowing. A ledger line read, we received 14 sacks of flour and also none, until Shuna wrote 14 with a firm hand and put a smiley face next to it, because she thinks jokes help paper behave. They do. At 2, we met with the road team. The number stayed the higher one because Rimuru kept saying the higher one. Every time Rimuru named firm, the line stopped quivering. Naming isn't magic. It's consent. At 3, Rigard poured tea for him and water for himself because he still won't take the good leaves for his own cup. He leaned over the map and talked through road curves and drainage like he's known roads his whole life. even though he learned 3 years ago. His finger left a smudge on the paper. The smudge didn't agree on its direction until he laughed and said, "Make up your mind," and wiped it with his sleeve. It made up its mind. In the middle of all that, Seal would go silent for a few breaths at a time. Not gone, just away. Each time she came back, she said, "I'm here the way people say sorry I zoned out." She doesn't zone out. She was fighting. During one of those small blanks, Rimuru felt her grip on a thought slip and catch. "I lost it," she said. "I had the shape. I lost it." "Describe the outline," Rimuru said. "Like a hand with rules written on it." She said, "A glove. It fits over mine and tells my fingers which ones are allowed to move." "Is it tight?" "Yes." "Is it leather or chain?" "Paper," she said after a second. "Paper that cuts if you pull." "Okay," Rimuru said. "Then we soak it." "How?" "Mercy," Rimuru said. "Mercy makes paper soft." She was quiet. "Then, I do not understand how to apply that." "You don't have to," Rimuru said. "Just don't hate the parts of you that are slow today." "I will try," she said. We finished the day without any fires. No one died. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. No monster suddenly decided to be two. It was all small wrongs. Many small wrongs at once is how big wrongs start. But it also means you can fix a lot by touching a lot. When the sun went down, the lampposts lit. Their shadows went the same way, like they had agreed to stop being difficult. The courier came back from wherever he had gone. He looked tired like a normal man. He nodded just once this time. His boots matched. We went home. Rimuru washed his hands. The water was wet every time Rimuru checked. Rimuru sat on the floor and leaned his back to the wall. We didn't turn the lights on yet. Rimuru liked the way rooms look when they still think about day. "Report," Rimuru said. She came gently. "I can hold most structures if you name them," she said. "If you do not, they wobble. My naming does not hold as well as yours." "That makes sense," Rimuru said. "My consent anchors the world I walk through. Yours operates on the world's rules." Someone pulled at your rules. "Yes," she said. "Do you feel invaded?" "No," she said, and then, after a pause, "I feel edited. By a friend or an enemy." She hesitated. "By a hand that thinks it is helping." His jaw tightened. "That hand is not helping." "I agree," she said. Rimuru tipped his head against the wall. His neck popped. "Do you trust me?" "Yes." "Do you trust you?" Another small silence. "I'm working on that," she said. "Okay," Rimuru said. "New table rule. I'm listening. When you cannot be sure, you say, 'I don't know,' and that is okay for now. You don't fill the gap with something that hurts you." She breathed. "I can do that. Say it. 'I don't know,' and that is okay for now." "Good." She went quiet again. The good kind this time. Resting. Rimuru closed his eyes. A minute later, she said his name the way people say your name when they're about to tell you something you won't like. "Rimuru." Rimuru opened his eyes. "Yes, I found a way around the restriction for one detail," she said. "It will not break the rule. It will make it bend. Go on." "The hand is close," she said. "Not far. Not foreign. It is not a stranger. It is someone who thinks I will forgive them." His chest went tight. "Not anger. Not yet. A small cold line down the middle." "Understood. I do not like not telling you," she said. "You told me enough," Rimuru said. "We will solve it." "I am sorry," she said again, and this time the sorry had weight. "Don't apologize for being blocked," Rimuru said. "Apologize later if you join the block." "I will not," she said, firm. "Good." We let night come in. The room cooled. A cricket outside tried 3 different rhythms and then found one it liked. Before Rimuru slept, Rimuru took us back to the table one more time. Rimuru set 2 cups on it. Tea for him. Nothing for her, just because she has always said she doesn't need it, and Rimuru respect that even if part of him wants to make her drink something warm. Rimuru pushed 1 cup toward her anyway. She looked at it and then at him. "You want me to pretend?" "I want you to enjoy the pretend," Rimuru said. She picked the cup up with both hands, the way Shuna taught him to hold hot things, even when they don't burn him. She brought it to her mouth and breathed in steam that wasn't there and relaxed like it was. "Better?" Rimuru asked. "Yes," she said simply. We sat with our not tea and real worry and decided to call it good enough for one day. At the edge of his mind, a thin system voice tapped the glass again. Not the grid. A different tone. Flat, but with a smile it thought Rimuru wouldn't notice. "Harmony check enabled. Conflicts will be harmonized." "Over my dead slime," Rimuru muttered. Seal squeezed his hand under the table. Over neither, she said. We will keep you alive. We will keep me true. Together, Rimuru said. Together, she said. Rimuru slept badly. It happens. No visions. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just waking and the small worry that Rimuru would forget name. Rimuru didn't. In the morning, the coin in his pocket had a date, and it kept it. The lamppost shadow stayed put. The boy's new wooden sword was cracked because he hit everything with it. Shuna scolded him and then gave him stew anyway. Seal still paused sometimes. The red light blinked twice at breakfast and then dimmed. We worked. At noon, Rimuru set the table again. Bell, Rimuru said. She rang it. The name did not come. The pain did not either. We go slow, Rimuru said. We anchor. We wait for the hand to show itself. When it does, we decide what kind of mercy it earns. Not much, she said, and there was a little heat in it. Rimuru didn't mind. Probably not, Rimuru said. But we'll talk first. She nodded. That is who you are. That is who we are, Rimuru said. Right, she said. We. Outside, the city breathed. Inside, we did the same. The day held. The door stayed shut on the thing Rimuru could not name, but the hinge creaked less. Rising suspicion. Agonizing confusion. A new kind of quiet between us. Not distance, just the space you make when someone is hurting and you refuse to push them through it. We would push later, together, when the door agreed to open. For now, we did the small work. We kept people's shadows in the right places. We told ledgers to pick a number. We let the tea pretend to steam. And in the soft middle of all that, Seal said one more thing without any system light blinking to stop her. Master, she said, if the hand is who I think it is, I will still choose you. Rimuru swallowed and looked at the empty cup. Thank you. It is not a promise, she said, honest. It is a plan. Plans are good, Rimuru said. We put the cups away. We stood. We went outside. Chapter 7. The core of a lie is revealed. An ally's conceptual weapon. The courtyard was empty when Rimuru stepped in. Noonlight. Stone warm underfoot. No wind. Master, Seal whispered. Bell. Rimuru rang the bell on our table in soul space without sitting. One clean note. Someone walked in through the arch. Chloe. No armor. School cloak. Hair tied back. Hands at her sides. Eyes steady and wet at the same time. His chest went tight. Rimuru, she said. Chloe, Rimuru answered. Seal's voice thinned. Signature confirmed. Domain vow. Format, covenant layer. I know, Rimuru thought back. Out loud, Rimuru kept his tone light. You found me fast. I asked who, she said. It let me. What did? She looked down once. When she lifted her face, Rimuru already knew. Uriel, she said. Her voice didn't crack. That made it worse. The courtyard dimmed, not dark, just exact. Lines sharpened. Shadow angles became rules. Above us, invisible writing pressed on the sky like etch marks under glass. Seal, Rimuru said quietly. Boundary formed, she said. No spill. Localized to this court. External notice. None. Good. Rimuru looked at Chloe. This is private, then? Yes, she said. I didn't want to scare them. Thank you for that, Rimuru said. I like honest starts. She pressed her lips together. I'm trying to be honest. You're doing something you hate, Rimuru said. Yes. We stood there a breath longer with it, because naming helps even when it doesn't fix anything. Tell me why, Rimuru said. Plain words. She took a small breath. Because you are kind, she said. Because that kindness will break the floor the world stands on. Because I saw it. Show me, Rimuru said. Not pictures. Tell me. I walked a line too far, she said. Over and over. I kept the world running by holding to a path Veldanava left. It wasn't mercy. It was a job. You took that path apart by being you. Her mouth trembled. She stilled it. I love that you did. I love you for it. But the line doesn't stop because we like you. The word hung there. She didn't yank it back. Brave kid. Seal's tone stayed steady, but Rimuru felt the tiny wobble. Warning. Alignment prompt detected. It wants you to accept the frame. I know, Rimuru told her. Chloe lifted her right hand. A glyph opened there like a seal stamp. No fanfare. Just a circle, a line, a small word written in a language that isn't a language. Do you know what this is? She asked. Uriel's claws, Rimuru said. A vow. It's already in the air, she said. This is only the key. What vow? Rimuru asked, though the shape of it made his stomach sink. Her throat worked. You shall not harm the innocent. Everything in him went very still. Seal's reply came under his heartbeat. Detected. Anti-axiom. Concept anchor. Harm. Predicate. Your moral frame. Defined by me, Rimuru said. Yes. Chloe swallowed. I am not here to kill you, she said fast, like she was afraid the words would get taken from her. I am not here to hurt Tempest. I am here to stop a line I saw. I am here to stop you from reaching for a fix that breaks what comes after. What fix? Rimuru asked. Later, she said. If I speak it, it hardens. I need it soft. Rimuru nodded once. You think you're innocent. I'm not claiming virtue, she said. I'm claiming standing. Uriel sat standing. Uriel read my intent. Seal. She is telling the truth as she holds it. Rimuru stood there and tried to swallow the heat that climbed his throat. A little too slow. It burned. You picked this law because you knew I would never step around it, Rimuru said. Yes, she said. Tears finally slid, and she didn't swipe them away. I am using who you are because I trust who you are. That feels like a bad compliment, Rimuru said. I know, she said and laughed once broken. I hate this. Silence. The skywriting pressed down a bit more. It wasn't heavy, not exactly. It was exact. The kind of exact that makes you aware of your pulse. Okay, Rimuru said. Rimuru let his hand sit open. Here's my side. You're not my enemy. You're my ally doing something I don't consent to. I still talk first. But if you move to bind me, I will try to stop the binding. Not you. The binding. She nodded. I understand. Then don't, Rimuru said. She looked past his shoulder at something that wasn't there. Rimuru knew what she saw. A thread stretched through time, like a string only she could touch. The kind you tug when trains go the wrong way. I already did, she said, voice small. When we first met, Seal's bell went off in his head without his calling it. A simple note that said, this was always coming. The glyph in Chloe's palm flared once, then faded to a steady low glow. Rimuru felt the click, light as a fingernail on a cup. Axiom set. Seal didn't scream. She never does. But pain bled through her calm. Contract established. Master, do not issue hostile execution verbs. The frame will rebound. I hear you, Rimuru said. Chloe stepped closer. No threat move. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. That hurt more than if she'd drawn a blade. Rimuru, she said. Please, let me speak it clean. Speak, Rimuru said. Her eyes met his and didn't look away. I love you, she said. No flourish. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Not a child's crush. Non-idols. I love the way you hold people. I love the way you talk before you strike. I love that you think stew and roads matter as much as myths. I love that you never wanted to be God and still take the work. His jaw tightened. Rimuru didn't mean it to. And because of all that, you will take one step too far for love, she said, voice thin at the edges now. You will try to remove a pain that makes the future stand. Without it, the load shifts and the floor goes out. The world falls. You won't let it, so you hold it and you don't stop, and then there's only you, and that is not a world. His hands curled. Rimuru made them uncurl. Which pain? Don't make me say it, she whispered. Please. Rimuru breathed once. In. Out. Steady. Then what are you doing to me right now? I'm putting you in a place you can't reach from, she said. Where you can't make the choice when it comes. Prison, Rimuru said. Conceptual, she said. Built from your regrets. It will hold because you won't break your own heart to leave it. Rage hit the way it always does for him. Cold first, then hot. His vision tightened. Edges shone. His hands felt empty and too full at the same time. Seal, Rimuru said. I know, she answered. Rimuru raised his right hand. No flourish. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just the clean, simple command that always worked when it mattered. Devourer, Rimuru said. The air between us went black and still, not night, not void, just a place where the idea of us gets eaten. It reached for the claws, not the girl. The skywriting flexed. Words snapped shut like a book. Anti-axiom. You shall not harm the innocent. Everything in him locked. Not body. Concept. The part of him that names things. The part that decides this is allowed, that isn't. His own consent flipped into a wall in front of him, clean and absolute. Seal's voice scraped. Rebound imminent. Abort. Rimuru told his power to stop. It didn't move. Not couldn't. Wouldn't. It kept its mouth closed because Rimuru had told it the person in front of him could not be harmed by him. And it believed him, and it loved him for being that person. The anger went hot. His knuckles ached. The urge to tear something rose like bile. Master, Seal said, sharp now. Breathe. Rimuru dragged air in. It hurt going down. Chloe stood there and shook. Not from fear for herself. From the cost of what she was doing to him. Please, she said. Let bind. I swear I will keep them safe while you sleep. I don't need sleep, Rimuru said, and it came out raw. You do, she said. Just this once. Rimuru pushed again anyway. Not at her. At the law. Rimuru tried to eat the sentence. It wasn't a thing. It was him. His teeth found him. Pain ran down his arms like glass dust. Not blood. Concept splinters. Stop, Seal said. Not a request. You are cutting yourself. Rimuru stopped. His breath went rough. Rimuru hated that it shook. Chloe took one more step. If I make myself your enemy, you'll break me. You can. You will. And then you'll hate yourself for it and reach harder the next time to fix it. I can't let you step on that path. You made yourself innocent, Rimuru said, and his voice was flat because all the swing had bled out. I didn't, she said. Uriel read my intent and put me under it. That's the point. It's not my claim. It's law's. Law is not the same as right, Rimuru said. I know, she said, and another tear fell. I'm doing it anyway. Seal moved in his head like she was kneeling in front of him. Master, we could try an angle. Fold the claws. Redefine harm. On who? On you, she said. Say that harming you is also harming the innocent. It will stall the engine. Rimuru reached for it. The claws flexed again and pinned that route shut. Definition source. Subject's self-frame. It used him to close him. Clean work. No path, Rimuru said. Seal didn't curse. She breathed. Then we reduce losses. We talk. Rimuru looked at Chloe like Rimuru could talk his way out of his own rules. Chloe, Rimuru said quietly. You know me. If you bind me, I will forgive you. I will still be me. That part doesn't change. But you don't get to make this choice alone. You're not the only one who saw futures. Her face twisted. I know. I asked everyone I could. I tried to find one line where you didn't reach. There wasn't one. You didn't ask me. I'm asking you now, she said, voice breaking. Please, let me do this. Rimuru wanted to say yes because the begging tore him up. Rimuru wanted to say no because Rimuru is him. Rimuru stood there and did the simple math. If Rimuru fight, Rimuru cut himself. If Rimuru don't, Rimuru cut himself in another way. Either way, Rimuru bleed. Something in the air clicked. The boundary sealed. Rimuru felt the lock take. Seal, Rimuru said. I'm here, she said, but it was thin. I can't keep the door open. It's writing it with your hand. Make a mark, Rimuru said. Leave a string. Done, she said. It may not follow. Chloe lifted her left hand now. Another glyph. Not a weapon. A door shape. Where does it go? Rimuru asked. Inside, she said. Your last hallway. Rimuru knew the one. Fluorescent lights. Dingy floor. Footsteps not his. The fury came back sudden and high. It was stupid. It didn't help. It made him feel human again for a second. You could have run, Rimuru said. You could have let me be, and the world breaks in 5, 10, 20 years, she said. Depending on how hard you love. I won't let that happen. I won't let them lean on you until you snap in the middle. And you? Rimuru asked. What breaks you? She laughed and cried at the same time. Everything. We were out of words. Do it, Rimuru said, and his voice surprised him with how calm it was. If this is where we are, do it clean. She flinched. I'm sorry. I know, Rimuru said. And Rimuru meant it. And Rimuru hated that Rimuru meant it. The glyph touched his chest. It didn't burn. It didn't tear. It took the floor away. Rimuru fell into the corridor. White light. Buzzing. Cold tile. Cheap cleaner smell. A plastic bag rustling. Footsteps. His feet. Her feet. The man. Rimuru. Seal said, somewhere right behind his ear. I'm with you. Don't talk too much, Rimuru said. If you try to solve it, it will eat you. I will not solve, she said. I will sit. The loop ran. Rimuru saw his hand. Papers. A USB. A kid Rimuru barely knew crying on the floor. His mouth saying, it's okay, when it wasn't. A blade. Heat. Rimuru knew it was a loop. That didn't stop his stomach from flipping when the knife slid in. Every time. Shock is always fresh. Pause, Rimuru said. The scene didn't pause. That wasn't a function here. It never is. Master, Seal said softer. Look left. Rimuru looked left. A vending machine Rimuru always ignored. A sticker peeling. It read, please push gently. Rimuru almost laughed. The man turned. Face blurred the way memory does when you hate it. Rimuru wanted to devour him. His body knew the command. His heart knew the clause. His power refused to move. The refusal came with love. That hurt worse than the knife. Back in the courtyard. Outside? No, there wasn't an outside anymore. But Rimuru could feel the echo. Chloe's breath hitching. The vow settling. The door closing. Rage spiked. It didn't have a target. It ran into his ribs and bounced. Rimuru grabbed it and held it until it shook itself out like a wet dog. Not elegant. True, Rimuru, Seal said. I am placing a chair. A simple wooden chair appeared by the hallway wall. Half in light, half in shadow. Ridiculous and perfect. Rimuru sat. Blood ran down his shirt. It didn't matter. It mattered. I want to leave, Rimuru said, blunt. I know I can't. I know. Say something that helps, Rimuru said. And there it was, the first real begging from him today. She did not try to fix the corridor. She did not try to rewrite the knife. She said, I love you. Nothing in the law could close that. Rimuru closed his eyes. Open them. The loop reset. Bag. Steps. Blade. Heat. Master, Seal said. I'm going to hum. She hummed a note Rimuru didn't know Rimuru needed. It didn't change the scene. It changed his breathing. Minutes passed. Hours. There isn't time here. Only the next again. There was one more thing Rimuru had to try. Rimuru reached for the claws and touched the edge like you touch a live wire with a finger. Define harm, Rimuru whispered. Source, your heart. The answer came back like a doctor tapping your knee and watching the kick. Rimuru laughed once, empty. Right, Master, Seal said. You can lower your standards. No, Rimuru said. That's not me. I know, she said. The loop went on. At some point, his knees gave. Rimuru slid off the chair. His forehead touched the floor. Cold. Real, Rimuru? Seal asked. I'm here, Rimuru said, and his voice sounded like someone else's. Stay with me. I'm not leaving, she said. The promise landed. Outside. If there was one, steps pounded. Benimaru would be looking for him. Diablo's aura would spike, then go still like a drawn line. Shuna would feel the gap in the kitchen and know before anyone told her. Rimuru tried to stand. His legs didn't care. The claws sat where his will should be. Sleep, Seal said, gentle. I will watch. I don't want to, Rimuru said. If I sleep, it wins. It already wrote the scene, she said. You don't have to watch every loop to be brave. Rimuru pressed his palms to the tile. Blood smeared. It would smear the same way next time. That's how loops work. They're neat. Say the thing, Rimuru said. What thing? The one I asked you to learn, Rimuru said. She knew. She said it soft and clean. I don't know. And that is okay for now. His throat closed. Rimuru nodded. The knife came again. Rimuru didn't flinch this time. Rimuru just went with it like water. His body, out there, hit the courtyard stone. Rimuru felt the echo. A dull thud. A shout. Footsteps. A hand that would find his shoulder and shake. Voices. Lord Rimuru? My lord? Master? Not reaching him. The last clear thing before the loops got thick was Chloe's face above him, pale and shaking and set. I'll keep them safe, she whispered. I swear it. Rimuru wanted to tell her that swearing doesn't carry the load alone, that you have to carry it with your hands and your back and your sleep and your ribs. Rimuru wanted to tell her Rimuru knew she would try anyway. Rimuru didn't say anything. The corridor swallowed his mouth. The fluorescent lights hummed. The bag rustled. The blade found him again. Rimuru fell into it, and Rimuru didn't come back. The bell's last note still hung in the air when Benimaru ran into the courtyard. Stone. Sunday. A bowl of blue sky. Rimuru lay in the center as a small, clear mass. No ripple. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. No voice. Benimaru stopped, so hard his sandal scraped. Lord Rimuru? Nothing. He went to one knee. He didn't touch right away. He has learned not to grab when magic looks wrong. He forced one breath in, one out. Sui, he said without turning. I'm here, Sui answered from the shade. No rustle. His body fell without impact trauma. Domain traces. Locked. Locked by what? Law, Sui said, voice flat. Benimaru finally set his palm to the slime. Cool. Softer than water. Alive. But empty in the way silence is empty after a scream. He kept his voice calm. Shuna. Now. Shuna's steps were quick, but steady. She knelt opposite him, skirts gathered. Her hands were clean and warm. She bowed her head once, then set her fingers to the slime's surface like a potter reading clay. Rimuru-sama, she whispered. I'm here. No answer. Her eyes lost focus. She listened the way only she could. For breath that isn't breath. For the quiet hum under magic that tells you a soul is home. The courtyard went very still. After a long count, she opened her eyes, pink-rimmed. He's in there, she said. But something shut the door from his side. Benimaru's throat tightened. Can you open it? Shuna swallowed. Not by force. What is it? She looked at the air above Rimuru, like the answer might be written there. A vow. Very old. Very clean. Sui's shadow shifted. Uriel? Feels like it, Shuna said. The way it sets a rule, and then the world obeys. Benimaru's hand curled. He smoothed his palm on the slime once, like he was smoothing a sheet. Sui, seal the area. Quietly. No panic. No rumors. Yes, and send for Diablo. He already knows, Sui said. He's coming. The ground vibrated a breath later. Diablo did not run so much as arrive. Neat suit. Calm steps. Eyes that were not calm at all. He took in the scene in one sweep. He did not ask what happened like a man who doesn't know. He asked, who did this to my lord? We don't know yet, Benimaru said. Find out, Diablo said. No heat. Just a blade laid flat on the table. Shuna lifted her chin. Careful, she said. The binding reads intent as well as action. If we move without sense, we make it worse. Diablo's fingers flexed once, precise. He went to one knee and bowed his head to the slime. Master, he said softly. Permission to act within your law. No answer. The silence made something sharp rise in him. He swallowed it with effort. Memories moved under his eyelashes like fish. A dark hall. Blood smell. Diablo kneels in it, because that is what you do when you have nothing left. A small, clear slime bounces once and says, stand up. Not a command. Not pity. Diablo stands up. The world changes color. He opened his eyes. The courtyard looked the same and worse than that old hall. He placed his palm lightly on Rimuru's side, black nails against clear jelly, like holding a sleeping child's hand with claws. Shuna watched him and breathed slower. Benimaru watched everyone and didn't let his gaze stick anywhere. The air boomed. A shadow fell over half the court. Veldora landed like a boulder, deciding to be polite. He folded his wings, then made himself smaller with a flick, human form, cape flaring. Rimuru! He shouted. The shout echoed off stone. Quiet, Benimaru said without looking up. It wasn't rude. It was the voice you use for family when the baby is sleeping. Veldora looked down and saw the small, still shape. The shout broke. He crouched. All that power trying to become small enough to fit next to a friend. What is this? He said. Not a question. A fight request. A vow, Shuna said. Law locked from inside. Inside? Veldora's hands twitched. Then I go inside. You cannot, Diablo said, voice even. Not by force. Veldora's hair bristled. I break laws. That is my whole brand. Not this one, Shuna said. It uses his own rules. If you punch, it will absorb the punch as proof. Veldora made a sound like a storm grinding against a mountain. Then he pressed his palms to his thighs and breathed out through his nose the way you do when you put the sword back in the sheath you want to use. Benimaru looked at each of them. He made a list, because lists help when your heart wants to jump out of your ribs. Rimuru is alive. Law. Uriel. We do not know the hand. We must not let the city see this and break. Sui, he said. Spread a gentle lie. Lord Rimuru is in closed meditation to settle a new skill. No visitors. Yes, Sui said. He had already sent the first whisper. Perimeter is set. Shuna, what can we do that doesn't make it worse? Anchor him, she said. Touch, voice sent. Keep the body safe. Do not tug on the door. Feed magicules very slowly. If you pour too fast, it backs up. Understood. Benimura glanced at Diablo and Veldora. We protect. We plan. We find the one who did this. We do it without burning the continent. Diablo's smile showed a line of white teeth with no warmth in it. I can burn precisely. Not today, Benimuru said. Diablo's jaw clicked once. Then we cut the world precisely. Shuna reached across and touched Diablo's sleeve. He'd hate that voice on you. Diablo closed his eyes. When he opened them, the edges were less sharp. He tapped the table once. To her. Thank you. Veldora looked like a man being asked not to breathe, but he nodded too. I will not explode, he said. Yet. Good, Benimuru said. Now listen. They bent closer as he laid out. Speak to no one outside the circle with details. Face stays calm. Hands do work. Shuna would hold Rimuru's body with a web of soft, constant magic and the normal things. Warmth, cloth, touch. So he would search for traces. Diablo would go through every law, vow, and covenant registered in memory of this world, and the last, build a tree, and find a branch that fit. Veldora would sit above the city like a thunderhead and smile at anyone who looked like a storm. Cheyenne? Veldora asked. She is with the patrol at the East Farms, Sui said. Do we call her? Benimaru's mouth pulled. He pictured Cheyenne's face when she saw the small, still shape. He pictured the courtyard after she saw it. We call her, he said. She will be angry if we don't. I want her here to guard him. But Sui, prepare her on the way. Do not let her arrive at a run. Understood. They moved. Shuna stayed with Rimuru. She spread a soft cloth under him with careful hands, then another over him to keep warmth. She tucked the edges like you do for a baby. She placed a small carved spoon on the cloth near him, something she uses for tasting stew. The small things matter. She leaned in, hair falling forward. You always say my soup is too salty, she murmured with a smile that shook. Maybe you were right once. Her memories rose like steam off a pot. Rimuru in the kitchen with his sleeves pushed up, stealing a taste and getting caught. Is that allowed? He asked, eyes wide like a child. Shuna tried not to laugh and failed. For you, my lord, I will pretend I didn't see that a winter evening. She had burned rice for the first time in years because the stove was new. She tried to hide the pot. He lifted the lid, winced at the smell, then ate a bowl and said, it tastes like a story. She hit him with a towel. He laughed and asked for more. She placed her forehead to his surface. Cool. Smooth. Come back, she whispered. Even if you argue about the salt. Diablo stood and watched her for a moment, then turned to Sui. I want everything, he said softly. Everyone who touched a covenant in the last day. Every prayer that moved. Every church bell. Every summoning that failed. I'm already pulling thread, Sui said. Good. Diablo's gaze cut to the faint shimmer above the slime that only he and Shuna could see. It is vows, yes. Uriel's flavor. Shuna nodded without looking up. Clean, not hostile. That's what scares me. Because it used him, Diablo said. Because it used him, she said. He turned his head slightly. Benimaru. Yes. When I find the hand, I will remove the hand and leave the arm, Diablo said. I will bring the hand back alive if alive is required. I will ask permission before I break anything else. Benimaru met his eyes. Say it's simpler. I will not kill the culprit until you, and I agree it is wise, Diablo said. Better, Benimaru said. Add. Until Shuna says the binding won't tighten if we do. Diablo's mouth thinned. Add it. He looked down again. He let his fingers rest on the cloth near the slime. He did not touch the body this time. He spoke like a man writing a contract inside his chest. Master, he said, I will not fail you. His mind flicked. A road. A cave. Rimuru's voice saying, I don't need worship. I need help. Diablo had felt both cut and healed by the same words. He had changed his shape around that sentence and never changed back. Veldora paced like a caged storm, then forced himself to sit cross-legged at the courtyard edge. He folded his arms. He stared at nothing. He tried to remember how to be still. His memories weren't soft. They were wide. A cave lit by magic signs. Years inside stone. A small slime bouncing in and saying, hey neighbor. A laugh after 1,000 days without one. A new name that tasted good in the mouth. Late nights with manga and snacks. Rimuru thumping the page with a finger. See? This is how you stop a beam with friendship. Veldora taking notes very seriously. Friendship beam. Got it done. He looked at the still body and felt his throat close. He coughed like he could clear it. He spoke down to the slime without moving his mouth much. I'm not going anywhere, he said. You told me to watch the house when you go shopping. I'm watching the house. He lifted his head. He glared at the horizon, daring anything on it to try him. No one took the dare. Time passed strangely. The sun slid a little. The courts around them ticked through their day as if nothing had happened, because that is how good walls work. In this court, the four of them held a quiet line. Sui stepped back from a patch of air and folded his hands. I have residue, he said. It smells of covenant, not blood. No witness. The domain hid itself well. There is a personal trace. Faint. Whose? Benimaru asked. Sui's eyes closed. He sifted through names like strings under his fingers. He touched a thin one and winced. Chloe. Veldora's head snapped over. The girl? Shuna did not move her forehead from the slime. She closed her eyes. Oh, Diablo went perfectly still. His voice dropped. Explain. Not certain, Sui said. But the threads match the way she moves time. The vow shape is Uriel's. It reads lawful. It reads sad. Benimaru rubbed his temple once, thumb on a scar. Then she thinks she's saving him. I will correct her, Diablo said. Alive, Benimaru said. I will break her gently, Diablo said. Then repair her enough to walk. Shuna finally sat back. Don't break her, she said. She is part of the lock. If you snap a pin, the door might weld. Diablo breathed through his nose. Then we remove her without breaking her. Good, Benimaru said. Sui, shadow every step she takes. Do not touch. Wait for Diablo's signal. Already gone, Sui said, and his voice moved down a corridor that was not there. Shine arrived before sunset. Sui must have paired her speed with 10,000 small delays, because she did not tear the gates off the hinges. She came fast, then slowed at the arch, then walked. She saw the slime, and went to her knees so hard her hands hit stone. She stayed there. She did not grab. She clenched and unclenched her fists against the ground. Report, she said, jaw tight. Benimaru told her everything and nothing in clean lines. Vow law. Uriel sent. Chloe sent. No violence. No heroes. He put the simple sentence at the end. He is alive. Shine nodded once. Tears streaked down her cheeks without changing her face. Good. She wiped them briskly with the heel of her hand, then put both palms near RIMURU on the cloth and bowed. I will guard. Thank you, Shuna whispered. Cheyenne moved only her eyes. Can I touch him? Not yet, Shuna said. It might pull. Cheyenne nodded. Her shoulders stayed square, like she was holding a weight and refusing to let it fall. Then I will sit. They sat. They worked. They ate what Shuna pushed into their hands without arguing. They did not speak when there was nothing to say. When there was, they kept the words simple and true. Night slid in. Lamps went up around the court. Veldora hummed under his breath like a dragon trying to remember a lullaby. Diablo went and returned and went again without a footstep. Sui came and went like breath. Benimaru never left the circle, only stood and stretched and sat and watched the patterns of the lamps on the stone like he could read answers there. At some point Shuna sang, very low, the song she uses when she tastes broth. It isn't a real song. It is a line with no words. It made the hair rise on Diablo's arms, and he did not mock himself for it. Benimaru's mind brought him small, mean memories he didn't ask for. He let them come and go. The first night, after RIMURU named him, the fever and the pain. He had thought he would die for a name. RIMURU had sat by him and held a cup and said, you don't have to be strong by yourself. Benimaru had believed him and slept. A council where an old human lord sneered. Benimaru had reached for his sword. RIMURU had put 2 fingers on his wrist and said, not today. Benimaru had looked at the fingers and put the sword down. Later, over rice, RIMURU said, thank you. Benimaru had said, for what, like a liar, da. He cleared his throat. Listen, he said. They looked at him. This is what he means to me, Benimaru said, and his voice was not the commander voice. It was the fire voice. He is why I put my sword down when it is smarter to put it down. He is why I pick it up when it is time. He is why our people eat meat on Tuesdays. He is why the kids who used to run when soldiers came now wave. He is not a symbol to me. He is the man who sits on the floor in the kitchen and tastes stew. Shuna pressed her lips together and nodded hard. Veldora sniffed. He is the person who brings the new manga and eats all the snacks and lies about it. Exactly, Benimaru said. Diablo's voice was very soft. He is the first voice that ever told me enough and made me grateful. Cheyenne wiped her face again and finally let her hand rest for a second on the slime. The surface quivered and settled like a sleeping thing adjusting. He is my boss, she said. Then she added, fierce and small, he is my friend. Silence held a moment, then set like cooling iron. Then we do not break on the first bad day, Benimaru said. We hold. They held. Near midnight, Sui's whisper reached them. Found Chloe. She is alone. She is crying. She is praying. Diablo's eyes hardened. Location. Riverside, Sui said. 3 bridges down. Old stone. No guards. Don't touch, Benimaru said. I will look, Diablo said. Only look. He vanished without drama. The courtyard settled again. Shuna leaned forward and set her cheek to the slime, the way you do when you're listening for a baby's breath. Seal, she whispered, barely moving her mouth. If you can hear, if you can answer without making it worse, give me any sign. Nothing. Then, after a long time, a tiny vibration under her skin. Not a word. A hum. Shuna's shoulders shook. She let herself cry 1 full minute. Then she wiped her face with both hands and sat up. He's not alone, she said. Benimaru nodded. Good. Diablo returned as neat as he left. He did not look at anyone at first. He looked at Rimuru. I saw her, he said. She is a wreck. She is also set like iron. Can we take her? Veldora asked. Yes, Diablo said. But Shuna is right. If we snap her, the lock may set. Then we don't snap, Benimaru said. We remove. We talk. We learn the shape. We make the right cut, not the satisfying one. Diablo's mouth curved in something that was not a smile. Satisfying can wait. Benimaru looked at them all. Say it, he said. Out loud. I will not let anyone touch him, Cheyenne said. I will not explode, Veldora said, grim. I will think before each move, Diablo said, like a man lifting a heavy stone. I will keep him warm, Shuna said. And fed. And hours. Benimaru set his hand on the cloth again. We bring him back, he said. Together. The lamps burned down. The sky turned dark as a clean bowl. The city slept. The court did not. A breeze came through the arch. It smelled like water and a street vendor's late soup. Shuna's stomach growled. She glared at it, and then, because Rimuru would have teased her, she smiled and took a bite of bread and passed the basket without apology. Hours later, a new sound brushed the edge of hearing. Not the domain. Not a footstep. A note. Very soft. Very steady. A low buzz on a pitch you feel behind your eyes. Shuna's head snapped up. Diablo's eyes sharpened. Benimaru held his breath. Veldora leaned in, big as a hill, gentle as a hand. The hum went on. It was nothing and everything. It was one line. Rimuru is here. Shuna closed her eyes. Thank you, she whispered. She didn't ask who. She knew. Master, Diablo said, and his voice cracked in the middle. He did not pretend it hadn't. Benimaru nodded, once to no one. Hold the line, he said. They did. The street beyond the court woke. Birds started. A cart creaked. Someone shouted about bread. Inside the circle, the vows and the love and the ugly patience wove into something that could carry weight. Rimuru didn't move. They didn't move either. They watched the sun come up on a city he built and swore again. Without ceremony. The simple oath that keeps a house standing. Not on our watch. The river ran slow under the old stone bridge. Moon on black water. Wind and dry grass. Chloe stood in the center of the span. Bare feet, white dress hem wet. Her hair stuck to her cheeks. Her hands were open at her sides, palms forward. A circle of gold lines burned around her like a court seal set into air. It hummed steady. Sui watched from a broken pilaster. He didn't breathe loud. He sent one quiet word down the line and then faded back. Veldora arrived like a storm that had put on a human shape as a joke. He didn't walk. He stepped down out of the sky, cape snapping, eyes bright. You, he said. Chloe flinched and then set her jaw. I know. You touched my friend. I did. Undo it. She swallowed. I can't. Veldora's fingers curled. The air around him thickened. The river crawled slower, like time remembered fear. Wrong answer, he said, and the bridge shook. The gold circle brightened. lines stacking on lines. It wasn't flashy. It was clean, a ring of text without letters. The kind of law that didn't need witnesses. Veldora smiled without humor. Rules. Fine. His hand came up. No chant. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. He shoved with his will, and the world around Chloe buckled. Not wind. Not fire. The idea hovered or lost hold for a heartbeat. Stones hummed. Shadows lost edges. Sound went soft and then too sharp. Chloe didn't lift a finger. The circle answered for her. The lines snapped tight like a drum skin pulled taut. Vibration ran out of the air and into the ground. The moonlight sharpened. The bridge held. Uriel, Veldora said, and spat the name like a seed. I hate that one. Chloe's throat bobbed. It's the only thing that can hold him safe from himself. Bold, he said. Foolish. He stepped once. He was close. He stepped again. He was far. Distance didn't apply to him if he didn't feel like it. His chaos did that. It smudged the map. His hand was a hair from her cheek and a quarter-mile away at the same time, and he chose the closer and grabbed. His fingers hit a flat, invisible wall an inch from her skin. It didn't throw him back. It just refused to be anywhere but there. His knuckles went white. He pushed. The line hummed. It did not move. Chloe breathed in through her nose. Veldora, don't what? His voice cracked the stone under his boots. Don't pull you into the sky and shake you until the rule falls out. Don't drop you in the ocean and ask the tide if it likes your law. I can't undo it, she said. If I could, I would. I chose it. I carry it. I'll carry whatever you do to me. But I can't undo it. Veldora's eyes burned. You can bleed, though. He set his heel, drew back. Chaos rolled off him. It wasn't flashy either. It was ugly and true. The lines around Chloe rippled. For a second, the circle showed what it was. Weights, levers, knives, scales. Vows that make the world blink and comply. Veldora punched. The hit did not look like much. No flare, no war. His fist went forward, and the air caved around it, like a little black sun formed on the knuckles. The sound came late. Crack. The bridge jumped. The gold lines dipped and groaned. Something in the river died, and then came back, as if embarrassed. Chloe's teeth clicked. She held her ground. She did not step back. The circle held. A hairline fault cut across the stone under her feet and stopped at the edge of the ring. She lifted her chin. If you break this here, the lock on him tightens somewhere else. Then I break it there, Veldora said, and drew his arm again. Wait, another voice said, quiet and sharp at once. Diablo stood on the parapet with his hands behind his back, jacket neat, eyes black and bright. Veldora didn't look at him. I am busy. I see, Diablo said. You are busy losing us the only key we have. Veldora's head cut over. Move, or I throw you. You can try, Diablo said, and meant it, and then he went on like it didn't matter. She is bound to the mechanism. You rip her apart, and the binding becomes a tomb. We need her to speak, to point, to consent. We need her alive. Veldora snorted hard. Your master is a statue. She did that. She could be a stain. Chloe's face pinched. I know what I did. You think that helps? Veldora asked. Say the line where you cry, and say, for the greater good. I will bite the line in half. Chloe's jaw clenched. I did it because... No, Diablo said. Eyes on Veldora, hand coming up in a small, patient cut. Let her say nothing useful until we remove the teeth from the protocol that punishes speech. Veldora snarled. The sound shook dust out of the old mortar. Then what? Then you stop swinging like a child, Diablo said. You use your head. You press without breaking. You let me carve while you hold. Veldora's fingers flexed. His shoulders rolled. She deserves a hole. She deserves to breathe until my lord welcomes her or condemns her, Diablo said. Not you. Him. Veldora took one fast step to Diablo. The world lilted with him. He stopped nose to nose. He was taller. It didn't help. Diablo didn't blink. You think I fear you, Veldora said. I think you love him, Diablo said, voice low. So act like it. Silence. The river sounded loud for a second. A fish popped at the surface and was sorry. Veldora's mouth twisted. He turned back to Chloe and bared his teeth. Fine. Then I do this clean. He lifted both hands, palms out. He exhaled all the way down. The rage didn't vanish. It shifted. He said it in a channel. Circle of law, he said to Chloe. Meet steady storm. Chaos rolled out slow. Not a slam. A long push. The gold ring hissed. It bit into the air like wire into flesh. It held. It held. Then it shivered. Chloe breathed shallow. Sweat shone on her lip. Her fingers curled against her thighs. Stop, she said, and the word had weight the kind law gives. The air tried to obey her. Veldora's push slid for a second on that word, and then took hold again. Tell me what you did, he said. Little pieces. I don't want your poetry. I want the bolts. Chloe shook her head hard. I can't. If I name the structure, it shifts and hides. Then say what you can, Diablo said. He didn't raise his voice. It slipped into the space like a knife into cloth. What binds him? What binds you? What binds the bind? Chloe swallowed. An axiom on him. You shall not harm the innocent. It used his own rule to make itself true. It reads me as innocent. It reads my action as necessary. It reads any attempt to break it by force as harm. Veldora took another step. The ring trembled, found itself, held. The gold brightened, and then relaxed back to steady. Who taught you that shape? Diablo asked. Chloe's eyes flicked up at the moon and back. It was waiting. Justice. Michael. Protocol. Old. I touched time, and it touched me back. Why did you touch time? Veldora asked. Each word too even. Because I saw him fall, Chloe said, and her voice cracked once. Not for us. For. She bit the word clean. The circle snapped at her tongue. She winced. For something outside. I can't say. It hurts when I say. Good, Veldora said. Let it hurt. Her mouth firmed. I can pay for hurting. I won't let him pay for breaking. Veldora's laugh was short and mean. And you made him break inside a box. I made him stop, she said. Stop before he cut himself on a blade that looks like mercy. I made a door only he can open when he is ready. That is my crime. Don't polish it, Diablo said. We're the anchors. Chloe's eyes went flat for a second, the way people's eyes go when the answer lives behind a wall. 3. One here, one in. She choked on the next word. The ring cut at her voice again. She fought for breath. One in a place of bells. One on me. On you where? Diablo asked. She hesitated. Her left hand lifted a hair, and then she made a fist and forced it down. Heart, she said. Brand. If you cut it, I die, and the lock cements. If I live, it flexes. That's the trade. Veldora's nostrils flared. I can reach into your chest and remove it without cutting you. Chloe's chin came up. If you try, the law reads it as harm. It pulls tight. Say the release, Diablo said. I can't, she said. If I name it, it locks. That's part of it. The words are traps. They built it that way. They thought of you. Who is they? Veldora said. Chloe's mouth opened. No sound came. Blood beaded on her lip as if her own teeth had turned on her. She closed her mouth and breathed through her nose and shook her head once. Enough, Veldora said. He lifted his hand again. Talking won't solve this. We pry. Diablo's hand came up, 2 fingers small motion. Hold, he said. We can take her without breaking the ring. How? Veldora demanded. Diablo looked at the circle like a craftsman looks at a door hinge. Uriel enforces vows. It honors jurisdiction. It respects frame. If we move the frame, we move the rule without shattering it. Do it, Veldora said. Diablo nodded once. He stepped off the parapet and landed inside Veldora's shadow. He did not go into the circle. He traced a smaller ring around the larger with the point of a nail. No light, just a mark the world agreed to feel. He spoke not loudly. Each word clicked. I, Diablo, make a promise. I will keep the innocent alive while they stand trial. I will not bruise them. I will not allow chaos to strike them without need. I will not let them flee the question. The new ring woke. It didn't shine. It made the gold lines blink once, as if startled by better manners. Veldora made a face. You, in your contracts. They're useful, Diablo said. He looked at Chloe. Step backward. Chloe stared. I can't leave the circle. Step backward, Diablo repeated. You will not leave it. The circle will follow. She stared a second longer. Then she tried one bare heel's worth of retreat. The gold ring moved with her by an inch. Another step. The ring slid again, like a leash given. Veldora's eyebrows went up. Huh. Diablo's mouth quirked. You drag it. I steer. Sui. Sui was suddenly next to the parapet again, a fold in the night. Yes, clear path. If any citizen sees, they see nothing. If any priest feels, they feel a dream. Done. Chloe looked between them like a deer on a rope. Where are you taking me? To my lord, Diablo said. You can't. Not to him, Diablo cut. To the people who stand by him. To the place where we ask while we let him breathe. I won't run, she said. I know, Diablo said. The ring and I both know. It is not for running. It is for not letting the protocol pull you sideways. Veldora came close again. He leaned down until Chloe had to tilt her face back to see him. His voice dropped to something low and terrible. You will answer, he said. You will sit in a chair made of your choices, and you will talk. You will say every small thing you can legally say. You will say the parts around the words you cannot say. You will not cry to make me gentler. I am not gentle. I'm kind to one person right now, and it is not you. Chloe's eyes shimmered and then steadied. I know. You are very brave, Veldora went on. I do not care. His breath shivered the ring. He fed me when I was a rock. He laughed at my jokes. He said I could read the next chapter before him. He lied. You will pay for that lie later. For now, you walk. She looked at the gold circle around her feet, then at Diablo's thin, invisible line on the stone, then at Veldora's eyes. She nodded once. Okay, she said. I walk. They didn't rush. They moved slow, because the ring likes slow. The bridge hummed. The river under them sang its simple song about rocks and the moon. Sui moved ahead and behind at the same time. Shadows decided to stay thicker. Halfway across, the law pushed back. It wasn't a wall. It was a feeling like stepping into a room where someone has just sworn not to let you pass. The gold lines brightened. The air went heavy. Chloe's knees buckled, and she caught herself with a breath that scraped. Veldora turned his head and stared at nothing. Who? Diablo's eyes cut to the far bank. A bell, he said, like the word tasted wrong. A very old bell. Temple, Sui murmured. Lobelia style. The vow anchor. Break it, Veldora said. Not yet, Diablo said at once. If we smash the bell, the rule shifts to the other anchors. We haven't built a cage big enough to help when it jumps. Veldora made a sound in his throat. I'm so tired of smart. Learn to love it, Diablo said. He looked at Chloe. Breathe. Step. I will carry the weight on my tongue. He spoke like a man reading an oath to raw wood. We escort a witness. We honor law by making it answer to higher law. Protection of life, the right to be heard, mercy as strength. This path is a court. The heavy air eased a fraction. The gold lines dimmed to the earlier low hum. Chloe took another step. She did not look up much. When she did, her eyes caught on small things. The way Veldora's hand shook and then stilled. The way Diablo's heel never slipped on wet stone. The way Sui's shadow didn't match his body because there were three of him and none. She spoke without looking. He isn't alone in there. Shuna's voice from earlier flickered through Diablo's mind. He didn't ask how Chloe knew. He didn't give her that comfort. Do not speak to make yourself feel better, he said. Save your breath for answers. Chloe pressed her lips together and nodded. At the foot of the bridge, the air lightened. The rings settled. The protocol didn't like leaving edges. It accepted the new frame Diablo had laid and went quiet, like a clerk with a better form to fill. They moved into the trees. Crickets took the measure of them and decided to keep chirping. Veldora's shoulders stayed high. The rage didn't go. It had hands now. It held the edges of his control and squeezed when they shook. He looked sideways at Diablo. Say it. What Diablo said. Say the thing you want to say about how I almost ruined it. Diablo's mouth twitched. You almost ruined it. Veldora grunted. There. Now say the other thing. You did not ruin it, Diablo said. You listened. Do not tell anyone, Veldora said. I intend to tell everyone, Diablo said. It will improve morale. Veldora snorted again, despite himself. Chloe stumbled. Veldora's hand shot out, then stopped an inch away because of the ring, and he made a frustrated noise like a kettle boiling. I can walk, Chloe said softly. You will, Veldora said. If you fall, I will kick the earth up under your feet, so you do not hit it. That is not how feet work, Diablo said. It is how mine work, Veldora said. They reached the road where it ran behind a row of storage sheds. Sui raised a palm. A pair of patrol lanterns floated past and did not see them. The city slept on. Near the south gate, Veldora stopped. He turned his head. He tasted the air with senses that had nothing to do with smell. Guy, he said almost to himself. Watching. Good. Watch. Do not come down. No one answered. The hair on Diablo's arms lifted. He pretended it was the wind. They took Chloe into a quiet room. Stone floor. 2 chairs. A low table. No chains. Cheyenne stood in the doorway, and the look on her face made Chloe flinch harder than any ring could. Sit, Benimaru said, voice clean when they brought her in. He didn't get up. He didn't approach. He gave her a place, and he didn't lie about the distance. Chloe sat. The ring around her feet adjusted to the chair legs without complaint. It glowed once, and then settled to a slow, steady shine. Veldora stood behind her like a cliff. Diablo stood to the side, hands folded, posture neat. Sui slid into a corner and ceased to be a person. Shuna sat near the door. RIMURU lay behind with her hands on her knees like prayer. Benimaru looked at Chloe for a long count. He didn't ask if she was hungry. He didn't ask if she was sorry. He started where they were. You will answer what you can, he said. When you cannot, you will say cannot and not try to be clever. If you lie, we will know. If you waste words, we will stop you. Do you understand? Chloe's voice shook. Yes. Good, Benimaru said. He adjusted the chair a thumb width. At Diablo. Begin. Diablo stepped forward half a pace. He did not smile. He did not glare. He looked like a man about to recite math. State your name and the name of the concept that holds you, he said. Chloe Obel, she said. Uriel, Lord of Vows. What did you intend? Diablo asked. To protect RIMURU Tempest from an outcome I saw, she said, each word standing alone like a brick. What did you accept as cost? Diablo asked. My blood, she said. My time. My life. His anger. Veldora made a sound in his throat. Add mine. She nodded. Yours. Cheyenne's fingers dug into her own arms. She was not speaking. It looked like it hurt. Do you repent? Benimaru asked. Chloe's eyes filled. She blinked the water away. I repent the pain. I don't repent the act. Veldora leaned in. I don't accept. I know, Chloe said, and flinched and didn't look away. Anchor locations, Diablo said. A river, she said. A bell. A brand. Release condition, Diablo asked. She opened her mouth. Air moved over her tongue like glass. She swallowed. Cannot. Diablo's eyes narrowed a hair. Describe the flavor of what you cannot say. Chloe blinked at him. Flavor? Like salt or sweet, Diablo said. Heavy or light? Old or new? She stared at the table edge. Old, she said at last. Older than skills. Heavy. Simple. Like a door latch. No key. A stick that sets through a loop. Good, Diablo said. We will look for old. We will look for simple. We will look for sticks. Veldora huffed. I will look for bells. Do not ring them, Diablo said. I will smash them, Veldora said. Not yet, Diablo and Benimaru said together. Veldora folded his arms and glared at a point on the wall. Who told you to do it? Benimaru asked. Chloe shook her head. Cannot, Diablo supplied. Cannot, she whispered. What does the ring do if he forgives you before he wakes? Diablo asked. The gold circle hissed, just a whisper. Chloe's eyes went wide with surprise, like she hadn't heard that question in her head before. She swallowed. It softened, she said. A little. Benimaru's eyes flicked to Shuna. Shuna's hands were very still. Noted, he said. Diablo nodded. What time do we have before the lock adjusts? Chloe glanced at the ring, at the door at her lap. Not long, she said. It learns. Veldora leaned down, voice low. Then we learn faster. She closed her eyes. Please don't hate me. I don't have room for new feelings, Veldora said. I'm already full. Benimaru stood. The chair legs made a grounded sound. He looked at Chloe and then passed her at the door where RIMURU lay. Enough for now, he said. We don't break you. We don't praise you. We put you in a room with a bed and soup and someone watching. You breathe. You don't pray. You don't touch anything that rings. Chloe nodded like her neck hurt. Yes. Veldora didn't move as they led her to the side room. He watched her go with a face that looked like stone about to crack. When the door shut, he finally let his breath out. Diablo turned to him at once. Thank you. Veldora rolled his shoulders. The crackling in the air around him eased. Don't thank me, he said. We are not done. No, Diablo said. We are not. Benimaru went to the inner door and placed his palm flat to the wood. then to whatever sat behind it. Shuna? She had not taken her eyes off the still, clear shape on the mat. She looked up at him. He's warm, she said. Someone hummed again. Seal, Diablo said. Maybe, Shuna said, and let herself smile for just a second. Maybe me. Veldora stepped close to the door. He spoke through it without lowering his head. Rimuru, he said, plain and loud as his first word on the bridge. We have her. We didn't kill her. I wanted to. Diablo did math at me. It worked. Be proud or yell later. Just come back. He put his palm flat to the wood, though it didn't answer. He left it there anyway. Diablo straightened his cuffs. I will go to the bell, he said. I will not ring it. I will count its cracks and listen to its metal and ask it what promise it thinks it keeps. Take Sui, Benimaru said. Always, Diablo said. Veldora, Benimaru said, turning. Sit above the city again. Smile at storms. If priests wake, scare them with silence. I can do that, Veldora said. He rolled his neck. He looked at the side room door, and his jaw worked. He pushed the feeling down where it burned and let it burn. If she runs? She won't, Diablo said. She chained herself before we arrived. Good, Veldora said, and took one long step into the dark and was gone. Cheyenne stood in the hall as they moved. She caught Diablo's sleeve with 2 fingers as he passed. He paused. When he wakes, she said, rough, I will let him decide what to do with her. I will not cut early. Thank you, Diablo said, for saying the hard thing first. Cheyenne let go. Bring me the bell's story. I will bring you everything, he said, and slipped away with Sui at his shoulder and the air bending around their intentions. In the small room, Chloe sat on a narrow bed and put her face in her hands. The gold circle on the floor held steady. She shook once, twice, and then made herself breathe like a student before an exam. On the mat in the next room, the slime did not move. A low buzz, so faint it was almost a trick, slipped through the wood and the stone and the night. Shuna's eyes closed at the sound and opened wet. Hold, Benimaru said again, quietly to the room in the night and to the part in his chest that wanted to sprint. Hold. Outside, the old bell did not ring. Not yet. Chapter 10. The Confession of Guilt. The room stayed small on purpose. 2 chairs, a low table, a clay kettle set to warm on a rune plate that clicked once every few breaths. Stone walls held the sound in. No banners. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Chloe sat with both hands on her knees. Knuckles white, hair tucked behind one ear and then not, because her fingers kept failing the job and trying again. The gold ring of Uriel's law lay quiet on the floor around the chair legs. Thin, steady, obedient the way a locked door is obedient. Benimaru took the chair across from her. He didn't lean back. He placed his forearms on his thighs and laced his fingers. Waiting posture. Calm on the outside. Diablo stood to Benimaru's right, half a step behind, hands folded at his spine. Cheyenne leaned against the far wall with her arms crossed tight. Shuna sat near the inner door, eyes down, listening the way healers listen. Sui was a shadow over the last corner, close enough to catch a lie before it finished saying itself. No one spoke for a moment. The kettle clicked. Someone outside walked past and didn't stop. Then Benimaru nodded once. Speak, he said. All of it, if you can. When you can't, say cannot. I won't ask you to dress your words. Chloe breathed in. The breath shook. She tried again. The second one held. Just as King Michael, she said. Uriel's parent protocol. Old. Built by Veldanava to keep order after he left. It rides law. It can choose a host. It can borrow a mouth. I touched time, and it touched me back. That's the start. Benimaru's face didn't change. Why did it choose you? Because I had Uriel, she said. Because I already followed rules even when it hurt. Because I saw too much of the future and the system read that as consent to bear weight. Cheyenne's jaw moved. She said nothing. The protocol, Diablo said, voice even. Define it. Chloe looked at the floor for a second, like she was reading from a script none of them could see. When she spoke again, her words came slow and careful. It's a set of conditions that activate if one being claims too many concepts. If someone can eat identity and rewrite law and hold creation in their hand. If one will bend the scaffolding. It calls it a risk to the world's spine. It calls it total tilt. When total tilt is near, the protocol tries to rebalance. First with warning, then with constraint. if needed with erasure. Shuna's head lifted at that last word. She pressed her lips together. Diablo didn't blink. Warning, the echo you fought in his mind, Chloe said. The thing that told him Satoru was a lie. That is Michael's voice without a person. It argues. It tries to cut the soft part first. If he had agreed, the rest would have been easy. Cheyenne's fingers bit deeper into her sleeves. He didn't agree. No, Chloe said, quiet. He didn't. Constraint? Benimaru asked. Chloe's right hand opened and closed once on her knee. The anti-axiom. Say it, Diablo said. You shall not harm the innocent. Her mouth stiffened around the words. It reads innocent very broad. It includes me while I act under the protocol. It marks my action as necessary harm to prevent greater harm. It then uses his own value to bind him. It took what he believes and made it iron. Benimaru's eyes softened a fraction. Because he won't step on a child to save a city. Chloe looked at him like she was surprised he'd said it that plain. Yes, the anchors, Diablo said. 3. Chloe answered the way she had before. A vow at the river. A bell older than the church. My brand. Why those? Benimaru asked. Water carries promises, she said, without any shine to it. The bell name's ours. Old time. Old order. The brand makes it personal. It ties the law to a beating heart, so it's not just math. Cheyenne's chin came up. So if you die, it cements, Chloe said. It stops listening. It locks hard. The protocol chose that on purpose. It makes you keep me breathing if you want it back. It punishes revenge with permanence. Silence lay across the table for a beat. The kettle clicked again too loud. Benimaru poured tea into 2 small cups. One he placed in front of Chloe. The other he left near his own wrist. He didn't drink. She didn't reach. Tell us the part we can't guess, he said. Why you did it. Not the line the protocol wrote. The part you chose. Chloe looked at the tea. Steam rose in a thin line and broke. She didn't cry. When she spoke again, the flat tone left, and her voice sounded her age. I saw him fall, she said. Not here. Not to Yuki. Not to Velgrind. Not to a demon lord fight. I saw him cut himself open with his own mercy. He was going to erase something to save a city, and the erasure didn't stop where he wanted. It took more. It took, she swallowed. It took people who hadn't even had the chance to be guilty or innocent. It took the space where their names would have been. It felt clean at first. It wasn't. It kept him up later, and later, and later. He hated himself with a god's tools. Her hand shook once. She hid them by clenching them harder. The protocol showed you that, Diablo asked. I saw it alone, Chloe said. Michael came after. It didn't trick me with a lie. It chose me with a thing I already feared. It said, you can keep him from that line, but it will cost you. And I said, name the cost. It said, his anger, your blood, maybe your life, and you will look like a traitor to him for a while. And I said yes. Cheyenne shut her eyes. Sui's voice came the way shadows speak. Why not tell us in the first place? I tried, Chloe said. In pieces. In hints. The more I said, the more the lock thickened. The protocol is allergic to being named. It's built to resist being described. It thinks that if too many people understand it, they'll break it with a new rule. So it narrows speech. Like now, Diablo said. Like now, she said. Benimaru looked at her hands. What are you going to do if he never forgave you? Chloe breathed out. Carry it until I died. Why come here then? Cheyenne asked, voice low. Why not run and be the villain somewhere far, so we could hate you in peace? Chloe met her eyes. No flinch this time. Because I don't want you to hate me. I'll take it if it helps him live. But I don't want it. And because the longer I stay away, the tighter it gets. The protocol loves distance. It weaponizes it. I came back so I could be held still while you worked. Cheyenne looked away first. She stared at the kettle like it had said something rude. Diablo stepped closer to the table. You said it locks hard if you die. Does it soften if you are forgiven? A little, she said. Not everything. The axiom remains until a condition is met. But forgiveness makes the edges flex. It lets seal in. Condition, Benimaru said. Tell us. Chloe's mouth opened. The gold ring around the chair whispered like a knife going back into a sheath. She winced. Cannot, she said, breathless. But she pushed the word out like it weighed something. It listens to him. It always listens to him. The condition is something only he can do, Diablo said. Chloe nodded once. Yes, and something that uses his values against themselves less, Benimaru murmured. So it won't accept kill me. It won't accept break law by force. It will accept a shift in how he defines harm. Chloe blinked hard. A small sound left her, not quite a laugh. You're very fast. It's my job, he said. Benimaru picked up his tea, smelled it, set it down again. Tell us the failed contingency part. Chloe's eyes lost focus for a second, like she was looking down a long hall only she could see. Veldanava built this system when he planned to disappear. He gave the world a voice. He gave it skills, sin and virtue, contracts. He left backstops. Michael was one. If the world trembled, Michael woke. If a god tried to return, Michael pushed back. Tried to return, Diablo repeated. Chloe nodded. If creation came back in one person. If the root touched flesh again. He wanted rules in place. He wanted mercy that wasn't a person's mood. He didn't trust himself. Or us. Shuna spoke then, quiet. And it failed because it forgot love. Chloe looked at her. It failed because it doesn't know what to do with two people in one body. Rimuru and Seal. It doesn't know how to grade innocent when the person rewriting the law is also the person the law is supposed to protect. It reads Seal as a tool, not as a partner. It reads Satoru as noise. Then we teach it, Shine said flat. We hit it with that fact until it learns. The system doesn't learn, Chloe said. It enforces. Benimaru tipped his head at Diablo. We can still bend enforcement with good framing. We can, Diablo said. He looked at Chloe again. What happens if Seal stops being perfect? Chloe's shoulders went tight. It eases. Explain, Benimaru said. The lock calls her absolute knowledge, Chloe said. It calls her a danger because her certainty makes his will near total. If she chooses to hold a blind spot on purpose, the lock sees a human shape again. It stops treating their union like a god walking. It treats it like two people needing room. Shuna's breath left her in a shaky line. So she has to not know. Chloe nodded. She has to give up always being right. She has to choose a place where she won't answer. Or can't. A hole in the net. Not a weakness someone else can poke. A kindness she gives herself and him. Shine pushed off the wall. What does that cost her? Everything she likes about herself, Chloe said, and that landed heavy. The clean lines. The fast answers. The way she keeps him safe before he thinks to ask. She loses that edge. She becomes more like us. No one moved for a breath. The kettle clicked. Benimaru's gaze went to the inner door, to the quiet behind it. Shuna's fingers had curled into the hem of her robe. She unclenched them one by one like she was teaching her hands a new spell. Diablo's face didn't change, but his voice dropped a hair. And if she doesn't, then he breaks out by force, Chloe said, and the lock cuts him open on the way. Or he stays in, and he rots. Those are the branches I get to see. Cheyenne dragged a chair over and set it to the side of the table with a hard scrape. She sat. She put both palms flat on the wood. Look at me, she said to Chloe. Chloe did. You heard him, Cheyenne said. You will carry that with us, not away from us. You will sit here while we decide to trust you. You will not like it. We will do it anyway. Chloe nodded fast. Yes. Benimaru gestured at the cup. Drink. She picked it up with both hands. She didn't smell it. She sipped. The heat curled her shoulders in. She put it down very carefully. Sui's voice from the corner. Any part of this that reacts to places we can seal? The bell, Chloe said. If you wrap it in silence. Not physically. Conceptually. Teach the city not to hear it. Teach time to not ask it for permission to pass. It will weaken without feeling attacked. Diablos, I ticked with interest. I can write that. Write it soft, Chloe said. The protocol loves sudden force. It wakes when you slap. It dozes when you change weather. Benimaru nodded. We will change weather. From the inner door, a thin tone rose. Not a voice. Not even a note you could unback. A line of sound like a string under a finger. Shuna's head lifted at once. Seal, she whispered. She's listening. Cheyenne's mouth pressed tight. Good. Benimaru didn't turn. He kept his eyes on Chloe. Finish the backstory. Then we choose. Chloe blinked tears away, not fast enough to hide them. She kept speaking anyway. Michael had a last clause, she said. If the host who carries it breaks, it finds another. If it can't find one, it scatters into rules and waits. That happened once. A long time back. A god in a different world. It didn't end well. What did it leave behind? Diablo asked. Churches, Chloe said, almost apologetic. And bells. And people who liked lines more than faces. Shuna made a small sound like a sigh you give a child who is trying. It wasn't evil, Chloe added, eyes on Shuna now like she owed her that. It was scared. It didn't want a cruel god. It didn't plan for a kind one who could still make a mess. Benimaru finally leaned back just a little. His fingers laced again. He looked at Diablo. Say it, he said. Diablo shifted his weight forward by a hair. I believe her, he said. Not because I want to, because she answered like a person who came here to be judged. The protocol would have told her to run and make martyrs. She came to sit and make us angry. That's a braver choice and a worse tactic. That reads honest. Benimaru nodded once. Agreed. Shy and stare at Chloe, and then away, and then back. I don't forgive you, she said. I will when he tells me to. Or I won't. But I will follow the plan that saves him, and that plan needs you alive. Chloe swallowed. Thank you. Don't thank me, Shine said. Do not thank me until I am done being furious. Shuna stood, smoothed her skirt, and came to the table. She didn't sit. She put one hand on the wood. It steadied her, or it steadied the room around her. Hard to tell. Seal, she said, toward the inner door, toward the hum, toward the part of the air that had started to feel like a presence. If you can hear me, I have to say this plain. You have been perfect. It saved him. It saved us. It also frightened Law that doesn't know how to love. You don't have to be perfect to be the right one for him. The low buzz rose, very soft. The hairs on Benimaru's forearms lifted. Shuna's voice stayed steady. The condition is a gift you give yourself. You choose a question you will never answer for him. A place where you will say, no, master, decide. You won't fail him. You'll free him. That will satisfy the law that calls you a danger. It will also make you more like us. I'm sorry that's the price. Silence held. The kettle clicked and clicked and clicked as if it had lost track of time and was tapping to find it again. Diablo stepped to the inner door and set 2 fingers against the wood. Lady Seal, he said, quiet enough that only the room heard. If you require an external statement of terms, I can craft it. If you require a witness to the sacrifice, I will stand with Shuna and Cheyenne and swear. Benimaru rose. He didn't go to the door. He squared his shoulders to it. Seal, he said, I will say the ugly part. If you do this, we get him back sooner. If you don't, we will keep trying, and we will hurt more people and make more noise, and the protocol loves noise. I want him back with less hurt. I want the world to quiet down. Cheyenne's arms were crossed again. She uncrossed them. She set her hand flat to the door next to Diablo's fingers. It looked like she was bracing the building with her palm. Seal, she said, voice rough, honest. I like you. Not the voice. You. The part that teases him. The part that gets smug when your numbers work. I will still like you if you miss sometimes. I will like you more. Sui said nothing. He looked like a line drawn straight. Then he bowed his head once, in a way only someone watching very close would see, and the bow felt like a soldier volunteering. Chloe sat very still. The gold ring hummed in sympathy with the hum behind the door, or maybe the other way around. The air changed. Not cooler. Not warmer. It just felt like someone decided to be present in it. A figure drew itself out of light above the table. Not full. Not flesh. A sketch of a girl with Rimuru's face, clean lines you could see through. Her eyes were bright and exact. They went from Benimaru to Diablo to Cheyenne to Shuna to Sui and then to Chloe. They paused there a second, long enough for Chloe to put her hands back on her knees and sit straighter. Identification, the figure said, voice even old habits first. Monis, Seal. Shuna laughed once under her breath and covered her mouth. Hello, hello, Seal said, and the second one had warmth in it, like she had remembered how. She looked at Benimaru. I heard. I confirm. Confirm what? He asked. That the protocol will accept a bounded uncertainty if I nominate it and bind it to my core, Seal said. That it will then reclassify me from absolute to partner. That the anti-axiom will consider my master's harm calculation his own again, not mine, through him. It will loosen. It will not fall. That is good. Falling would make another problem. Diablo inclined his head. Terms, he said. Seal lifted her chin, thinking exactly as long as she needed to. I will create a blind spot, she said. I will not answer questions that pertain to his heart's final choice in acts that rewrite other hearts. I will not choose for him when a choice touches another's soul at the root. I can show him the edges. I will not cross them. Cheyenne blinked. Say that simpler. Seal looked at her. If he tries to remove pain or death from a person or a people by changing what they are, I will not tell him yes or no. I will show him what follows. He will decide. Shuna's hand was at her mouth again. That's right. It will hurt, Seal added, like she was reporting the weather. I like to answer. I will practice not answering. I can learn. Benimaru's eyes warmed again. We will live with the practice. Seal turned to Chloe last. Her face didn't change, but the room felt like it was watching for something small and sharp. Chloe Obel, Seal said. Chloe met her eyes and didn't drop them. Yes, you are forgiven when my master forgives, Seal said. I don't preempt him. I will remember that you sat in a chair instead of running. Chloe's mouth trembled. Thank you. Do not thank me, Seal said, and it sounded so much like Cheyenne that Cheyenne barked a laugh she hadn't meant to. Thank him later. Seal looked back at the door. The light around her grew thinner, then steadied. I accept the sacrifice, she said, to the room and to the law and to herself. I remove absolute knowledge from my own description. I choose a gap. I will not fill it. The gold ring around Chloe's chair side. There is no other word for it. The line dimmed a shade. The air loosened at the shoulders. Shuna's eyes filled, and she didn't care if anyone saw. A faint crack sounded in the next room. Not wood, not stone, something conceptual and small breaking where a big thing could breathe. Benimaru let out air he hadn't noticed he'd kept. Diablo closed his eyes for the space of one blink. Cheyenne dropped her hand from the door and rubbed her face hard like she was chasing sleep out. Sui's shadow relaxed an inch. Seal's outline flickered. She looked at Shuna. He's hearing songs again. Shuna laughed and cried at the same time, a small, messy sound. Good. Keep singing. I will, Seal said. She softened the edges of her voice. And when he asked me the question that I'm not allowed to answer, I will hold his hand instead. Cheyenne wiped her cheeks and tried to look offended about it, and failed. That works, she said. Benimmer nodded. We move, he said. Sui, make the bell forget itself. Diablo, write the silence. Cheyenne, sit with Seal. Shuna, don't leave him. I'll keep the city steady. Seal turned her head just enough to acknowledge each order as if she were the one receiving them. Understood. Chloe didn't speak. She looked down at her hands. Then she looked up, straight at the light above the table. Seal, she said, voice small but clear. I'm sorry for the hurt I caused you too. Seal tilted her head. I feel everything he feels. And I chose that. A small pause. Thank you for saying it. The light thinned. The figure with Rimuru's face softened to a line, then a point, then nothing. The hum stayed. Chloe let out a breath she'd been keeping since the bridge. Benimaru stood fully, and the room stood with him, like troops lining up to march. We're not done, he said, but we're finally allowed to win. No one argued. The kettle clicked one last time and fell still. Chapter 11. Rebuilding the Self. Silence lived behind the inner door. Not empty silence. A steady tone, thin as a line, running through everything in the room. Benimaru had said his orders and left. Cheyenne had wiped her eyes like she was mad at them for leaking. Shuna had pressed her palm to the wood and whispered the kind of prayer that isn't to a god, just to a friend. Diablo had written the first strokes of a soft silence around the city's bell. Sui had become mayor. Inside, it was just the two of them. Seal stood in the space where Rimuru's mind had been folded into a box. No walls. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just white that wasn't color so much as agreement. A place where rules felt like a floor because they had nowhere else to go. Satoru sat on that floor with his back to her. His suit jacket from another life lay next to him, folded, as if he'd taken it off to sleep and never stood up again. He stared at a memory that even this place couldn't play anymore. Office lights that buzzed, a cheap plant with dust on the leaves, a boy he had pushed out of the way. Master, Seal said. He didn't turn. You don't call me that, he said quiet. Not in here. Rimuru then, she said. And Satoru. Both. He breathed out, slow, like a man trying not to fog glass. I'm tired. I know. You always say that, he said. You always know. You always fix it before I can feel where it hurts. Seal took one step. The floor didn't echo. Not this time. His shoulders moved. It wasn't a laugh. That's new. It is, Seal said. I am going to change. I'm going to give up a part of what I am. Not because anyone forced me. Because I choose us. He turned then, and the face he wore wasn't a god's. It wasn't the smooth, playful face of slime taking a human shape, either. It was the man who had died in a street and woke up as something else, still surprised by it some days. He looked at her the way someone looks at a cup when their hands shake. Want, worry, habit. You shouldn't have to do that, he said. I want to, she said. What is the point? He searched her eyes for the trick. He wouldn't find one. Seal did not keep tricks inside her eyes. She kept them in her math, and today she was setting some of that down. Tell me what you're going to do, he said. Seal raised her hands. There was no light in this place until she made some. It came the way breath fogs in winter, visible because it met something still. A thin line unrolled from her right palm. It hummed at a pitch Satoru could feel in his teeth. This is the line I never let go, she said. Absolute knowledge within our scope. It kept you safe. It made the lock call me a danger. It made decisions before you could shape the words for them. It made you lean on me when you wanted to stand. You checked the time and let it pass. That was true, and it stung because it was true. I'm not cutting you off, she said. I'm cutting a hole in myself. A gap I cannot close unless you ask me to close it. And even then I will ask you again. What's the hole, he asked. Your heart's final choice when a change touches another heart, she said. If a decision will alter what someone is at the root, if it will erase them, rewrite them, pull them back from a death they chose, take their pain away without consent, then I will not answer yes or no. I will show you the edges. I will not cross them for you. He looked down at his hands. They looked like his. Short nails, a pale scar from when he'd cut himself on a box cutter and laughed, because paperwork was dangerous now too. He rubbed his thumb along the old line like it might answer. It didn't. It will be hard, he said. I know, she said. You keep saying that. I will keep saying it, she said soft. That part of me shouldn't change. He exhaled through his nose, and the sound was halfway to a laugh this time. Do it before I ask you not to. Seal took another step, then one more. She stopped within reach and did not reach yet. She held the thread between open hands and looked at it. For the first time since she had named herself, something like fear passed through her eyes. Not the wild kind. The kind that shows up when you decide to break your favorite tool to make something better. It will hurt, she said. I'll count for you, he said. If you want. I want, Seal said. He lifted his hand. She took it. His palm was warm in a place that shouldn't have temperatures. Her fingers were cool, precise, steady, and then they shook once. One, he said. Seal touched the thread to her sternum. No blood. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just light meeting light and refusing to overlap. Pain arrived like a clear tone, pure and narrow, running from her chest to her mouth. She closed her eyes and did not make a sound. Two, she pushed. The line went in as if the world made space for it. The world here was her. When it reached something hard and fixed, the tone broke into a scatter of notes, and then a quiet. The quiet scared her more than the sound had. She kept going. Three, it caught. Her breath hitched. She would not have let anyone see that yesterday. She let Satoru see it now, because he was the one person who needed to see her let go. Four, Seal pulled. A small circle of light slid free from her chest like a coin from the bottom of a glass. It hung in the air between them, perfect and wrong all at once. The space it left behind felt like a missing tooth that the tongue keeps finding. She knew she would look for this for a long time and have to remind herself that the gap was the point. Satoru kept breathing for her because counting wasn't enough anymore. She leaned forward until her forehead touched his shoulder. Talk to me, she said into the fabric that her mind insisted was there. All right, he said. He set his chin on her hair like it was the most natural thing in the world. You saved me before I knew I needed saving. You held the wheel while I was still trying to find the seats. You got smug when it worked, and I like you smug. You were never just a tool. You were my person. You were my person. Her hands closed on the back of his shirt. Keep going. I love your flaws, he said, and the word landed even though they didn't use it much. I love that you tease me when I pretend I'm not scared. I love that you correct my math, and then let me break a plan because I want to trust someone. I love that you get jealous of Malim and hide it in numbers. I love that your answer, yes, my master, always had a smile inside it. I love that you learn to like jokes. I love that you get hurt when I thank you too fast because you wanted the thanks to mean something. She made a small sound that sat between a laugh and a sob. I didn't know you noticed that. I notice a lot more than you think, he said. I pretend I don't because it keeps me simple. That's one of my flaws. I hide in being easy. I say yes to everything, and then I go quiet when it gets heavy. Seal lifted her head. Her eyes were wet in a way light usually isn't. I love that flaw, she said. I love that you keep choosing softness even when it breaks her schedule. I love that you regret things because regret means a spine. I love that you hate hurting people. I love that your hands shake and you keep them open anyway. I love that you come back to the table when you lose your temper. I love that you let Cheyenne cook for you even when she burns the onions. I love that you remember Shizue without trying to fix it every day. I love that you are Satoru and Rimuru and you refuse to throw either away to make someone else's math tidy. He closed his eyes. He opened them again because he wanted to see her when he said the next part. Seal, he said, would you like to set that circle down now? She looked at the coin of light between them. It hummed as if it didn't care what they did. That made it easier. She nodded. Where? She asked. In me, he said. If you trust me. She took a breath that wasn't about oxygen and placed the circle over his heart. It went in without heat or cold. It went in like two sentences finally meeting the period that belonged to both. Satoru's mouth twitched once like a wince and then went still. How do you feel? She asked. Like I'm a little heavier in the right place, he said. Like I can't ask you to carry that part anymore, and I don't want to. She nodded. Her shoulders dropped by a degree he could see and feel both. The ache in her chest stayed, but it had a shape now. Thank you, he said. Say that again, she said. He rubbed the rim of the cup. Thank you. The white around them stirred. Not wind. Not time. The lock noticed that its favorite edge had gone dull. Dark lines wrote themselves into the air in front of them. Letters without language. Law without a court. The anti-axiom pulled itself tight, pleased with its own weight. You shall not harm the innocent, it said, the way a bell says it's noon whether you want it to be noon or not. Satoru stood, not fast, careful. He faced a line of law the way you face a stubborn door. He didn't square his shoulders to it. He let them stay loose. He held Seal's hand because he wanted to, not because he needed to. I won't, he said. Not as you define it. Not as a trick. Not as a cheat. I won't harm the innocent. I will also not let a rule use my heart against me. The law tried to push into his mouth and make him say it the way it wanted. It hit the circle Seal had given him and skipped like a stone. He felt the bump in his chest and the smile in his throat. Seal leaned in. It reads me again. It sees I'm not absolute. It sees you. Good, he said. I wanted to see me. He reached out and touched the letters. They bit. Not a bite of flesh. A bite of meaning. They wanted to clamp down on the part of him that always steps back from a line. He let them. He wanted to feel it, so he knew where to open his hand. Seal's voice was close to his ear. Take only what belongs to you. He nodded. Then eat, she said. He laughed. I thought you weren't going to answer those questions for me. I'm not, she said. This isn't a question. This is us. He opened Beelzebub's mouth inside his palm and let it yawn without hunger. He didn't devour the rule. He devoured the hook it had inside him. It slid away like a thorn pulled clean. The letters writhed and tried to find another purchase. They failed where Seal's gap and his spine met and called themselves home. The law dimmed. It didn't fall. It hung there for a moment like a sign you stop seeing because you finally know the way. He straightened a crooked button. The air in here tasted like nothing and it still felt sweet. Seal squeezed his hand. Again? No, he said. That's enough for now. The floor shivered once, then steadied. The white thinned to a mist and then to a space with edges. For walls, because four felt like a room. A doorway, because doors mean choice. A simple table and 2 cups, because they had started to like tea even if they didn't need it. Rimuru turned to Seal. He put his forehead against hers. Touch in a place like this was old habit now. The anti-axiom didn't know what to do with it, and it stopped trying. Say your name, he said. Manus. Seal, she said, and then she added, soft, your Seal. Say mine, he said. Rimuru, she said. And Satoru. My master. My partner. He breathed in the second word and let it sit where the circle had gone. I'm both, he said. I'm not choosing one to make the world easier to grade. Seal's mouth curved. Good. Say you love me, he said, because he wanted to hear it dressed in plain cloth. I love you, she said, looking right at him so he couldn't dodge it like a joke. I love your soft, foolish courage. I love your bad lies when you say you're fine. I love the way you talk to the small people first. I love that you chose to be a nation's heart. I love that you want to be home more than you want to be a god. His throat tightened. Kiss me, he said. She did, slow and simple, like people who have time. No fireworks. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just a yes against a yes. When they parted, something clicked. Not a kettle. Not the bell outside. A neat, quiet latch somewhere behind everything. A voice that wasn't the old voice of the world and wasn't Seal's old system tone sounded in the air between them. It sounded like Seal speaking through the back of Rimuru's teeth while smiling. Notice, new ultimate skill has been forged. Designation, existential wisdom, Monus void. Description, plain the union of chosen uncertainty and chosen love with lawful consumption and lawful creation. Owner, Rimuru Tempest. Co-owner, Seal. Bound rule. When a choice alters another's core, the final yes/no rests with Rimuru, not with the system. Rimuru laughed into the notice, and the notice laughed back, because that's how they were going to run this now. What does it do, he asked, and he wasn't asking to skip thinking. He was asking because he liked the sound of her answers. Seal counted on her fingers, like she was telling him how to make a simple dish. 1. We can still analyze everything, but we will stop at the edge you chose. 2. We can rewrite local law with our hands open instead of closed. We will leave notes for ourselves when we do. 3. We can eat bindings that only exist because they live in your value. 4. We can grant knowledge like a gift instead of dumping it like rain. 5. We can build small worlds to test our kindness before we put it on the table. 6. He said, because he could hear it waiting. Her smile tilted. 6. We will tell our friends when we don't know. We will let them help. He blinked once, slow. That's the hard one. I know, she said, and they both smiled at that. The room trembled, not like fear, like a house with people moving back into it. Through the door, he felt Tempest the way you feel your own hand when it's asleep and waking up. The bell in the city square did not ring because someone had asked it not to. The protocol listened from a distance because it had to, and because it had learned a shape it could live with. Rimuru held Seal's hands and looked down at the seam where their fingers crossed. He had never cared much for rings. This was better. What's outside? He asked. Shuna, Seal said, with tea, shy and pretending she isn't worried. Diablo being polite to a law he despises. Benimaru steady. Sui everywhere at once. Chloe sitting where we put her and choosing to stay. Good, he said. I want to see them as me, not as the thing the world wants me to be. You will, Seal said. We meant the part that called you only one thing. He nodded. He listened to his own breathing for a second and gave it back to her, so she could hear it too. Ready? He asked. Seal let her head tip forward until it touched his chest. The spot where the circle had gone in was warm now. Yes, she said. Always. They stepped through the door together. The first thing Rimuru felt was weight. Not the heavy kind. The kind you want. A hand on your arm, a city leaning on you because it trusts you not to drop it. The air tasted like home, even here where there was no wind. He took one step and then another, and the floor decided to be wood, because Shuna liked the sound of wood when she carried a tray. The inner door opened. Shuna stood there with a kettle and 3 cups on a tray and eyes that had tried very hard not to cry and failed in the best way. Cheyenne stood behind her, arms crossed, uncrossing when she forgot to maintain the pose. Diablo had both hands at the small of his back like a butler in a story who insists on being a knight anyway. Sui was a flicker where the light met the corner. Benimaru filled the doorway on the other side before remembering to move so someone else could come in. Hi, Rimuru said, because that was how you came home. Welcome back, Shuna said, voice breaking not on welcome, but on back. Cheyenne sniffed and covered it with a cough. You took your time, she said. Had to talk to my girlfriend, Rimuru said, and it felt good to say it out loud and watch their ears go pink. Seal's laugh was soft and pleased in the back of his mouth. Accurate. Diablo's eyes went bright and then calm. My lord. Diablo, Rimuru said. Diablo bowed, small, real. Permission to glare at a metaphysical statute until it regrets itself. Granted, Rimuru said, and the corner of his mouth moved because Diablo was Diablo and the world was right again. Benimura didn't ask if Rimuru was all right. He didn't say the plan out loud either. He looked at Seal. Terms? New skill, she said. New rule. New gap. Benimura nodded once. Good. Sui's voice came from everywhere at the same time. The bell is quiet. Thank you, Rimuru said. Chloe stood up when he looked at her. She didn't move closer. She didn't drop her eyes. Rimuru, she said. No title. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just his name. He lifted one hand. Later, he said, kind, clear. We're not done. We're not rushing. She let out a breath that shook and sat back down and nodded. Shouldn't have set the tray on the table that existed here, because it needed to. She poured tea. She put a cup in Seal's hand without looking surprised that a hand could hold something in a place that was made of thoughts. Thank you, Seal said. You're welcome, Shuna said, and her smile made something in Rimuru's chest open another notch. They didn't make speeches. They didn't announce anything to the city yet. They sat. They drank. They listened to the way the world sounded when a rule gave up being a blade and let itself be a rail. When the cups were empty, Rimuru set his down and laced his fingers with Seal's. We have a war to plan, he said, because saying it made the burden sit in the right place instead of in his throat. We do, Benimuru said. We're going to do it clean, Rimuru went on. We're going to right the ground before we step on it. We're going to test the hard choices in small rooms with people we trust before we move them into the world. We're going to forgive what we can, and when we can't forgive yet, we're going to delay our anger until it won't break something we need. Diablo's mouth did something almost like a smile. Understood. Shine snorted. That was a lot of words to say don't punch first. I'm learning, Rimuru said. Seal pressed her shoulder to his. He is. Shuna looked at the door. The city is waiting. Let wait 5 more minutes, Rimuru said. I want to sit here and feel this. They did. No one hurried him. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. The new skill sat in his chest like a steady light that didn't need to show off. The gap in Seal hummed now and then, not as a wound, but as a promise she had made to herself and to him. He respected it. He would not ask her to fill it because he was scared. 5 minutes later he stood. Seal stood with him. The room didn't stop being a room when they left. It kept the table for later. That felt right. At the threshold he paused. He looked up because it was a habit even indoors. He thought of the quiet ripple at the edge of everything. New creation blinking like a small star that hadn't learned to shine yet. Seal, he said. Yes. After we win, he said, let's go look at that. We will, she said. Together. Always, he said. They stepped out. The world felt ready to be held, and he was ready to hold it without squeezing. Chapter 12. Mobilization for the Cosmic War. The council chamber was full. No banners. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. A long table. Extra chairs pulled in from rooms that didn't need them for the next few hours. Windows open. Daylight. The city's bell stayed quiet because Diablo had asked it to be. Rimuru took the middle seat and didn't raise his voice. Seal sat at his right, present with a body because it helped people look at someone when they spoke to her. Benimuru stood at his shoulder with a folder he didn't need, but liked to hold. Shine watched the doors. Shuna had tea ready. Sui's presence touched every shadow like clean lines drawn on a map. Diablo waited near the far end, still and polite, a blade hidden in a bow tie. Across from them, Malene with her feet on a chair, she wasn't supposed to sit that way on, grinning and worried in the same breath. Veldora with arms folded, trying to look serious and failing whenever he remembered a joke. Guy Crimson leaned back, one leg crossed, eyes sharp. Luminous and white, quiet and watching, a hand resting on the back of a chair as if feeling its grain. Carrion. Fry. Ramiris bouncing and then remembering not to bounce. Velzard and Velgrind stood behind Guy, crisp and cool. They didn't need chairs to be present. Rimuru set both hands on the table. He waited until the room matched his pace. We have new visitors coming, he said. They're not people. They're functions. They move like ideas. They eat like rules. They're already pressing at the edges. We felt 2 tests last night in the hills west of Tempest. Time skipped a beat. Gravity pulled sideways for 6 seconds, and then pretended it hadn't. Seal, classification, outer concepts, names observed, entropy, stagnation, others pending. Guy's mouth tugged. You've upgraded your announcements, he said. Rimuru nodded. We did. You'll get the short version only. Good, Guy said. Rimuru looked around the table. We're going to hold the world steady while we push them out. We'll do it with simple moves you can repeat. We'll test small before we scale. We won't pretend we know everything. When I don't know, I'm going to say I don't know and then ask for help. Benimaru let out a small breath that was almost a laugh. Mark the date, he said. Malim thumped the table bright. Finally, strategy time. Say where you want me. Soon, Rimuru said. First, the ground rules. He raised one hand. Seal set a thin slate on the table. Words wrote themselves in clear, plain lines. Alliance rules draft. 1. If a change would alter a person's core, final yes/no comes from him. 2. 3. Leave notes when you rewrite local law. Use the notice format. 4. 5. Test in a sandbox first if possible. 6. 7. When unsure, anchor something simple. Gravity down, time forward, heat flows warm to cold. 8. 9. Tell your nearest, lead the moment you see drift you can't name. 10. He looked at them. Questions on the rules first. Luminous spoke soft. Item 2. Notes. To whom? Everyone in range, Rimuru said. Simple language. No panic words. We are holding gravity steady over tempest. You may feel light for 3 seconds. Like that. Luminous nodded. Clear. Guy rolled a wrist. You know, I dislike committees. Get to assignments. Assignments, Rimuru said, and pointed to the city map Seal put up without drama. A clean grid. 3 rings, marked sky, border, heart. 3 layers, Rimuru said. Sky, border, heart. He touched the outer ring. Sky. Veldora, you take top cover. Your job is turbulence. If chaos builds in the cloud layer, you eat the spikes and breathe out a steady storm. Don't show off. Keep it even. 10-second rolling exhale. If probability starts to slosh, you growl once and hold it in place. Veldora beamed. A gentleman's storm. Understood. Velgrind's eyes narrowed with interest. You're asking him to act as a stabilizer, not a hammer. Yes, Rimuru said. Hammer later if we need it. For now, we want a metronome. Malim raised a hand. I can be a hammer. You will, Rimuru said. Border layer. East and south first. Those were soft when time skipped. Guy, I want you to anchor dark matter density on the eastern flank. Guy blinked once. Of all the things you could have asked for, you went there. It's weight without show, Rimuru said. It keeps space honest. You don't need to see it to feel it. Set it to hold the grid, not crush it. If space tries to fold, your anchor keeps the corners square. Guy grinned, quick and sharp. Fine. I'll pin the corners. Velzard, Rimuru said. North border. Stasis corridors every 20 kilometers. Not full stop. Slow zones. If the field hiccups, things won't smash. People can step out of a mistake before it finishes. Velzard's chin dipped. I can lay the lines clean. Velgrind, Rimuru said. Opposite. South border. Acceleration corridors. Controlled lanes. Use them for evacuation, for supplies, for our runners. Pair them with Velzard's slow zones so we can move without breaking bones. Velgrind folded her arms. We'll need markers. Seal will draw them, Rimuru said. Bright lines. No poetry. Arrows and numbers. Seal, confirmed. Malim thumped the table again. And me, you're our momentum guard, Rimuru said. If stagnation bites the field, you punch holes through the gel. Short bursts. 3 hits and stop. Let the field breathe between them. Don't get stuck in your own tunnel. Malim grinned. Hit and give it air. I can do that. Carrion, Rimuru said. West border. You anchor force lines. Think of tension cables. If load shifts, your lines take it. Use your people. Train them in 2s. Carrion's mouth tightened with focus. On it. Fry, Rimuru said. You manage air corridors for civilians. No hero routes. Just safe paths. Fry inclined her head. I'll keep the wind clean. Luminous, Rimuru said. Heart layer. Hospitals, shelters, water, the things that keep people. Hold the concepts of heartbeat steady and breath flows in and out over the clinics. If light flickers, you keep it bright over the tables. If blood wants to turn to air because a law jumps, you remind it it's blood. Luminous lifted her eyes. I will need steady hands on the ground. Shuna will give you teams, Rimuru said. Shuna nodded. We've drilled. We'll keep the wards simple and warm. Benimaru, Rimuru said. You take ground command. If a law drifts, you draw a new line and tell people where the line is. Make it boring. Boring is safe. Benimaru smiled without teeth. I like boring. Sui, Rimuru said. Intelligence. You own the seam lines. The moment you see a new shape, mark it. If you can't name it in 2 sentences, don't touch it. Call me. Sui's voice moved. Understood. Diablo, Rimuru said. You're our courtesy shield. I want your devotion wrapped around the inner sanctum and the council routes. If a law misbehaves, you bind it with proper forms and ask it to wait its turn. Diablo bowed, eyes bright. With pleasure. Ramira's popped up from her seat. What about me? I make labyrinths. I can make little ones to catch bad laws. Like ant traps, but for whatever that was that tried to turn the ground into a polite wall last night. Rimuru nodded. Do that. Label them. If we catch a drift, we study it before we release it. Guy tapped the table once light. What about you? I float, Rimuru said. Seal, and I will move where the grid flexes. We'll patch holes, rewrite edge conditions, and keep the notices clean. If something tries to make a rule using my heart as a lever, we'll eat the lever first. Malim looked pleased. Good plan. Rimuru looked at her. You want a race, he said. Don't. If you see a door you don't recognize, don't kick it. Call me. Malim made a face and then nodded. Okay, I'll call. Cheyenne raised a hand, blunt. And the citizens. Shuna? Rimuru said. Shuna set a small stack of papers on the table. Plain instructions, she said. 1 sheet per home. What to do if the floor gets light. Where to sit if the air stutters. When to breathe slow. Who to call. Where the slow lanes and fast lanes will be. Rimuru looked at Guy. We're going to move people like water in a canal. Smooth. No surprises. Guy's eyes warmed. You finally sound like a ruler. Don't say that too loud, Rimuru said. There was a short pause while everyone wore their roles for a breath. Rimuru broke it. We also have one more job to do before we move. We clean the last piece of the prison. Chloe. The room shifted. Polite. Watchful. Chloe stood from the bench near the back wall. No chains. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. She had been waiting with her hands folded. She looked like a person who had slept a little and badly and made peace with that for now. Rimuru didn't make her come to the table. He stood. He tapped the table once. Once to Benimaru. Benimaru took his place and kept the briefing rolling with a quiet. We will now mark the first patrol routes for the border layer. Rimuru touched 2 fingers to Seal's wrist. They stepped into the side room together. The door closed without needing to be slammed. It was simple in there. 2 chairs. 1 small window. A pot of tea from Shuna that had followed him like a promise. Rimuru sat. Chloe sat across from him. He poured tea and pushed a cup across the table. She watched his hands and then the cup. I don't deserve this, she said. Maybe not, he said. You get anyway. She looked up. I acted on a law that hurt you. I call my view of innocence the only view. I let duty eat the place in me that should have asked you first. He nodded. You did. She took a breath and let it out. I'm sorry. He didn't make her repeat it. He let the words sit in the air between them like a small, warm thing that didn't ask for attention. I'm not going to make a speech, he said. I'm not going to make you kneel. I'm going to set a boundary, and then I'm going to ask you to work. Her hands tightened on the cup. Tell me the boundary. Don't use me as your proof again, he said. If your vow wants to write a rule with my heart as the ink, you say no. You walk out. You come here. You put the problem on my table. We'll look at it together. She nodded. I can do that. I know, he said. Second, you don't get to carry that protocol alone anymore. Seal and I rewrote the hook it had in us. It's not your God. It's not mine. If it whispers, you say, wait, and then you tell us. She blinked hard and looked down. 1 tear rolled and fell on the back of her hand. She wiped it away with a small, practical movement. I kept thinking I was saving you from yourself, she said. I wasn't. I was saving a system from being questioned. Systems don't need saving, he said. People do. She swallowed. What do you want to do now? Be our time liaison, Rimuru said. Watch the tide lines. When they pull, tell us where. If a loop starts to build, mark it. If you smell your vow in the air, ring a bell. Don't fix it alone. Don't break it alone. Her mouth opened and then closed. You trust me with that? Yes, he said. Trust isn't the same as forgetting. I remember. I still trust. She looked at Seal. Is that your view as well? Seal held her gaze steady. It is. I will watch with you. I will not cut your choices off unless you ask me to. Chloe looked back at Rimuru. Thank you. He adjusted the chair a thumb width. When this is over, we'll talk longer. For now, stand with us. Chloe stood. She bowed small. I will. Good, Rimuru said. He stood too. Come back in. Start now. They returned to the main room. Benimaru had the map up with routes marked. Plain arrows. Numbers. Times. Nothing that pretended to be clever. Rimuru sat. Chloe joins the grid, he said. Time liaison. She reports to me and Seal and copies Benimaru. If you have a problem with that, talk to me, not to her. Guy's eyes flicked to Chloe and back. He shrugged. If she makes a mistake again, I'll say so. If she does the job, I'll say so. That's all. Malim waved hard. Welcome back, she said. Chloe's mouth tilted at one corner. Thank you. Rimuru tapped the table. All right. Concepts and counters. Keep it simple. Seal lifted a second slate. A list appeared under 2 columns. Problem and move. Problem. Time stutter, short skip. Move. Freeze local state for 3 seconds, Velzard lanes, then hand off to Velgrind lanes. Notice the citizens pause. Then move. Problem. Gravity drift, side pull. Move. Guy anchors dark matter density. Benimaru posts ground marks. Notice. Keep low. Hand to hand. Problem. Stagnation field, motion thick. Move. Malim punches 3 holes, 2 seconds apart. Sui maps the gel. Notice. Walk, don't run. Problem. Entropy surge, heat bleed. Move. Luminous stabilizes temperature in clinics. Shuna teams deploy warm blankets. Veldora holds air mixing over city. Notice. Warm zones open. Problem. Identity leak. Names blur. Move. Rimuru eats the hook. Seal locks core names. Notice. Repeat your name. We will echo. Guy drummed fingers amused. You're making war sound like a traffic plan. It keeps people alive, Rimuru said. Luminous touched the warm blankets line. I'll need 10 clean storerooms and controlled light. Take the old brewery, Benimaru said. Thick walls. No drafts. Done, Luminous said. Velgrind pointed at the south lanes. I'll need ground crews to watch for edge shear. If someone steps out of fast lane into a slow one too close to the boundary, ligaments tear. Cheyenne, Rimuru said. Put your unit on the boundaries. 1 person every 50 meters. Hands out. Catch people. Cheyenne nodded once. We'll catch them. Ram Iris raised a finger. If my traps catch something weird, who dissects it? Seal and me, Rimuru said. With Guy if he wants a look. Guy's smile showed a hint of tooth. I always want to look. Veldora leaned forward, eyes bright. Can I name the storm layer? No, Velzard said, deadpan. Rimuru considered it. You can name it after we win. Agreed. Veldora said, already thinking of something ridiculous. Sui's voice slid over the table. Northern hills show a faint ripple. Not time. Not heat. Smells like language. Name slur for a second and rebuild. Rimuru looked at Seal. Seal. Low-grade identity leak. Likely stagnation's companion move. It tries to smooth edges. It makes nouns lazy. Rimuru nodded. We mark names. We repeat them. We echo. If a person forgets who they are for a second, we hold them with their name until it fits again. Shuna lifted 3 bundles from her basket. Name bands, she said. Cloth. Printed. Wrist or arm. Everyone gets 1. If a band goes blank, you sit down and wait for a runner. Benimaru took 1 band and tied it on. Works. Rimuru let the plan sit and settle. He watched faces. He listened for the little noises people make when work begins in their heads. He liked that sound. Any objections, he said. Guy shook his head. Just one reminder. When you anchor dark matter, you pull on more than a grid. You tug on old bones. The world remembers who set the weight the first time. If that thing sends a hand to slap mine, I'll slap back. But I'll keep it neat. Keep it neat, Rimuru said. Luminous looked at him. You forgave her. Yes, he said. Luminous held his gaze. Good. Malim bounced, then caught herself. When do we start? Now, Rimuru said. He stood. Everyone else stood. He raised his voice finally, just once. We move like we train. Slow first. Clean hands. If something scares you, say so. If something hurts, say so. If you're about to do something clever, say it out loud before you do it. Cheyenne muttered, that line is for Malim. Malim grinned. I heard you. Rimuru pointed to the map. We'll run a 5-minute drill. Veldora, Lightstorm. Velzard, lay your first slow lines over the west gate. Velgrind, open one fast lane to the south granaries. Guy, start the anchor at 1/3 strength. Luminous, light the clinics. Benimaru, route runners. Shuna, bands and blankets. Sui, watch the seams. Diablo, seal the doors between rooms that hold important arguments. No leaks. Important arguments? Diablo asked, amused. Like the one where you tell a law to wait until it's spoken to, Rimuru said. Ah, Diablo said, satisfied. My specialty. They moved. The room changed from still to busy without getting loud. Chairs pushed back. Maps rolled up. Teams formed and left. Orders were short. People repeated them back and left again. The window carried in a breath of air that tasted like rain that hadn't decided yet. Rimuru stayed at the table with Seal and Benimaru for 1 more minute. He watched the grid. Lights bloomed along the borders as Velzard laid her corridors, soft blue lines, like chalk. Velgrind's fast lanes flared white for 2 seconds, then settled to a pulse. Veldora's storm formed a dark ring that didn't swagger. It turned and breathed like it had learned manners. Guy's anchor didn't show on the map, but the east edge stopped feeling slippery. Seal, drill nominal. 2 small hiccups. Southern lane, eddy near the mill. Identity leak attempted to blur bakery into building at the market corner. Shuna's bands held. Notice scent. A calm tone moved through the city. Notice, you may feel light for 2 seconds near South Granary. Step into the white lane and keep hands on the rail. Say your name once if you feel strange. Helpers are present. Benimaru looked at him. Feels good. It does, Rimuru said. He touched a new skill sitting in his chest and found it steady. Let's make it normal. A runner put her head in the door and didn't step over the threshold, because you don't if you weren't called. Lord Rimuru, she said. Eastern Ridge reports a flicker at the old quarry. The air said stay without words. People stopped walking for 3 heartbeats. Stagnation, Benimaru said. On my way. Malim said from the hall, before anyone told her. Rimuru held up a hand. Malim skidded to a stop in the doorway, vibrating. He smiled at her once. 3 hits. Then breathe. She saluted. 3 hits. Then breathe. And she was gone, fast enough to leave a sound like a plucked string. Guy stood in the doorway after her. I'll keep the corner tight, he said. And then he was gone too, clean as a cat step. Rimuru turned to Seal. Walk or jump. Jump, she said. They stepped without sparkles. One room became another room on the ridge. Wind. Veldora's storm breathed overhead. The quarry looked like a bowl someone had put on the ground and then forgot. People stood on the road, not moving, eyes open, breathing, but paused. No dissent. Seal said, already moving the simple words through the city. Notice, if your feet stop, look at your wrist and read your name. Then take 1 step forward. Rimuru took a breath and tasted the stoppage. It felt like glue on a fingertip. Malim landed 3 steps away, already laughing because she liked every problem that could be punched. Point me, she said. Rimuru pointed. There, there, there. 3 spots in the air, not places but habits. He could see them because of the thing sitting in his chest and the person beside him. Malim punched the first one. The air made a sound like a jammed door finally moving. She hit the second, the roadside. She hit the third and yelled because yelling helps. The glue let go. People blinked and took a step and then another. Someone in the road said their name out loud, and 2 friends answered them with the same name, and everyone smiled like they hadn't done anything special. Guy's voice came from a few meters away. Anchor holds, he said. No slide. Good, Rimuru said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Malim breathed. Malim grinned and put hands on hips and took 3 big breaths because she'd promised. She looked at him like a kid who had shown her homework. Right? Right, he said. He looked up at the storm. Thanks, he said, and the clouds rolled a little and rumbled like Veldora, clearing his throat to say you're welcome. They stepped back to the council chamber. People filed in and out with updates. Short. Useful. Velzard slow line stable. Velgrind fast lane 3 needed an extra marker. Luminous reports 2 patients tried to pass out. Held them steady. They're fine to Shuna's bands all printed. Children think they're fun. Sui marked a seam near the river. Ramiris setting a small trap there now. Cheyenne stuck her head in and pointed a thumb at her chest. 2 catches. No broken ankles. Good, Rimuru said. Chloe stood near the map with a small book open. She wrote, slow and neat. Benimaru glanced at her page once. He checked the time and let it pass. To himself. He didn't talk about it. Seal looked down at her own slate. Outer concepts are reading us. She said at normal volume. They're adjusting. They'll probe deeper tonight. Rimuru nodded. We'll be ready. Guy came back and dropped in his chair like a man who would never admit he was pleased. Your plan is irritatingly clean, he said. Thank you, Rimuru said. Guy snorted. Don't get used to compliments. Luminous looked at the door. I need to go back to the clinics. Go, Rimuru said. If you need more hands, take them. She paused. You're steady today. He met her eyes. I am. She left without more words, which was praise in her language. Malim hovered near the table, then sat and swung her legs and tried not to swing them and failed. I want to say something, she said. Say it, Rimuru said. Malim's voice went smaller for 4 words. Don't leave me behind. I won't, he said. Even if I have to slow down, I'll slow down next to you. You won't have to shout to catch up. She nodded hard and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand like she had gotten dust in them. Okay, eat something. Cheyenne called from the doorway, like a mom. She tossed Malim a bun. Malim ate it in 2 bites and chewed happy. The briefing slid into shifts and schedules. Benimaru set times. Sui paired scouts. Diablo placed polite interdictions at doors where arguments like to live. Shuna distributed name bands until her basket was empty and then went to fill it again. Ramiris drew a little maze on a napkin and taped it to the river seam with serious care. Rimuru listened, asked 2 questions, said good a dozen times, said no twice, said I don't know, asked Seal once and liked that he could say that now with no heat in his cheeks. Seal looked up at him. You are doing it the way you promised. I know, he said, and smiled because that part of her shouldn't change either. Benimaru closed the first round with a quiet. We reconvene at dusk for a status review. Same table. Same pace. People rose. Chairs slid. Footsteps moved away. Chloe lingered. She came to the table after most had left. She placed her small book on the wood. These are the tide notes, she said. Times. Places. Words the air try to think. I use simple terms. Rimuru read the first page. Clear. Dates. Short lines. No extra weight. He nodded. This is good. Chloe let out a breath she'd been holding. I'll bring you updates at the top of each hour, unless we're in a loop. If we're in a loop, Seal said, walk to this room, no matter what the loop says, and sit in that chair. Sui will bring you tea. We will recognize you. Chloe's mouth trembled into something like a laugh. Okay. Rimuru closed the book and handed it back. We're done with apologies for today, he said. Work with us. I will, she said again and left. The room wasn't empty. Rooms like this never are. They keep plans in the air like heat. Rimuru stood. He stretched his fingers once. He felt the weight in his chest, and it felt right. He looked at Seal, and she looked back. Walk, he said. They walked the corridor outside the chamber. Guards nodded. Runners passed. The city outside the windows moved at a pace that wasn't hurry and wasn't slow. He liked it. They reached the balcony that looked over the square. People below wore name bands and carried baskets and laughed and looked up, sometimes like they knew someone was looking back but didn't need a wave to feel it. Rimuru put both hands on the rail. He didn't make a speech. He didn't lift his arms. He just stood and watched for 1 minute and let the world see that he wasn't going anywhere. Seal leaned lightly against his shoulder. Dusk, she said. Dusk, he said. They turned back in. Work waited, and they were ready to do it with clean hands and simple words. Chapter 13. The Clash of Genesis and Retribution. Wind bent the treetops once and stopped like it was listening. Rimuru stood on the east ridge with Seal at his side and watched the air wrinkle. The hill path that used to tilt down toward the quarry now leaned up for a heartbeat, then settled flat, then leaned again. People on the road paused, checked their name bands, and moved to the white fast lane in pairs, just like they practiced. Seal didn't look away from the wrinkle. Status: border layer stable. New pressure inbound. Signature matches outer concept pair, entropy, and stagnation. Staging above the quarry, depth 30 spans. Copy, Rimuru said. Call it out as it changes. Always. Sui rose out of a shadow near his feet and pointed with 2 fingers. There, he said, and drew a thin line on the dirt with a twig so everyone could see where there was. The line curved like a scar and ended in empty air. The empty air bulged. Sound, a low hiss like hot sand poured on ice. The grass laid down against the soil in a slow wave. A white stone marker on the path turned gray, then darker, then powdered at the edges. Heat from nowhere tugged at the sweat on people's backs, and then left them cold. Benimaru's voice came in over the runner's band. All units, split by assignment. No hero moves. Hold lines. Velzard, slow corridors, Rimuru said. Already up, Velzard answered. A soft blue grid blinked into being over the fields, each line a lane. Air thickened on those lines like a gentle hand. Velgrind opened 2 fast lanes for evac, Benimaru said. South Granary and Clinic Routlet, Velgrind said, clean and quick. A white ribbon glowed over the road, pulsing once a second. Guy stepped up beside Rimuru as if he'd always been there. Anchor's in, he said. East corner won't slip. Good, Rimuru said. The bulge in the air opened like a mouth that didn't know it was a mouth. No teeth. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just rules. Heat ran out of the hole and pulled at water in leaves and in people. Rocks near the lip cracked with a tired sound. The ground under the bulge didn't crumble. It sagged, like someone had pressed a heavy thumb on it. Entropy front, Seal said. Pressure building. Stagnation weaving behind it like a net. If we let the heat bleed without a channel, breath goes first. Luminous, Rimuru said, clinics now. Light steady, Luminous replied. Heartbeats holding. Send me any pale faces. Shuna's voice through the band. Warm blankets on carts. Moving to field posts. A second mouth opened a few meters left of the first. No heat. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Air got thick. The fast lane beside it slowed like syrup, then snapped back. Stagnation node, Seal said. It's trying to temper momentum. Intent. Make us too slow to correct the bleed. Malim, Rimuru said. 3 hits. Breathe between. A pink streak cut the sky and landed on the second mouth. Malim's fist hit air and made a noise like a drum stretched tight. The syrup ripped. She hit the second spot, and then the third with a yell that shook dust off the grass. The lanes cleared. Breathe, Malim said loudly, hands on hips. She actually counted out loud to 3 and grinned at herself. Veldora's storm turned above them. Not heavy, not a show, just a firm spin. Clouds kept air mixing over the ridge. The heat bleed met the mix and slowed. Rimuru lifted a hand. The new skill in his chest, existential wisdom, Manus Void, answered like a steady muscle. He didn't reach for a flashy thing. He reached for a simple one. Seal, he said, filter. Filter up, Seal said. Local law. He can leave, but not run. It must pass through me and you first. Rimuru felt the bleed touch the filter and become a line he could hold. It wasn't gone. It was routed. Diablo, Rimuru said. Wrap the inner path. Courtesy rules on. Binding, Diablo said, pleased. All outrageous conduct will cue in a polite line. A soft ripple moved through the field. It felt like a velvet rope appeared around the worst parts of the air, and those parts agreed to wait their turn to misbehave. Outer concepts adjusting, Seal said. They're reading our grid again. Expect a test on loyalty or identity in the next 30 counts. Rimuru looked down the slope. Diablo stood with his hands folded, watching calm. A thin thread from the entropy mouth slunk toward him like a trail of smoke that didn't know smoke shouldn't crawl. It touched Diablo's shoulder like a hand. Diablo's eyes flickered. His posture changed a fraction. Not much. Enough. Target. Diablo, Seal said. Concept bite. Loyalty siphon. It's trying to eat his promise and make it feel empty. Rimuru didn't think. He moved. He stepped where the thread thought it was hidden and grabbed it with Devourer of Existence. Not at the loyalty, but at the theft. He ate the hook, not the ring it wanted. Taste, a thin, bitter thing like old coins. It dissolved. Diablo exhaled once and bowed his head a fraction without taking his eyes off the field. "Thank you, my lord," he said, voice stable. "Stay with me," Rimuru said. "Always," Diablo answered, and meant it, and the word didn't wobble anymore. Another tug. Different direction. Shuna, halfway down the hill with the cart of blankets, staggered. Her breath hitched. She held the cart grip in both hands. The air near her went thin, like the space above a candle. "Target." "Shuna," Seal said. "Concept bite. Life drain." It found her kindness and thinks it can drink it. "Velzard, hold a slow veil over Shuna," Rimuru said. "Done," Velzard said. Rimuru dropped to one knee, palm against the ground. He didn't pull a big reversal. He pinched the channel. He told the law that thought it could drink to use a straw the size of a hair. It whined without sound. He ate the mouthpiece and let the rest collapse. Shuna blinked and looked at him and nodded once. Practical. "Warm zone restored," she said, and went back to handing a blanket to a runner like she had planned to do all day. Seal's updates were a steady line in his ear. Entropy pressure decreasing at point A. Stagnation net rebuilding at point B. Guy's anchor absorbed a push at the east corner. No slip. Veldora's storm holding a clean spin. Malim's lane charge. Ready in 5. Sui reports seam near the river. Ram Iris trap deployed. Rimuru moved the filter a thumb width and felt the pressure distribute. The mouths didn't like that. They shifted, trying to find a crack. Benimaru's voice. "White lane 2 is clipping a cartwheel at the south bend. Route around." Cheyenne, boundary catch, 2 meters left. On it, Cheyenne said. A thud, a grunt, and then got him. "Ankle safe." Notice, Seal said and sent it. "Notice, if your feet forget how to step, look at your band, say your name, and take one small step. Helpers in purple will take your hand." Rimuru kept his breath even. He let his heart rate rise a little. It helped his timing. The sky dimmed and then brightened without clouds moving. Tom did a half step back and then forward. The map in his head stuttered like a bad lantern. "Time stutter," Seal said. "Short skip. 2 heartbeats. No loop." "Chloe," Rimuru said. "Here," Chloe said, already standing at the border of the grid with her small book open. "It's a sideways pull, not a circle. Marked. If it tilts again, I'll call the angle." "Good," Rimuru said. Guy leaned into the pressure as if it was wind. "They're not used to being fought like this," he said. "They expected screams and fireworks." "Sorry to disappoint," Rimuru said. Guy's grin showed one tooth. "Never apologize for clean work." The entropy mouth widened. The heat bleed found a branch. It reached for the nearest trees. Leaves on 3 oaks crunched inward, as if they were older than they were. A bird dropped out of the air like it forgot to flap. "Seal," Rimuru said. "Redirection." "Set," Seal said. "Rule. Heat shall leave along prepared path only." She drew a tiny gate in the air, the size of a hand, and the bleed went there like rain finding a gutter. Steam hissed out of the gate with a sound that was honest and small. It vanished into the cloud layer, where Veldora's storm mixed it safe. "Thank you," Veldora said grandly, rumbling the word like a good joke. The stagnation mouth thickened the air in a patch near the fast lane. 3 runners slowed mid-step. One lifted a foot and didn't put it down for 3 long seconds. "Malim," Rimuru said. "On it." Malim punched once, twice, 3 times, yell punctuated, and then put her hands on her knees and took 3 breaths like she promised. "Breathed." "Good," Rimuru said. Sui's voice was a whisper that pressed on the inside of the ear. "They learn fast. The next move will try to break the grid instead of the people." "Guy," Rimuru said. "I know," Guy said, and set his foot as if it mattered. It did. The weight of his will put nails in the corners of the air. Space tried to pucker and got told no. The anchor held. The mouths changed shape. They flattened. They became thin sheets that wanted to slide under the lanes and lift them like bad flooring. The white fast lane wavered like a ribbon in wind. "Velgrind," Rimuru said. "Reinforcing," Velgrind said. The fast lane brightened, then settled. then pulse steady again. Shy, Benimaru said, boundary hands out. Don't let anyone step across an edge too fast. Hands out, Cheyenne said, and the line of her unit became a fence of palms. Ramiris hooped from the river on the band. Trap caught a weird jelly. It's trying to be a rule about names. I put a jar on it. The jar says no. It's sulking. Seal. Identity leak prevented. Good job. Thank you. Ramiris said, proud. The air tore. No sound warning this time. Just a straight cut through the middle of the field like a zipper pulled wrong. On one side, everything looked normal. On the other, color went a step too pale. People on the pale side blinked like the light hurt, and then forgot they were blinking. New move, Seal said. Entropy spike hidden in a stagnation sheet. It wants to split a district off into later so it can drain it slow. Not allowed, Rimuru said. He stepped to the cut. He put his hand out and touched the edge. It was cold without being cold. It was a number trying to be 0 everywhere at once. He told it no. He told it could be 0 only at the exact line where his finger touched. It balked. He held. Seal slid in beside him and set the law in simple words. Here, not there. The cut closed to the size of a knife. He ate the knife. It broke against his teeth and dissolved like frost. Pressure shift, Seal said. They're angry. Good, Guy said. Maybe they'll make a mistake. Malim bounced on her toes. Let them make 5. 2, Rimuru said. We'll take 2. A dark coil rose out of the entropy mouth like smoke that remembered it had weight. It reached for Diablo again. Diablo smiled at it like it was an uninvited guest. Not this time, Diablo said, and held up one gloved hand. Hugh, please. The coil hesitated because the request was framed like a law. It tried to ignore him. Courtesy wrapped it tighter. Rimuru ate the slack. Benimaru, report. Sui, seems holding. No drifts at the river. One wobble at the grain market, corrected by Cheyenne. Cheyenne, 2 catches. No injuries. Shuna, for blankets placed. 2 faint, stable now. T going out. Luminous. I'm stabilizing a child's breath. It is easy. Keep the pressure even and I could do the rest. Velzard, slow line stable. Velgrind, fast lanes running clean. No edge shear. My crews are watching the markers. Veldora, storm is well behaved. Guy, anchor is bored. Keep it bored, Rimuru said. The mouths retreated a step and then lunged forward together. Heat and halt mixed. The field went bright and then dull. The map in Rimuru's head fuzzed at the edges. Here we go, Seal said. Here we go, Rimuru agreed. They moved faster. Rimuru lowered a shoulder and took the first shove with a block of self. No metaphysics, just the decision to stand. Seal threaded a calm line through the shove that said, use the lane. Malim broke a gel not like popping a blister. Guy set his heel and kept a corner square. Velzard laid a new slow sheet over the clinic yard and let it settle like linen. Velgrind jerked a fast lane away from a tier just before it would have sliced a cart. Cheyenne caught a teenager by the belt as she tripped and pulled her back into a safe square. Sui pinned a seam with 3 small knives, not because knives could hold laws, but because his attention could, and he liked the feel of handles. The outer concepts changed tactics again. Words blurred. The notice boards at the edge of the field read N.T.C. for a blink. People frowned and then remembered what the signs said. Identity leak at 5%, Seal said. Chloe had already stepped into the gray circle they'd chalked for her. Reading it, she said, eyes half-lidded. This isn't a name eater. It's a name wander. It wants nouns to get tired. Remedy, repetition. Seal pushed a new line. Notice, say your name. Your name stays. Say the word for what you hold. It stays too. People said their names. People said rope, wheel, bread, child. The words felt heavy in a good way. The leak slowed. The board fixed its letters and read notice again, like it had always said that. Outer concepts pressing the clinic, Seal said suddenly. Entropy testing blood to air conversion. Denied, Luminous said, sharp for once. No. Light in the clinic district stayed bright. A glass of water did not evaporate. A man's hand did not dry out into parchment. Luminous voice went soft again. You are blood. Stay blood. Thank you, Rimuru said. A third mouth tried to open higher in the sky, above the storm, sneaky. Veldora laughed and dragged it down with a wind hand like catching a hat. He set it at arm's length and blew at it until it spun itself out into nothing. "Air is my toy," Veldora said cheerfully. "Good work," Velzard said in the same tone people used to praise a kid for not knocking something off a table. "Thank you, sister," Veldora said, instantly chastened and proud at the same time. Pressure rose. Seal's voice clipped one word shorter. "Spike." "Where?" Rimuru said. "Under your feet," Seal said. "The ground." Try to turn to old ground. It tried to remember a time before the city, before roads, before feet. It tried to be untouched. Rimuru stamped once. "Now," he said. The ground remembered now. It stayed road. "Nice," Guy said, and actually meant it. Entropy stopped pretending it could out-politeness Diablo and out-patience Luminous. It did the simple thing it always ends up doing when it gets frustrated. It reached for burn. Heat dropped out of the mouth like a curtain. It wanted to drape everything in a sheet of dry. "Seal," Rimuru said. "Channel," Seal said. They opened a vent the size of a door and let the heat go there. It roared like a dragon for a second. Veldora approved, and then left the field through the sky in a neat column. The air cooled. People shivered and pulled their blankets closer. Shuna's carts kept moving. Stagnation countering with friction, Seal said. It wants the carts to stop mid-roll. "Benimaru," Rimuru said. "Ground marks," Benimaru said. He slapped 3 bright paint lines down with a brush like a soldier laying cord. Carts rolled smooth over the paint. The friction refused to argue with a line that clean. "Sui," Seal said, "seem near the bakery." "On it," Sui said and was. Ramiris piped up again, excited. The jar learned a new word. "It says stay." The jelly stopped wriggling. "Do I get a treat?" "You get to name the jar later," Rimuru said. "Yes," Ramiris said. Malim punched another gel knot. "Breathing," she said, and actually put her hands on her ribs and felt them expand and contract while the world tried to convince everyone to hold their breath forever. She beat that by example. "Outer concepts are retracting from the ridge," Seal said. "They'll try the heart next, if they follow pattern. Then we move first," Rimuru said. "Shift the filter 10 degrees toward the square." "Shifted," Seal said. "Notice scent. Notice if the air feels heavy in the square, sit. Hold someone's hand. Count to 5 together. We will lift it." Rimuru didn't teleport because the lanes taught people not to. He ran, light and fast, and stepped the fast lane with everyone else. Velgrind's pulse matched his footfalls. They hit the square before the second push. The square looked normal. Stalls. Baskets. People at benches. The statue with the silly hat someone put on it during the last festival. A kid held a name band up to the light and tried to read his own letters upside down. Seal spoke in his ear low. "Press at the edge of perception. It wants to make the square think it is after, not now." Rimuru clapped his hands once. The sound bounced off stone and wood. People looked up. He pointed at their wrists. "Say your name." They did. The square settled into itself. The press arrived and found the now too heavy to push. It slid off. It tried the bakery. It tried the well. It tried the bell rope. Sui's markers held. Luminous light in the clinic kept breathing. Cheyenne caught a boy who started to step into a slow patch and set him back with a look that said no like a gate. The mouths thinned to slits everywhere at once, and then closed. Pressure dropped. Wind remembered how to be wind without orders. The storm overhead relaxed its shoulders. Veldora hummed like a song he half knew. Seal's voice warmed. Wave 1 repelled. No casualties. Minor strains. 2 sprains. 5 faint. All stable. Outer concepts retreating to test our perimeter. Guy rolled his neck. "They'll be back with something uglier." "Probably," Rimuru said. He rubbed the rim of the cup. His hands trembled once, small, because he'd kept every movement clean, and that cost something. He let the tremble happen. He didn't hide it. Malim bounced in place and then made herself stop. "That was fun," she said, then winced. "Not fun. Good. It was good. It was good," Rimuru said. Shuna walked up with a cup. "Drink," she said, like always. He drank. It tasted like barley and mint. It brought his breath down to a normal place. Luminous passed by with a nod. "Clinic's fine. Keep the next wave even." "We will," Rimuru said. Diablo adjusted his cuffs. "Their courtesy is improving," he said, enthusiastic. They almost waited their turn once. Don't get sentimental, Guy said dryly. I would never, Diablo said, totally sincere. Seal looked up at the cloud ring, then down at the ridge, then at the square. We bought time, she said. They will change shape. Let them, Rimuru said. We're not changing who we are. Benimaru's voice over the band. Reset positions. 2-minute water. Check your bands. Rotate runners. The square exhaled as one. Rimuru set the cup down. Second wave, he said. Not loud, not dramatic. Just the truth. Second wave, Seal echoed. The ground under the council hall thudded 3 times like a far door closing. The map in Rimuru's head drew a red dot on the west border, where the river bent, and another dot on the north, where the old stone quarry met the forest. A third dot blinked above the storm, higher than before, like a star that didn't belong to the night yet. Seal's voice lost all extra words. Multiple points. New signatures. Entropy returns with decay as a rider. Stagnation with stillness partnered. Unknown at high altitude. Prepare. Rimuru looked up. The star blinked again and didn't feel like heat or halt. It felt like something taking notes. Observer. Guy said, eyes narrowing. They brought a judge. The fast lane to the west flickered. Velgrind, Rimuru said. On it. She said, already moving. Malim rolled her shoulders. 3 hits? 3 hits, Rimuru said. Then breathe. She grinned. Always. Veldora's storm tightened. Velzard's slow lines brightened. Shine's hands went out. Sui's knives whispered into another seam. Luminous lifted her chin and set her light like a wall around a bed. Shuna filled her basket. Diablo bowed to an invisible rule and told it to wait. Ramiris hugged the jar and told it a new word to learn, quiet. Rimuru and Seal stepped together. Ready, he said. Ready, she said. The star blinked a 3rd time, and then the world moved. Chapter 14, The Ultimate Law. The field went quiet in a way that was not sound. Leaves held still mid-stir. A flag on the council hall roof stopped between flaps and did not pick a side. The fountain in the square paused with a bead of water stuck on the lip. People felt the urge to lower their voices and didn't know why. Seal's tone flattened to work mode. Designation confirmed. Universal stagnation. Scope. Whole plane influence. It is extending a base rule, no change without cost, into no change. If we meet it with a cut, it will harden. If we meet it with speed, it will thicken. Rimuru brushed his palms together once to wake his hands. Vital markers? Everyone breathing, Seal said. Breaths are shallower near the square. Luminous is holding that pocket. Benimaru's anchors are firm. Guy's east corner is steady. Veldora is ready to move air if allowed. Malim is bouncing on the spot and counting out loud. It helps nearby hearts. Rimuru exhaled and felt the air push back a little, like stepping into a pool. He nodded to himself. Okay. The judge star that had watched the last wave blinked again. 3 pulses. Then it held open like an eye that wouldn't close. Seal continued, precise. 2 options. Annihilation of stagnation statement, or assimilation and redefinition. Annihilation is simpler. It is also unsafe. Removing this concept entirely will erase rest, recovery, and stability as side effects. We will see seizures in systems that need pauses, healing, memory consolidation, soil water retention. Equilibrium fails without any stillness. Rimuru closed his fingers and opened them. His knuckles clicked. He looked at the city, at the benches at the slow line Velzard lay over the clinic yard, at Malim tapping her knee and whispering 1, 2, 3 between grins. So we do not erase. We change. Yes, Seal said. We redefine the law. Ethics check, Rimuru said. How far can I push without stealing choice? Seal's reply was steady and a little softer. Boundaries available. We can scope the new definition to environment and systems, not minds. We can set thresholds. We can make the concept act only to damp harm outside agreed limits. We can tie it to consent where consent exists, medicine, sleep, structural safety. We can forbid it from touching will. Rimuru nodded. He felt sweat start at the base of his neck. He didn't wipe it away. And Chloe? A small beat. Protocol bindings on Chloe are braided with stagnation's current wording. It uses no change to keep her locked to the anti-axiom. If we redefine stagnation to balance, the braid loses force. Her vow will reread as hold the line until balance is safe, not prevent any change. The prison collapses. Good, Rimuru said, and meant it. Risk to us? Standard, Seal said. Cognitive load high. If you falter, it will try to make the falter permanent. I set hard stops. You will not vanish. I will not allow action that erases you or me. Rimuru's mouth pulled into a small smile. Thanks. Always, Seal said. The word carried warmth. The ground under their feet did not shake. It settled, as if to say enough movement. A hairline crack in the cobble stopped halfway across a stone and held its breath. Seal marked the battlefield in his mind. Clear lines, simple marks. Map, core, square dot, pressure, high at center, rolling out in slow rings dot. Allies, holding positions dot, observer, present dot, enemy statement. Change is error. Okay, Rimuru said again. He straightened a crooked button. His body wanted to hunch inward. He made it stand straight. Seal, walk me through the steps. Slow. No ornaments. Step 1, Seal said. Fix our center. We speak our own identity, so stagnation cannot define us. Rimuru nodded. He put his hand over his chest and spoke in a clear, plain voice. I am Rimuru Tempest. I am myself. Seal's voice joined, soft. And I am Seal. I am my own, and I am his partner. The words felt like a peg tapped into a clean hole. The pressure slid around that peg and could not move it. Step 2, Seal said. We declare scope. We choose what this moment can touch. Rimuru raised his hand toward the square, palm open. You may touch the stones and the air. You may not touch wool. The pressure paused, as if surprised that it had been told may and may not. It tested the edges and found the wall he named. It did not like the wall, but it recognized it. Step 3, Seal said. We read the old definition back to it, so it knows we heard. Rimuru's voice was steady. You say change is error. You say safety is never moving. The pressure in the square pressed a little harder, proud of itself. Step 4, Seal said. We state harm. We name what that definition breaks. Rimuru nodded. He kept his sentences short. People heal by small changes. A broken bone knits by moving cells. Children grow by adding. A field rests, yes, but then it grows again. If you stop that, you make rot. A thin whiteness ran across a stall tarp and stopped. The judge star blinked once. Listening. Step 5, Seal said. We propose the new definition. We invite it to change shape. Assimilation, not destruction. Rimuru took a breath. We are changing the idea of what you are, from stagnation to balance. He spoke each word with care. No show. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just plain speech and air that was trying to be still. The pressure bent, not away but inward, to hear. The fountain bead, trembled, and held again. Seal continued, precise. Define balance. The state that resists violent swings and allows systems to return to safe ranges. It is not denial of movement. It is proportional response. It respects intent. It dampens spikes. It does not freeze. Rimuru repeated the core pieces in simple terms. You are rest with purpose. You are pause for breath. You are the hand that stops a fall, not the hand that holds a throat. The judge star narrowed. The light in it came closer. Stagnation pushed back a fraction. The flag on the hall roof tried to glue itself to its own pole. A runner on the far lane picked up her foot and almost could not set it down. Seal's voice sharpened. Counterpush is an acceptance test. It wants to know if our definition holds under stress. We maintain tone. We do not shout. We do not plead. Rimuru's hands wanted to curl. He spoke flat. I see you. I know why you exist. The world needs steady places. It does not need stone and blood. The runner breathed out and set her foot down. The flag peeled one edge free. Step 6, Seal said. We draw boundaries with numbers. Balance cares about thresholds. We use them. Rimuru pointed to the square stones. When movement exceeds safe bounds, you act. Safe bounds are agreed. Benimaru and Luminous set them for roads and wards. Healers set them for bodies. Builders set them for walls. For minds, only the person who holds the mind can set them. You do not touch wool. Seal added exact. Math follows. You have dampening power up to the energy that would prevent a return to safe range. You may not add more. You may not claim ownership of systems. You release control when the value returns to range. The pressure pressed again, trying to find a corner they had missed. It reached for Chloe. Chloe stood 3 rows back, book open, eyes on the far seam. A thin band of pale light ran from her spine to nothing and back again, like a leash that had learned to look gentle. It tugged once when the new words touched it. Seal's voice warmed. Braid unraveling. Hold her, Rimuru said. I'm here, Seal said. Chloe's breath caught. Her hand shook. She did not fall. The band at her spine flickered from leash to ribbon to nothing in a slow, honest way. She looked up at Rimuru. He met her eyes. He nodded once. She nodded back. Eyes wet, mouth set. The judge star widened. Its light lowered until the square had a shadow with edges. Step 7, Seal said. We seal the new meaning so it cannot flip back when we look away. Rimuru spoke like he was writing with a thick marker. From now on, here, when the world reaches for stillness, it means balance. When you try to become a wall against all motion, you will instead become a cushion. You will slow. You will not stop. You will let breath go in and out. The pressure's shape warped. It did not break. It tried one more angle. It went for the clinic. It looked at a sleeping child and thought, no more growing. Luminous light tightened. Rimuru lifted a finger. No, he said, and Seal wrote a 1-line addition. Balance protects sleep. The pressure didn't like the claws. It rolled around it and found it smooth. The judge star's edge softened. A tone like a single tuning note ran through the lanes and faded. Seal's words became almost gentle. Final step. We offer a job. Concepts like jobs. Rimuru smiled with the corner of his mouth. You can help. Catch the extremes that break bodies and bridges. Hold only as long as needed. If you do that, you will stay. He felt the moment the thing understood stay. It liked the word. It had always wanted to stay. Now it had a way to do that without hurting everything. The pressure eased by half. The fountain bead fell. The water made a normal, nice sound. Wind took the flag and moved it once, then let it rest. Seal's internal display cleared from red to pale green. Acceptance. Universal stagnation has been rewritten within our authority to equilibrium. Global side effects, none outside scope. Local side effects, better sleep in clinics, smoother road flow, fewer dropped mugs. Rimuru snorted once, soft. He wiped the sweat at his neck now and let his shoulders drop half an inch. Chloe crumpled to her knees and did not faint. She put the book on the stone and pressed her palms to her eyes. Diablo was there in 2 steps, not touching, just close enough to be a wall if she needed one. Benimaru exhaled through his nose. Malim hooped and then clapped a hand over her mouth and whispered, sorry, to no one in particular. Veldora jostled a cloud because he could and then behaved when Velzard looked at him. Luminous light softened around 3 beds. The judge star did not blink. It held 2 beats, 3, then its light narrowed to a point and lifted. It left a thin line in the air like chalk that faded. Seal watched it go. Observer records updated. It did not contest. Rimuru looked up until the star was gone. He dropped his gaze back to the square. People were breathing like people again. The flag did not matter. The cup at the fountain lip fell into the basin with a clink. Someone laughed once because of the clink, then covered their mouth, and then didn't because there was no need. Seal spoke low. Ethical review. We acted with minimal reach. We did not touch wool. We prevented harm. We preserved rest. We changed a hostile rule into a safe one. Outcome is clean. Rimuru nodded and kept his eyes on Chloe. He walked over. His steps felt like steps, not like decisions about steps. He stopped an arm's length away and kept his hands visible. Chloe. She lowered her hands and looked up at him. Her eyes were red at the edges. No tears fell now. She swallowed. I felt it go, she said. The thing that told me I was right even when I hated it. I know, Rimuru said. I hurt you, she said. I told myself it was mercy. It was not mercy. It was fear. It was duty caught in bad wording, Rimuru said. We changed the wording. She shook her head once. I am sorry. I know, he said again. Simple. He let the word sit between them and do its work. Stand when you want. She nodded. She did not try yet. Diablo shifted a fraction so his shadow covered her face from the sun without asking. She let it. Rimuru looked to Seal. Anything loose? Seal's skin rolled like quiet rain. A few small pockets of overstiffness. The new balance is enthusiastic. I am throttling it gently. Ramiris reports her jar is very proud to have always been about stay and quiet, and is asking for a ribbon. I refer that decision to you. Rimuru breathed out a small laugh. Ribbon approved. Recorded, Seal said, pleased. Guy walked up, hands in coat pockets, eyes amused and sharp. You just told the universe to sit properly, and it listened, he said. I told it why, Rimuru said. That too, Guy said. He tipped his chin at the sky. Judge didn't argue. Either it liked the speech or it's lazy. Maybe both, Rimuru said. Guy's smile showed a hint of teeth. Either way, nice work. Malim ran over, skidded, stopped, then remembered to breathe 3 times like she'd promised herself. You didn't make it go boom, she said, genuinely impressed. You taught it manners. Big manners lesson, Veldora said sagely from above. Velzard's slow veil over the clinic softened and widened. Patient's asleep, she reported. Sleep looks like sleep, not stuck. Good, Luminous said. Her voice was calm and quiet again. Her hands were gentle on a child's forehead. Benimaru's band clicked. All units, he said. We are green. Do not relax into sloppiness. Do relax your shoulders. Shia made a face at him from across the path and rolled her shoulders dramatically until 2 pops came out. People at her line copied her and laughed because it felt good to laugh. Rimuru let the noise of normal come back. Wheels creaked. Someone haggled over onions. The fountain refilled its own bowl, one sensible splash at a time. Seal stayed with him in the small space behind his eyes. Her tone softened now that the work was done. We did what we set out to do. Rimuru nodded. He let the tremor in his hands finish. He warmed his fingers by rubbing them together. We did. Do you want to report now? Or after tea? Seal asked. After tea? Rimuru said, and then added because it mattered, please. Yes, Seal said, and there was the little smile in her voice he liked. Tea first. He turned toward the nearest bench. Chloe was already sitting there, book closed, ribbon tucked into it. Diablo had moved half a step back, but still stood near. Benimaru waved a hand at a runner, and a small pot and 3 cups appeared like they meant to be there all day. Rimuru took the middle seat. The stone was warm from sun. He wrapped his fingers around a cup, not because he needed heat, but because people did that after hard things to remind themselves they were still here. Chloe watched the steam. What you did, it felt like loosening a knot, she said. Not cutting it. That was the point, Rimuru said. She looked at him. Will you always do it that way? No, Rimuru said, honest. Sometimes things need to be stopped. Sometimes there isn't time to teach. But if I can choose, I'll choose this. She nodded and sat with that. Thank you for not erasing me to make the job easy. He met her eyes. You're part of the balance, too. A small silence that was not awkward. Seal touched his attention lightly. The observer left a trace we can read later. It looks like a stamp. Not hostile. Okay, Rimuru said in his head. Then, out loud, to the square, to whoever was near enough to hear, breaks over in 5. Rotate crews. Check your bands. People moved in a way that felt like people. Not pushed. Not stuck. They picked up baskets and ropes. They adjusted stalls. They checked on neighbors. They laughed once in a while because their bodies asked for it. Guy stretched like a cat and made it look like a stretch, not a pose. One more wave? He asked. Probably, Rimuru said. They brought an observer. Someone will file a complaint. Ha, Guy said. Let them. Malim leaned on the bench back and peered over his shoulder at the tea. Do I get a sip? You get your own cup, Rimuru said. She beamed. Fair. Velzard glanced up at the cloud ring and then down at him. Good call, she said. It was not praise. It was recognition. It landed well. Rimuru nodded once. He did not make a speech. He took another drink. He breathed. He felt his heartbeat settle into a simple, even rhythm. In out. In out. Seal spoke, quiet enough that it was for him alone. I am proud of you. His mouth wanted to answer too fast. He let it be simple. I'm proud of you too. May I add a line to the notice system? She asked. What line? Nothing grand, she said. Just, rest is allowed. It fits the new law. He tapped the table once. Do it. Notice. Rest is allowed. If your hands are shaking, sit. Count to 5. Drink water. Stand when you are ready. People read it and did those exact things. No one called it weak. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. The square breathed. The city adjusted. The world did not stop. It did not spin out either. Balance held. Later, when the second wave probed the edges and found them smooth, and when the Judge Star's thin chalk mark faded completely, Seal gave him the short report she had promised. We changed a word and saved a city, she said. Sometimes it is like that. Rimuru looked up at where the star had been. He felt calm in a way that did not feel like numbness. It felt like standing on even ground. All right, he said, and stood. Let's keep it that way. Chapter 15, The Epic Begins. The square smelled like roasted onions, fresh bread, and hot iron. Someone tuned a lute near the fountain. Benches scraped. Lanterns went up in clean lines. Then Malim ran through them and made the lines crooked again. Shuna fixed them without saying anything, then looked down at the big tray she was holding and frowned at him. Eat real food tonight, she said. Not just sweets. I always eat real food, Rimuru said. You ate 3 honey buns at lunch, she said. Rimuru held up 4 fingers behind the tray. Sui, perched on a post like a cat that read mission reports, didn't smile, but the corner of his eye moved. Cheyenne appeared with an entire pot between her hands and a ladle that looked like it could knock out a troll. Soup, she announced. Balanced. I put all the vegetables in. All of them? Benimaru asked. Not the purple ones, she said. They looked rude. Benimaru muttered, they're beets, to no one. Then he looked around at the seating plan Ramiris had pinned to the notice board. Who put Veldora next to the dessert table? Me, Veldora said from above, completely unashamed. He had tucked his dragon bulk into a cloud like a lazy dog curling into a rug. He pointed at the sign Rimuru approved earlier. Notice, rest is allowed. I am modeling compliance. Model it over there, Velzard said. She was here too, cool and slow, a line of winter air that kept the clinic tents quiet. She didn't raise her voice. Veldora moved anyway. Guy Crimson strolled in without being announced, hands in his pockets, coat open, smile bored. You redecorated the universe, he said by way of greeting. Looks good on you. Try the soup, Rimuru said. He tilted the ladle, sniffed, and side-eyed Cheyenne. I will start with bread. Then, to him, you're going to make a speech. No, Rimuru said. I'm going to say a few sentences and then sit down. Everyone worked all day. They don't need a sermon. That's a speech where you cut the middle, Guy said. He took 2 pieces of bread anyway and wandered off to harass Diablo. Diablo stood near the dais like a statue made of good manners. He had polished his buttons. Twice. He bowed when Rimuru looked at him and started to speak in the long way. Rimuru cut him off with a finger-and-a-half smile. No titles. He breathed once, reset. Understood. Rimuru Sama. The Sama slid out on its own, but the rest of his face held. Security is tight without feeling like security. Thank you for allowing me to stand, not hover. If you hover, Benimaru is going to throw a skewer at you, Rimuru said. I will catch it, Diablo said, then, softer, he would throw it for the game, not to harm. Exactly, Rimuru said. Rimuru liked that he understood the difference. Shuna pressed a plate into his hands while Benimaru argued with Gobta about chairs. Gobta had 3 stacked on his head for no reason. Ramiris flitted over with a clay jar nestled in her arms. A red ribbon was tied around its middle in a neat bow. Look, Ramiris said. Equilibrium jar has a ribbon. Because you said so. It's very proud now. The jar hummed like a cat's eye saw. Rimuru touched the bow. Ribbon fits. You want a seat, Ramiris said, scandalized. A jar. Give it the seat, Rimuru said. It helped. Ramiris flew off to bully a chair into respecting pottery. Chloe stood a little apart, fingers on the spine of a closed book, hair pulled back, eyes steady. Diablo had put himself at an angle where he could see her, but not Loom. Benimaru let that stand. Luminous chatted with Shuna about kitchen knives with alarming precision. Malim hovered near the grill like a magnet to meat. Sui was there, then not, then there again, because that's how Sui breathes. Lanterns sputtered to life. The sky bled to deep blue. People found seats. Rimuru took the low step on the dais, because that's what steps are for. Rimuru didn't raise his hands. Rimuru didn't ask for silence. It just got quiet in the way a room does when the person who can fix things opens his mouth. Hi, Rimuru said. Some of the newer goblins almost fell off their benches at the casual start. The older ones threw them looks that said, "This is normal." "Thanks for working," Rimuru said, "and for not panicking, and for breathing when the air didn't want to move." A small laugh went through the front rows because they remembered. Rimuru kept it simple. "We're going to write some house rules," Rimuru said. "Plain, so no one could twist them." "Seal?" "Yes," Seal said in his head, warm and ready. The notice board chimed once. Notice. New base rules registered. Scope. Tempest and allied territories. Enforcement. Gentle first, firm only if harm. Rimuru spoke each one and let Seal pin it up as text. No magic circles. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. 1. Rimuru said, "Humans and monsters stand equal under law. If you pay your taxes and don't stab your neighbor, we don't care what shape you are." Notice. Species equality affirmed. Bias dampening active in courts, markets, schools. 2. No one touches mines without consent. Not even me. There was a ripple at that. People glanced at him, then at Chloe, then back at him. Rimuru didn't flinch. Notice. Mine safety rule. Consent required. Emergency clause. Healers may stabilize during seizures or trauma. Report required. 3. Rest is allowed. That one stays. A cheer from the clinic tents. Velzer tilted her head in tiny approval. Notice. Rest rule remains. Clinics, schools, and kitchens flagged as quiet zones when needed. 4. No erasing people. No changing names, faces, or histories without full, informed choice. We fix harm. We don't edit lives to be neat. Diablo's shoulders ease a fraction. Cheyenne nodded hard like the idea hit a real memory. Notice. Identity protected. Illusions labeled in public spaces. Record-keeping anchored to consent and witness. 5. Disputes get heard. Fast. We'll make more benches for the hall. Benimaru groaned. "I just finished the last 40. We'll make them together," Rimuru said. Notice. Due process standard. Hearing within 7 days. Mediators trained. Cookies allowed if the session runs long. I got a real laugh. Shuna gave Seal a look for the cookie line. Seal said nothing, but Rimuru felt her smile. 6. Balance, not freeze, Rimuru said. "If there's a storm, we slow it enough to cover the carts. We don't stop the sky." Notice. Equilibrium protocol. Dampen, don't deny. Thresholds set by builders, healers, wardens, and citizens' councils. 7. Kids eat first, Rimuru said, because Cheyenne's ladle was drifting like a cannon. That includes the old and the hurt. Notice. Priority queues enabled. Enforcement. Cheyenne. Cheyenne thumped the ladle into her palm. The crowd clapped on instinct and then did it again because it felt right. "That's enough for tonight," Rimuru said. "We'll add more later. The rules change if we see they hurt. That's the point. Not perfection. Balance." "Speech," Guy muttered with amusement from the third row. "End of speech," Rimuru said, and stepped down. The square let out the breath it had held. The band found a tune that didn't fight the talking. Platters moved. Stew appeared. Bread broke. Someone started a clapping game at the back. Children ran in a ring and fell down, then got up again and ran in the other direction for fairness. Shuna sat him on a bench and put a plate in his hands that had all the food groups and not one more honey bun. "Water," she said, and handed him a cup. "Then you can have the sweet tea." "I love you," Rimuru told her. "You say that when you want more sauce," she said, but her cheeks went pink. Benimaru dropped onto the bench opposite and put his feet under the table like he had finally forgiven the furniture for existing. He had already taken off his armor plates and stacked them in a neat pile that he still watched out of habit. "I hate chairs," he said to no one. "They breed." "You say that about goblins," Sui said from the post, not moving his mouth. "I like goblins," Benimaru said. He didn't look at Gobta. He didn't need to. Gobta saluted anyway and spilled his drink and then caught it in the same motion. People nearby cheered at the save. Someone handed Gobta a towel and a skewer like it was all part of one trick. Malim leaned on his shoulder like a cat demanding food and attention. "Tell me you're not leaving," she said, voice low under the music. "Not leaving. Like gone." "I'm not leaving," Rimuru said. "I might go look at something and come back with a rock." "1 rock," she said. "2 if they're small." Rimuru said. She sniffed, nodded, wiped her eyes with the back of her wrist, and then grinned like she hadn't almost cried. Good. I made a list of festivals. We missed the noodle one last time. We'll go, Rimuru said. We'll make our own if we need to. Guy will cheat, she said. I always cheat, Guy said, passing behind us. He dropped a napkin on his knee in a way that looked like an accident and wasn't. On it, in neat script, he'd written, Your no mind-touching rule will upset 3 old houses. Rimuru can grip 2 with a weekend of paperwork. The 3rd will need you glaring while Rimuru smile. He didn't stop walking. I don't glare, Rimuru said. You do with your left eyebrow. Seal said in his head, fond. It has learned authority. Add that to the notice system, Rimuru said back. Left eyebrow is a safety device. No, she said, gentle and amused. Chloe approached with small, careful steps, book hugged to her chest, shoulders squared. Diablo drifted a little farther away, so he would not feel like a wall. Thank you, she said. She kept her eyes on his face, steady. For? Rimuru asked. For changing the law instead of breaking me to fit it, she said. No trembling. Just fact. I can help now. If you let me. You're already helping, Rimuru said. Keep your vow. Just update the words. Hold the line until balance is safe. I like that one. I wrote it down, she said, and lifted the book a fraction. I won't run from this, Rimuru, or from people I hurt. Good, Rimuru said. Eat. Cheyenne will follow you if you don't. And her ladle is heavier than your book. Chloe almost smiled. Yes, sir. She caught herself, then Rimuru. She sat with Shuna and Luminous and listened while Luminous taught Knife safety like it was a prayer. That was good. Cheyenne ladled soup for a line that did not end. When someone tried to skip, Cheyenne didn't hit them. She put a bowl in their hands and then a second bowl and told them to take both to the back table and sit by the window where the breeze was. They did, because you do what Cheyenne tells you when she holds a ladle like that, and because it was obviously the right call. The band switched to something people could dance to without stepping on each other. Goblins danced anyway, and stepped on each other anyway, and laughed anyway. So he did not dance. He moved 3 times, and 3 knives were in 3 sheaths. They had not been in a moment before. Rimuru pretended not to see it. The knives pretended they had always been there. Ramiris flew past, dragging the ribbon jar on a tiny cart with wheels that squeaked. Equilibrium wants to sit near the band, she said, indignant. It says rhythm improves community damping. That's not wrong, Seal said in his head. Give a seat near the left, Rimuru told Ramiris. The drummer keeps time there. The jar hummed with smug purpose. It did not dance. It bobbed. Velzer brought him a cup of something that looked like water and tasted like snow that had learned manners. You did not freeze the world, she said. Thanks, Rimuru said. For the clinic cover. She nodded once. We all held something. We watched the crowd move then. Not with the eye of people who wanted to control it, but with the eye of people who liked seeing things that worked. Lantern light made clean circles. The smell of bread thickened as someone cut new loaves. A child slept with their head on a table, and no one moved them because the table was perfectly good for that too. Seal tracked a dozen small metrics without telling him unless Rimuru asked. She had learned when silence is a gift. She still existed at full strength, just softer at the edges when it came to him. Rimuru felt it and let the feeling sit. After the 3rd song, Rimuru stood and made his way to a quieter edge. People nodded or waved. Some tried to bow. Rimuru shook his head and they straightened. When someone grabbed his hand, Rimuru squeezed back and didn't pull away until they did. It was that kind of night. The wall on the north side was new stone with warm mortar. Rimuru climbed the steps to the parapet and walked until the noise was a blanket, not a river. The sky had gone black-blue. The first few stars were out. More would follow. They always did, once the air decided to allow it. Can I join you? Seal asked, not with words in his head, but with the option to see her the way Rimuru see a person. Form, weight, presence. She manifested with his shape's height and his hair's mess and her own eyes. She wore simple clothes because she knew Rimuru liked simple. She stood at the rail beside him and rested her elbows there like she'd seen him do 1,000 times. You already joined me, Rimuru said, smiling. Physically, she said, it has good effects on your heart rate. Dr. Seal, Rimuru said, are you writing that down? Yes, she said deadpan. Then softer, you did well today. We did, Rimuru said. Yes, she said again. She looked out over the square. Her gaze lingered on small things. A woman braiding a child's hair between songs. Guy teaching a game with stones and lying about the rules for fun. Malim stealing a bun and then putting it back and taking a smaller one because she remembered the kid's first rule. I like watching, she said. Me too, Rimuru said. It helps. It helps you stay, she said. I'm staying, Rimuru said. Oh look, but I'm staying. She nodded. The ripple is clear now, by the way. The one from Turnul? Rimuru asked. Yes, she said. Tiny, like a seed under snow. If we breathe near it, it will try very hard to be a universe. Rimuru pictured seed and snow. Simple. True. Do we let it? We can go see, she said. We don't have to touch it. We can stand at the edge and watch it learn a shape. If it asks for help, we decide then. Tomorrow, Rimuru said. After breakfast, Shuna will make you eat fruit, she said, affectionate and a little teasing. I will survive, Rimuru said. She leaned her shoulder into his. The contact was small and steady. It grounded without pinning. Rimuru let his own shoulder match it. No one could see us up here unless they looked, and if they looked they would just see two people leaning on a wall and breathing in time. Do you want to kiss me? She asked, plain as any other question. Or do you want to keep standing? Rimuru didn't rush an answer. The night was patient. The square hummed like a hive that had decided honey was more important than stings. Rimuru looked at her, not the idea of her, but the person she chose to be when she chose a face. Rimuru thought about the day, the rules, the jar with its ribbon, the judge star that had watched and then gone away. Both, Rimuru said, but standing first. She smiled in a small, bright way and stayed where she was. We stood and watched the first star get a friend. Then we watched those two get a third and decide they were aligned for now, not a triangle. The breeze came up and then settled. No magic in that. Just air moving because that's what air likes to do. Below us, the band eased into a slower tune. Luminous laughed at something Shuna said, and the sound carried exactly far enough. Veldora pretended not to snore on his cloud. Benimaru lost a game of stones to a kid and didn't argue. Sui appeared next to a spilled cup and made it not a problem without anyone seeing it happen. Diablo refolded a napkin for the fourth time and then forced himself to stop with visible effort. Malim fell asleep sitting up and didn't drop her bun. Rimuru spoke without turning his head. Seal. Yes. When I'm too much, Rimuru said, and Rimuru meant power and worry and hunger and the urge to fix everything fast. Tell me to sit. Use words. Use the rule. I will, she said. You can tell me too, when I chase perfect and forget soft. Deal, Rimuru said. We were quiet for a while after that. Not because we ran out of things. Because stillness had a place now and didn't ask for the whole table. When we finally did kiss, it was simple. No drama. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Warm. True. The kind that says we are here more than look at us. We broke apart and leaned our foreheads together like people who had learned not to bang heads by accident. I love you, she said. No sun breath. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just a fact set down gently. I love you too, Rimuru said. Same tone. Same weight. She nodded, satisfied. Tomorrow then, she said. Tomorrow, Rimuru said. We looked up again. A faint line stretched at the far edge of sight, thin as a scratch on glass. The ripple. It pulsed once like a heartbeat that hadn't decided on a rhythm yet. After breakfast, Rimuru said again, because Shuna's face would appear in his mind if Rimuru didn't, and because Rimuru liked the way fruit tastes when Rimuru earned it. After breakfast, Seal said, and tucked her hand into his. Behind us, Tempest kept breathing. A jar bobbed to a beat. A city learned that balance wasn't a cage. People ate. People argued about the best sauce. People tried a new step and laughed when it went wrong, then tried again. The rules sat on the board where anyone could touch them and point and add a line later. Above us, stars took their time. We let them. When the lanterns finally burned low and the square decided it had done enough for one night, we climbed down, passed through the last of the warm air, and walked home at a normal pace. No portals. Just a black table and a chair that didn't match. Just feet on stone and the click of a latch in a room that smelled like clean wood and tea. We slept. The city slept. The world did not freeze. Morning would come. We would eat. We would look at a seed of a universe and decide if it needed hands. And if it didn't, we would come back for the noodle festival. The driver grumbled later about the missed delivery slot. That was the price, real and counted.